Chapter 1 Reborn. It's 7:10 on a summer evening, and the streets are bustling with people. In front of the barbecue stand. Boss, add 4 more skewers of lamb kidneys, the fattest and most delicious, to help my buddy get better. The fat young man shouts. Okay. My lamb kidneys are all delicious and guaranteed to make your girlfriend scream with pleasure tonight. In no time at all, 4 skewers of sizzling lamb kidneys were brought over. Look at me, I still don't even have a girlfriend. I can only be someone's lapdog, a spare tire, and play with what's left over. But have I said anything? I'm not as self-deprecating as you. In this society, you either have money, looks, or talent. If you don't have any of these things, poor losers like us are only good for being other people's lapdogs, and we're still disliked. But I don't care, I've licked a few girls recently, and I firmly believe that if I keep licking enough, sooner or later I'll get to the base. In case any girl feels down and wants to try a warm guy like me? Are you going to eat those kidneys or not? If not, I'll eat them all. Wang Chang said with a smug look on his face. On the side, Xu Xiao opened his eyes dazedly, his stomach churning, and he couldn't help but vomit on the table. After vomiting, the whole person felt much better. Ding. Reborn detected. Binding conditions met. May I ask, do you wish to accept the system's binding? Once bound, the system will assist you in becoming the strongest pretender in the myriad realms. A mechanical, emotionless voice sounded in his head. His soul trembled. Xu Xiao froze for a moment. System? Pretentious criminal? I've been reborn? Ding. The host is requested to make a choice within 30 seconds, otherwise it will be deemed as automatic abandonment. The mechanical voice sounded again. I accept. Xu Xiao never dreamed that he would be reborn after death. Recalling his past life, he was heartbroken after seeing his girlfriend walk hand in hand with a strange man out of a hotel. He drank until he had a hangover and stomach bleeding, and was sent to the hospital. He was eventually pronounced dead after unsuccessful resuscitation. On the verge of death, he looked back on the past 3 years of his life, rebellious, childish, and extremely ridiculous. He finally repented, but it was too late to say anything. His heart had stopped beating. He thought this would be the end of his life. But I never imagined that I would be reborn. Xu Xiao, originally the heir to the Chu Group in Jianghai City, had tens of billions of assets at home, and could be described as a super-rich second generation born with a silver spoon. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, he was dissatisfied with the family's marriage and angrily ran away from home. And he made a bold statement. Xu Xiao, if I don't make a name for myself out there. He vowed to start from scratch, not rely on anyone, and make 100 million within 3 years to show his family that he was not a spoiled rich kid who just sits around doing nothing. He was determined to make a name for himself and create a career. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xu Xiao struggled in society and eventually managed to turn himself from a rich kid into a loser, a member of the Moonlight Tribe, and owed tens of thousands of RMB in credit card debt. Now the 3-year period is up. He is too ashamed to go home and see people. His career has suffered a setback, and his girlfriend, whom he had been dating for 3 years, has cheated on him. The heavy blow has made Xu Yao disheartened, so he can only call his good friend Wang Chang to go out for a drink together. They got a hangover and eventually drank themselves sick. Who would have thought that God would give him another chance to start over? Binding in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, you have bound the most awesome novel system ever. You have 1 free chance every day to open the item pool for awesome novels. In addition to the free chance every day, you can also draw by spending awesome points. Please keep creating awesome points and obtaining awesome point values. As long as your awesome point values are sufficient, you will become the supreme ruler of the myriad realms. Go! Be an arrogant person that everyone envies. Note, cool point values can be obtained by hitting people in the face, collecting treasures, beating and killing enemies, and capturing the hearts of beautiful women. Note, each time the system is upgraded, a higher level cool article item pool can be unlocked, and the world plane where the host is located will also be upgraded at the same time. The current world is the mortal world, and the next upgrade will transform into the spiritual world. A series of system prompts sounded. Xu Xiao stood still, his gaze fixed on the virtual panel in front of him. His fingertips easily pierced through it. Virtual. Vague. Very unreal. Unexpectedly, not only had he been reborn, he had also been bound to the system. A slight self-deprecating look appeared on Xu Xiao's face. Hey, don't scare me like that, you're crying and laughing at the same time. What do you want? And you threw up all over the table, my roasted kidneys. You ruined them all. Wang Cheng kept backing up, but accidentally bumped into a woman dressed up in a flamboyant manner. Stinky loser, you're so dirty. Don't you have eyes? The woman covered her nose with disgust, and her eyes quickly fell on Wang Cheng's face, her expression instantly stunned. Wang Cheng was also stunned, and blurted out, "Why are you here?" The woman rolled her eyes and replied unhappily, "Why? Do you own the road? Can't I come? But you, after not seeing you for a few years, you become so fat, just like a dead fat pig." Wang Cheng's face turned red, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. This woman's name was Luli, and she was the white moonlight in his heart. He had been chasing her since junior high school, but he had never even touched her hand. In fact, after graduating from university, the two of them had never even met once. But they often chatted online, and every Chinese New Year, Wang Cheng would send her red envelopes and mail gifts, spending a lot of money needlessly. A few days ago, they had an unpleasant chat and things had fallen apart. Wang Cheng stammered, "Didn't you tell me you were studying in France?" Luli flicked her hair and, showing off, took the arm of a man next to her and said, "What? I can't come back from France? Let me formally introduce you. This man next to me is called Zhang Chao. He's my boyfriend. Please don't bother me again in the future." "Who is this Zhang Chao?" "He's a nouveau riche. A few months ago, his family was demolished and he got 8 million yuan. Coincidentally, Wang Cheng knows Zhang Chao and the two are also classmates. No, it should be said that the three of them are classmates. The relationship is a bit confusing. To put it simply, Wang Cheng, Zhang Chao, and Luli are all classmates, and both Wang Cheng and Zhang Chao like Luli. Now that Zhang Chao's family has become rich due to the demolition, he has successfully caught up with Luli. Wang Cheng, on the other hand, has gone home empty-handed. The voice of the system sounded mechanically in Xu Xiao's head. Ding! Detected insult to a good friend, mission issued, help friend regain face. Reward for mission, 1000 cool points. The mission panel appeared. Xu Xiao was silent for 3 seconds, took out his phone, opened the contacts, and found the number of the person he hadn't called once in 3 years. The call was quickly connected. An old, kind voice with a hint of excitement came from the other end. "My dear grandson? Have you finally come to your senses? Are you coming back to inherit your grandfather's 10 billion assets?" Grandpa's tone of voice was still as amusing as ever. Xu Xiao gave a small grunt and whispered, "Grandpa, I'm having a barbecue at the entrance to Xinghua Park. Send a car to pick me up." On the other end of the line, Grandpa Chu Jianghe nodded happily, "Just wait, I'll be there soon." Chapter 2, Young Master, please come home. Wang Cheng, what kind of loser have you become? How could you have the nerve to confess your love for my Lily just the other day? You're fat as a pig and you dress like a hobo. Are you even worthy of her? You should look in the mirror and see what a joke you are. Zhang Chao's words were cold and sarcastic, and he had no intention of sparing his old classmates' feelings. The area around the barbecue stand was already lively, and all of a sudden everyone's attention was focused on Wang Cheng, whispering and watching the spectacle. Wang Cheng had packaged himself as a person of importance online, but in reality he was just a shy, timid loser. At the moment, he was red with embarrassment and unable to say a word. What a disgrace! A few minutes ago, he was still consoling Xu Xiao, acting as an emotional mentor, teaching Xu Xiao to be open-minded, cheerful, not to care about women, etc. In the blink of an eye, he had become the laughingstock of everyone. This was really embarrassing. Luli rolled her eyes, leaning against Zhang Chao's chest, with a hint of disdain in her flirtatiousness. "Wang Cheng, look at the facts. Stop daydreaming, no girl will like someone like you. You have no money, no education, no background, and you're as fat as a pig. You deserve to be a licking dog for the rest of your life, and you deserve to be single. You. Wang Cheng clenched his fists and trembled with anger. Just then, the roar of sports cars came from afar, roaring and roaring. 9 Lamborghini supercars were leading the way, followed by an extended Lincoln. This scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. Holy shit, a limited edition Lamborghini and a gold stretch Lincoln. My god, what kind of local tyrant is this? This convoy must be worth hundreds of millions, and they're being so arrogant. People around them exclaimed. Under the gaze of the crowd, the convoy of supercars stopped in front of the barbecue stand at the entrance of Xinhua Park. A dozen chauffeurs in black suits got out of the cars together and bowed 90 degrees in Wang Cheng's direction. Together they shouted, "Young master, please get in the car and go home." To be precise, they were shouting at Chu Xiao. After all, Chu Xiao was sitting just a few meters behind Wang Cheng. Lu Li subconsciously reacted and excitedly asked Zhang Chao next to her, "What? They're here to pick you up?" Zhang Chao felt awkward. He hadn't told Lu Li that he was a nouveau riche who had received compensation for demolition. He had just said that his family was very wealthy, very wealthy. He had originally ordered a Mercedes-Benz, but the car had not yet been delivered because it had been modified. Lu Li looked excitedly at Wang Cheng and said, "Look, how rich Zhang Chao is. This is a local tyrant. You, don't get in touch with him in the future. And don't send me red envelopes or gifts either. Save up some money and buy a better suit. Do some fitness exercises and lose some weight. Don't daydream about the impossible." She was halfway through her sentence when Chu Xiao got up, came to Wang Cheng respectfully, bowed 90 degrees and shouted, "Please, young master, come home." His voice was loud and startled everyone around. Originally, the bodyguards who had come to pick up Chu Xiao were also a little stunned, but they quickly reacted, trotting over to Wang Cheng, forming two lines to make a path leading to the extended Lincoln. They all shouted together, "Please, young master, come home." The sound was deafening. Zhang Chao froze. Lu Li froze. Everyone around froze. The skewers they were holding fell to the ground, and the beer that had just gone into their mouths dribbled out of the corners of their mouths, looking surprised and envious. Wang Cheng also froze, but quickly recovered. He sighed and said, "I originally wanted to keep a low profile and get along with you as an ordinary person. I never thought you were such a vain woman." Lu Li opened her mouth, subconsciously wanting to explain something, but when the words reached her lips, she could only swallow them back hard. She was in a complex state of mind, full of remorse and unwillingness. Finally, she made a certain resolution. Lu Li pushed Zhang Chao away from her, walked quickly to Wang Cheng's side, smiled widely, took Wang Cheng's arm, and said, "Wang Cheng, if you had just said that you were a rich second generation, why would you have to lie to me? I have agreed to your pursuit, and I now formally agree to be your girlfriend." This scene really shattered my three views. Zhang Chao was furious. "Lu Li, what are you doing?" Lu Li rolled her eyes and said unhappily in return, "What am I doing? Nothing happened between us, I just came out with you to go shopping. Do you really think I like you?" "I like Wang Cheng, just now, I was just testing him." No one is rational in the face of money and endless glory and wealth. Lu Li firmly believes that her beauty is enough to conquer Wang Cheng, the lickspittle who has licked him for many years. She is also extremely nervous in her heart, wondering if she can fly to the top and become a phoenix, and from then on enjoy the life of a rich wife, depending on whether Wang Cheng agrees or not. Even if there is only a 1 in a million possibility of this happening, she has to fight for it. A fleet of hundreds of millions of supercars. Wang Cheng's family must be very rich. No wonder he is so fat, he is pure and simply plump. No wonder he is unkempt and doesn't like wearing gold and silver, he simply doesn't care and has no need for it. He is too low-key, too low-key. The people around him were speechless, looking at Lu Li with contempt in their eyes, thinking to themselves that this woman is really stupid, and only a fool would agree to be your girlfriend. Wang Cheng is very stupid in relationships, but he really is not a rich second generation. He understands his current situation, secretly casts a grateful glance at Chu Xiao, then shoves Lu Li away and says without looking back, "Get out, you bitch, do you deserve to be with me? I was blind before, but that doesn't mean I like collecting trash." Lu Li tried to argue, but was stopped by several black-clad chauffeurs. Watching Wang Cheng get into the gold-colored extended Lincoln, her heart broke, and she was filled with remorse. Her body trembled as she fell to the ground, tears streaming unstoppably down her face. How could this happen to her? This kind of scenario, where a rich young master pretends to be poor to find a girlfriend, only happens in novels. If the heavens gave her another chance, she would have never hesitated to agree to be with Wang Cheng. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything. With a clang, the car door closed. The supercar team gradually faded away in the envious gaze of the crowd. In the car, Wang Cheng, dejected, said to the chauffeurs and butlers around him, "Thank you all for your hard work. I will pay you whatever performance fee my brother promised you." He thought that these people in the car team were paid by Chu Xiao to be his stooges. "Chu Xiao, you are really my good brother. But we really don't need to spend so much. This convoy and the actors must have cost a lot of money, right? Even if I was humiliated just now, there was no need to waste so much money. Wang Chang said with a heavy heart. The car was very quiet. Xu Xiao touched his nose. I didn't pay them to come. These people are all my family's drivers and bodyguards. These cars are also idle in the garage. No one drives them normally. Wang Chang rolled his eyes. Fake it. Keep faking it. There's no one here anymore, so what are you faking with me? As a brother, I won't let you suffer. I'll pay you whatever it costs. Chapter 3 Oops. X-ray vision. Awesome. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. You have helped your brother save face. You have received a reward, 1,000 cool points. The voice of the system sounded. Xu Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. He looked out the window at the scenery that kept passing by, just like the youth that had passed him by in the past 3 years. After all the twists and turns, he still couldn't escape the fate of inheriting the family business. Inheriting the family business seemed like a good thing. The convoy drove on for a few minutes until they arrived at a villa area, Yuhu Bay Villas, the most upscale villas in the entire Jianghai city. Holy cow, why are we here? Wang Chang got out of the car, looking around in surprise at the high-end decorations and the large garden, which was breathtakingly beautiful under the night lights. Welcome home, young master. Dozens of nannies and housekeepers were waiting at the gate, lined up in 2 groups. Xu Xiao got out of the car and nodded. You've worked hard. Wang Chang. Shit. Is this really your home? Are you a rich kid? He exclaimed. Xu Yao shook his head. I'm not a rich second generation, to be precise, I'm a rich third generation. This is my grandfather's home. Wang Chang. Amidst the dazzling lights, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit walked out quickly, patted Xu Yao on the shoulder, and laughed. Oh, my dear grandson, you're finally back. Let Grandpa have a look. You've lost a lot of weight. This is your friend, right? Aren't you going to introduce us? The old man was still as lively as ever. Xu Xiao was relieved and nodded, saying, This is Wang Chang, my brother. He usually takes good care of me. Wang Chang quickly stood at attention and respectfully called out, Hello, sir. I'm Xu Xiao's good brother. The old man, Xu Jianghe, was once a powerful figure in his generation. He nodded and patted Wang Chang on the shoulder, saying, Young man, you should lose some weight. Being so fat, you're prone to the 3 highs: high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high blood lipids. Wang Chang, thank you very much. At this moment, Wang Chang felt very uncomfortable. He didn't know what was going on, but it was just very, very difficult. What's going on? What the hell is going on? A good friend I've known for a few years is actually a super rich third generation? This is harder than killing him. We agreed that we were both poor losers, single and working as lapdogs together, but why did you suddenly go home and inherit 10 billion yuan? This is killing me. Wang Chang gritted his teeth, envious to the point of exploding in his tracks. He couldn't accept this reality, but deep down he was truly happy for Xu Xiao. Good brother, we'll always be brothers in heart. But why is there number 10 billion yuan waiting for me to inherit at home? And for this, I am kindly consoling him? Who the hell is consoling me? Heaven is unjust. That night, the old man Xu Jianghe hosted a banquet and treated everyone to fine wine and food. Wang Chang ate until he was drunk. Seeing him pass out, the old man Xu Jianghe spoke with sharp eyes. My dear grandson, now that you're back, there's something you need to take care of. Xu Xiao's mouth curled up. You're talking about the marriage to the Li family's daughter, right? Grandpa Xu Jianghe nodded and said with a smile, That's right. You left without saying goodbye 3 years ago, and this marriage should have an outcome. The girl is waiting for you. Xu Xiao nodded. Oh, I see. 3 years ago, the reason he had a fight with his family and left was because he opposed arranged marriages and family alliances, and pursued so-called free love. Now, he's back. As his grandfather had said, this matter should come to a conclusion. The next morning, the golden sunlight shone in through the window. Xu Yao rubbed his eyes, lifted the expensive velvet quilt, got up from the large bed made of golden phoebe wood, stretched, and looked out of the window at the small scene of the pavilion by the lake. He felt a flood of emotions. This house exuded an air of antiquity everywhere, yet it was not lacking in luxury and nobility. If I remember correctly, the antique golden Nanmu bed beneath him seems to have been bought at auction by his grandfather for more than 60 million yuan, and he has been sleeping on it ever since. You see, his family treats him so well. Isn't it nice to be a good boy? There's also the good thing of an arranged marriage, something that many single men can only dream of. In today's society, the pressure on ordinary people to find a wife to marry and have children is huge. House, car, the 3 gold gifts, banquet, which one can be lacking? Ding. Host, would you like to open today's free refreshing article prop pool to make a selection? The system's voice sounded. Xu Xiao's mouth curled up, saying, "Thank you, system. Hurry up and open it for me." The voice fell. Ding. In the random draw of the beginner's cool writing prop pool. Congratulations, host, you have won the following 3 options, please choose one. God-level gambling skills. This cheat code comes from an ordinary cool writing. Once chosen, the host will have God-level gambling skills, the god of the gods of gambling. No one in the world is your match. And, when you participate in any gambling situation, your luck index will increase by 100%. 2. Superb car skills. This cheat code comes from a mediocre novel. Once selected, the host will have superb car skills, and any other driver will be considered trash in front of you. 3. X-ray vision. This cheat code comes from a mediocre novel. Once selected, the host will have X-ray vision. Note, the novel props that refresh every day will not disappear, and the host can use the novel points to make additional purchases. The system's voice sounded. What? X-ray vision? This ability is truly amazing. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Especially since I'm going to meet my fiancé at the Lee group today. Can I take a look at the product first? Brother Tonzi, please select X-ray vision for me. Don't think too much about it, I'm a decent person. Xu Xiao coughed without blushing. Ding. Congratulations, the host has chosen X-ray vision. Ability binding in progress. The next moment. Xu Xiao felt his eyes were so cold. He blinked and said excitedly, "Well, it really is a good skill." Just then, his door was pushed open and a strange little head poked in, cooing, "Big brother, Grandpa is calling you to get up and eat." The one speaking was none other than his younger sister, Xu Lingyin, who was 8 years old. Xu Xiao's mind flickered, and he immediately shut down his ability to see through things. Although this ability was very useful, he could not use it lightly, as he might accidentally see something he shouldn't. During the meal, Xu Xiao asked, "Huh? Where is Wang Chang? Hasn't he gotten up yet?" The old man Xu Jianghe smiled and said, "Your friend, he left early in the morning. I guess he was in a hurry to go to work. By the way, my dear grandson, what are you going to do when you go to the Lee group today?" Xu Xiao was taken aback by the question and asked in return, "Grandpa, haven't you already made all the arrangements?" "I'll just go see my fiancée, go on a date with her, have dinner and go to the movies. What's the big deal?" The old man Xu Jianghe narrowed his eyes and smiled. 3 years ago, you didn't agree to this marriage, which made both our families look bad. Now, the Lee group is very powerful and in the limelight, and the girl is very capable and has her own ideas. If you just go over there, you're going to get your nose rubbed in the dirt." Xu Yao was confused, but he seemed to understand something. He blurted out, "Grandpa, you haven't arranged anything, have you?" The old man Xu Jianghe nodded and said, "That's right. You rejected her 3 years ago, and then she broke off the engagement with us. So you have to handle this yourself." "She broke off the engagement? Shit." Xu Yao broke through the barrier and said, "Since she broke off the engagement, why are we still rushing to do it? Just break it off. If the worst comes to the worst, you can just find me a few more, like the Wang family's daughter, the Zhang family's daughter, or the Lu family's young lady. It doesn't matter, I'm not picky." Hearing his eldest grandson Xu Yao say such words, Xu Jianghe felt very emotional. It seemed that his grandson had suffered a lot over the years and had become much more tactful and sophisticated. "You little brat, you're thinking pretty highly of yourself. Do you think that for a big family like ours, a marriage alliance with a big corporation is such an easy thing to come by? Finding a suitable good daughter-in-law will benefit 3 generations. Anyway, Grandpa has one thing to say, 3 years ago you did something wrong, and to make amends and pay back what you owe, you have to win back the Lee family's daughter. That girl is nice, I like her very much, and most importantly, she is the only child in the Lee family, understand? Grandpa, what if I can't win her over?" "If you can't win her over, then our Chu family's tens of billions of assets will all go to your younger brother." "Younger brother? What younger brother?" Xu Xiao was immediately confused. He remembered that he was an only child, so where did this brother come from? The old man Chu Jianghe grunted and said, "Your father found you a stepmother and had a big fat baby boy, named Chu Jia, who is now 2.5 years old." Chu Xiao. I'm fucked. Didn't he say that he only loved my mother and would never remarry? Men's mouths lie like ghosts. My mother will never forgive him in the afterlife. It's all your own fault. If you hadn't argued with him and left home, he wouldn't have found a new wife. Now you'll have to deal with it yourself. Originally, if you had just obediently agreed to the marriage with the Li family 3 years ago, and then studied in the group, you would have been able to take control smoothly in a few years. Now you've wasted 3 years. What are you going to do? Now our Chu group is full of people arranged by your stepmother. It's going to be difficult for you to inherit the family business. The old man Chu Jianghe said deliberately. Hearing this, Chu Xiao was dumbfounded. How come there is suddenly a younger brother competing with him for the inheritance? And that stepmother, she sounds pretty formidable, not someone who was easy to deal with, is she? This is bad news. Okay, I understand. Grandpa, I'll be going first. Where is the silly boy going? You said it yourself, you told me to go to the Li group. I'll go check out what that Li girl looks like. If she's got a good figure, I might give her a shot. If she doesn't, screw her. Hey. I already checked her out for you. That girl is as beautiful as a fairy, with fair skin and a pretty face. Grandpa, you're smiling really lewdly. Get out. Chapter 4 Are all these cars mine? Ding dong. Your Alipay has arrived with 30 million yuan. Chu Xiao looked at the arrival notification on his phone and no longer had the slightest resistance in his heart. Looking at his grandfather's expression, it was carefree, and there was not the slightest ripple on his face. What is this pocket money? Our family has a lot of money. Why should you begrudge yourself when you have money to spend? When I think of my old self, I didn't want to accept financial support from my family. I felt ashamed every month when I received tens of thousands of dollars in pocket money for school, and I couldn't hold my head up in front of my classmates. I really don't know what was going on in my head at the time, I was just stupid. Now I think about it, it's absolutely ridiculous. Thanks to my grandfather for the reward, I'm going to go woo girls now, and I'll definitely give our Chu family a boost. Chu Xiao picked up his phone and was about to leave. The old man, Chu Jianghe, said impatiently, "You're so disheveled, how are you going to meet people? This is ridiculous. When I was young." Chu Xiao, heir. Actually, he wasn't disheveled, just a bit casual. I've already arranged for a makeup artist to come, they'll be here soon. By the way, Grandpa and I are going on a long trip soon. So you'll need to take care of your sister. You must keep her safe and never let her out of your sight, do you hear me? Oh, taking care of my sister? Leave it to me. Chu Xiao ran his fingers along his nose and looked at his innocent-looking sister, Chu Lingyin, who was like a porcelain doll with rosy lips and white teeth, and sparkling eyes. So without thinking, he agreed. After all, this was his own younger sister, the person in this world who was closest to him by blood. After eating, the team of stylists also arrived, and they quickly took various measurements of Chu Xiao, how wide his shoulders were, how wide his waist was, how wide and long his face was, how big his feet were. And so on, for more than an hour. Believe it or not. After being carefully dressed up by the team of stylists, Chu Yao's appearance and temperament instantly improved by 7 or 8 notches, and he went from being an ordinary person to a rich and handsome guy. As the ancients said, people rely on their clothes and horses rely on their saddles. This is true. After putting on the little suit and tying the little tie, Chu Yao felt a little idle burden. Old man, how much did you pay this team of stylists? You're amazing, you've made me look like a star. I feel so handsome now. Chu Xiao deliberately flattered. Chu Jianghe, the old man, smiled without saying a word, shook his head and said, not much. It's only a few tens of thousands for them to come once. It's just a small amount of money. I've already booked you for the whole year, and they'll come here every week to do your makeup and styling from now on. Your next task is to win back the Li family's daughter for me. Then get married and have children, so that I can hold a grandchild too. Chu Xiao, my dear. You're putting a lot of pressure on me to produce grandchildren. After all, you can't force a man and woman to fall in love. What if the Li girl doesn't fancy me? The old man, Chu Jianghe, shook his head and didn't respond, just took out his pocket watch and glanced at the time. It's getting late, go to the garage and choose a car, take whichever one you like, they're all registered in your name. Oh, I'll go choose a car then. He went to the underground garage. Looking at the expensive luxury sports cars, Xu Xiao felt nothing. Young master, these were all bought for you by the old master. You have been away from home for 3 years, and every time he missed you, the old master would buy you a car to put in the garage. He knows you like sports cars best. Apart from these, there are also quite a few real estate estates all over the country, all bought in your name by the old master, who has been waiting for you to come back. This time you have come back, so don't go away again. Spend more time with him. A smiling old butler in a black tuxedo spoke up from behind him. This old butler was named Wang Defa, and Xu Xiao had called him Debo since childhood. He looked about 70 or 80 years old, and was said to have grown up with Xu Xiao's grandfather as a playmate. He later became the butler of this family, had no children, and was very kind. No, I won't go. I'll just stay at home from now on, Xu Xiao said half jokingly, but in fact he knew very well that this was the life insurance left to him by his grandfather. After all, his father had now found him a new stepmother and a new younger brother. He wondered how they would fight over the inheritance. The old butler, holding a bunch of luxury car keys, asked with a smile, "Young master, which car do you plan to drive to meet Miss Li?" "Debo, which car do you think I should drive?" Xu Yao asked in return. Without a second thought, the butler pointed his finger at a top-of-the-line supercar a short distance away with a golden body tinged with a hint of dark red and said, "Let's take this one. This is the limited edition Lotus EVLJA, with luxurious features, especially the exterior paint, which is completely gold-plated. And the gold plating is mixed with a large amount of ruby powder, which is extravagant and unrestrained, but not wild, and is most suitable for a young man like you." Xu Xiao quickly walked up to the Lotus EVLJA and liked it more and more as he looked at it. He asked subconsciously, "How much is this car?" The old butler smiled and said, "The regular model costs more than 20 million yuan, but the one in front of you was personally ordered by the old master and costs more than 80 million yuan. Now, it should have dropped in price. After all, this kind of car can't be sold, and it was purely bought by the old master to make you look cool when he was in a good mood." Hiss. An 80 million car? Bought for me to show off? This old man is really as usual, arrogant and flamboyant. This is it, give me the key. Yes, my lord. The old butler immediately found the key and handed it to Xu Xiao. Even the car key is a custom model, with a gold casing inlaid with various precious stones and diamonds, and the shape resembles a dragon's head, a proper work of art. Xu Xiao pressed the key, and the quiet underground garage instantly roared. Boom boom boom. The Lotus EVLJA roared, and the two front headlights lit up. Listening to the roar that sounded like a dragon roaring and a tiger roaring, my blood boiled. Damn, this car is simply cool. Driving this car out, I'm going to be so cocky, I'm going to fly. Xu Xiao pulled open the car door, first letting his younger sister Chu Lingyin in, and then buckling her seatbelt before taking a seat in the driver's seat. Luxury cars are really different. Sitting inside, you feel incredibly comfortable, and your mood becomes arrogant. Holding the steering wheel, Xu Xiao felt like the master of his destiny, with an illusion of looking down on the world and being invincible. That's right. This is the life I was meant to enjoy. Chapter 5 I have superb driving skills. But the traffic laws won't let me. Oh yes. System, I remember that there seems to be a cheat called superb driving skills in today's prop pool, right? How many cool points does it cost to buy extra? Xu Xiao asked secretly in his heart. Ding. Superb car skills. This cheat is from a mediocre novel. Once chosen, the host will have superb car skills. Any driver in front of you is trash. This cheat costs an additional 500 cool points. Does the host wish to purchase? Your current cool point balance is 1224, which is more than enough to purchase. Xu Xiao was secretly delighted. Only 500 points? I'll buy it. Ding. 500 points spent. Congratulations on obtaining the cheat code Superb Driving Skills. Have a nice day. The system's voice flashed. The next moment, Xu Xiao felt like he had a lot more driving knowledge in his head. Holding the steering wheel was like holding the hand of his first love, and stepping on the gas was like. Immediately afterwards, a kick of the gas. Boom. The dark gold EVLJA Lotus roared out like a runaway horse. The old butler was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, young master, slow down. You've got a lady in the car with you. Don't scare her." At this moment, Xu Yao could hear nothing but the roaring engine. He felt his blood boil. Xu Lingyin, who was sitting in the back, was scared at first and her face turned pale. However, after a few minutes of getting used to the situation, she became extremely excited and giggled like a silver bell. Big brother, faster. Okay, hold on tight. Xu Yao drove at full throttle. With his extraordinary driving skills, he was a worthy car god. And at this moment, he suddenly received a system prompt in his head. Ding. Jealousy from passers-by, 1 point of coolness. Ding. Envy from passers-by, 1 point of coolness. Ding. 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 In just a few minutes, Xu Xiao has earned more than 10 points of coolness. And can earn several points of coolness in just about a minute. Although this earning speed is not as fast as beating people up, it is also quite considerable. Just casually drive a luxury car and hang out in crowded places to earn points of coolness. It's so easy. Xu Xiao was secretly ecstatic. He had never thought that he could earn points in this way. It was so exhilarating, and it didn't even require any thinking. It seemed that in the future, he would have to drive his luxury car out every day to blast through the streets and harvest a wave of points. Xu Xiao was thinking this, and he had already decided that in the future, he would strictly regulate his life, and his primary task would be to create points and earn points. As for other things, they were completely out of his consideration. The vehicle in front of you has to stop immediately, you were speeding. Just then, a police motorcycle came up from behind, driven by a young female traffic police officer who looked to be in her 20s. She shouted as she chased the car, "Stop! I'm warning you to stop. Do you hear me?" Xu Yao cursed under his breath and quickly applied the brakes. The Golden Lotus EVLJA came to a stop safely on the side of the road, attracting the attention of many passers-by, who stopped to look and some even took out their phones to take pictures. Wow, what kind of car is that? It's so cool. I've never seen it before. I guess it's worth at least a few million. The person driving it must be a rich kid. I'm so jealous. The gap between people is just too big. Some passers-by were whispering not far away. The car door opened and Xu Xiao stepped out. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed sunglasses and a sharp suit. He looked very cool and handsome. He grinned and said, "Sorry, I just got a new car and I'm a bit excited. I wasn't paying attention, so I don't mind the fine." The young female traffic police officer looked him up and down, thinking to herself, "This good-looking young man seems quite arrogant and domineering, but I never expected him to be so polite when speaking. The speed limit on this road is 80 kilometers per hour, but you were driving at more than 180 kilometers per hour, right? This is considered serious speeding. What if there had been a car accident? Have you considered the safety of yourself and others? I am now fining you 500 yuan and deducting 6 points from your license. Do you have any objections?" she said sternly. Xu Xiao nodded seriously, but his eyes were sparkling, and he didn't know when his X-ray vision had been activated. "Don't tell me. This young policewoman has a really hot body and plenty of assets. Her skin is pink and tender. If you were to score her on a scale of 100, her body proportions would definitely score over 90 points. There isn't an ounce of extra fat on her, and her abs are very nice to look at. She's just the best of the best." The young female traffic police officer noticed that Xu Xiao's gaze was a little off, so she frowned and said, "Hey, I'm talking to you, are you listening carefully?" "Ha? I'm listening carefully." Xu Xiao looked back to her face, surprised to find that she also looked very good, with beautiful features, and a heroic bearing that gave off a sense of uniform seduction. "System, if I remember correctly, it seems that flirting with girls can also increase the cool point value, right? This little policewoman looks pretty awesome, with a great body and a pretty face. If I flirt with her, will I get a lot of cool points?" Xu Xiao asked himself. Ding! Capturing the heart of a beautiful woman can earn you a lot of pleasure points. The pleasure point value is determined based on the overall evaluation of the other person, not just their appearance. And appearance is the least important factor. The system responded. Xu Xiao was a little confused and asked again, "So what aspects are included in this overall evaluation?" The overall evaluation includes assets, background, popularity, culture, figure, and voice appearance. So that's how it works. Xu Xiao pinched his chin thoughtfully. According to the system, the higher the other person's overall evaluation, the more points you get after a successful approach. That seems quite reasonable. Big brother? Everyone's gone far away, why are you still looking? Aren't we going to find your sister-in-law? The childish voice sounded in his ear, interrupting Chu Yao's thoughts. Chu Lingyin, the girl, was tilting her little head, looking at Chu Yao with an innocent face. She was so young, how would she know the secrets in Chu Yao's heart? What sister-in-law, there's no telling yet. What if the Li family's daughter doesn't fancy my brother? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Chu Yao put away the fine ticket and glanced at the corner of it, surprised to find a phone number written there. No need to guess, this must be the contact information of the little policewoman. Huh? Is she hinting that I should ask her out? It seems that driving a luxury car really makes a difference, as the pretty girl took the initiative to leave her contact information. Xu Zhao's mouth curled up, and he didn't take the matter too seriously. After all, with his current wealth and background, there would be many pretty girls crawling all over him in the future. There was no need to rush. He took out his phone and looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock, nearing noon. Chapter 6, A Strange Quest from the System. I'm sorry. I already have a boyfriend. On the top floor of the Li Group's business building, there was a spacious and magnificent office. The sunlight shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows and illuminated the entire room. Behind the desk, Li Qingshue's gaze rested on a photo in her hands. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her clear and bright eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. In the photo, it was none other than Chu Xiao from 3 years ago, except that Chu Xiao at that time was very fat and looked very bloated. Although the Li family had already decided to withdraw from the marriage that year, and secretly discussed it with the Chu family elders, the two families did not break up, and there was no official announcement of the withdrawal of the marriage. So from the perspective of outsiders, the Li and Chu families are still in a state of marriage alliance, and business cooperation has never stopped over the years. On the surface, they are very harmonious. The elders of the two families decided to wait a few years for the sake of their interests, in case the silly boy changed his mind. They waited for 3 years. To outsiders, this might not seem like a big deal. But to Li Qingxue, it was a great humiliation. She was extremely beautiful, rich and powerful, and had a high degree. The line of men who chased after her stretched all the way to France. How could a family alliance be rejected by a fat idiot? What right did he have? She was furious. At the same time, she felt very fortunate, because she also hated these family marriages from the bottom of her heart, and in comparison, she longed for free love. Unfortunately, over the years, no man had been able to win her heart. Recently, however, she has discovered that a bodyguard close to her is very good. He is a hunk who has retired from a foreign special forces unit. His name is Yi Fan, he is about the same age as her, has a strong character, is full of energy, is very handsome, and is full of manly charm. Although he is currently only a small security guard, with the discerning eye Li Qingxue has cultivated over the years, she feels that Yi Fan will definitely go far in the future. At least he is much more reliable than those second-generation rich people she has been around. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted her thoughts. Li Qingxue came back to her senses and put away the photo. Come in. President, someone downstairs is looking for you. He says he has an appointment with you for lunch. His name is Chu Xiao. The dumb and cute little secretary pushed open the door and said. Hearing this, Li Qingshue's pupils contracted. What did you say his name was? Dumb and cute little secretary, he said his name was Chu Xiao, and he was accompanied by a little girl. Li Qingshue's beautiful face showed a hint of frost, and she thought to herself, You Chu Xiao, you dare to bring a female companion to see me for the first time. Are you trying to intimidate me? She pondered for a moment, and said coldly, Fine, I understand. You tell him to wait outside. The dumb and cute little secretary closed the door and left. Li Qingxue pondered for a moment, picked up the phone and dialed the landline in the security room. Tell Yi Fan to come over, I need to see him. The corner of her mouth rose, and she didn't know what she was thinking. On the other side. On the street below the Li Group building, Xu Xiao sat in the car and took a sip of milk tea, bored and clicked on the system interface to check it. He was surprised to find that his cool points had increased by more than 300, and were still increasing, sometimes by several points a minute. Holy shit! When did I get so many cool points? He looked through the records. He discovered that almost all of these happiness points came from the envy and jealousy of passers-by, as well as a deep hatred of the rich. It seems that as long as you act cool, you can get a steady stream of happiness points. Xu Xiao grinned foolishly. Next to him, his younger sister Chu Lingyin muttered with a small mouth, her 2 little legs dangling half-empty, as she whispered, Big brother, we've been waiting for 30 minutes. Why hasn't my sister-in-law come down yet? I'm hungry. Zhu Xiao looked down at her watch. Let's go eat first. Zhu Lingyin tilted her little head and said in a baby voice, aren't we going to wait for my sister-in-law? Zhu Xiao snorted, what the hell for? 30 minutes, even if she's in heaven, she should be here by now. She doesn't want to see us on purpose, so we can't just wait here like idiots, right? You're the only sister I have, what if you get skinny from hunger? Zhu Lingyin smiled and said, well, you're so good to me, brother. Just as Zhu Xiao was about to slam on the gas and blast out, a beautiful figure suddenly walked out of the door of the Li Group building. She was wearing a white dress, her skin was as white as snow, her eyes were clear and bright, and her long black hair was draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. Even without any makeup, she was stunning enough to take everyone's breath away. What a pretty girl. However, there was a man by her side. He was wearing a black suit, had a tall and straight figure, and a handsome and determined face. Zhu Xiao looked closely and realized with a start that she was his fiancée Li Qingxue. Why did she bring a man with her? What did it mean? Were they already in a relationship? Did she purposely bring the little wolf dog out to show off their affection? Li Qingxue saw the dark gold EVLJA parked by the roadside at a glance, and she walked over. After all, only a young rich second generation like Zhu Xiao would drive such a luxury car. Brother, there's a man next to your sister-in-law, is she cheating on you? Zhu Lingyin whispered from behind the car window. Xu Yao was at a loss for words, pushed open the car door and walked down the steps, naturally saying, hello, Miss Li. Li Qingxue saw Chu Yao and a little doubt flashed in her eyes. The Chu Yao in her memory was clearly a greasy, fat man, and the man in front of her, who was still somewhat good-looking, was not related to him at all. She had no idea that Chu Yao had run away from home 3 years ago, and because he was so poor, he could not afford to eat, and he had literally gone from being a 200-plus pound fat man to a 130-pound thin man. Are you Chu Xiao? Li Qingxue asked with a tone of surprise, but there was no smile on her face, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. This displeasure probably came from an instinctive resistance. After all, she had hated Chu Xiao for 3 whole years, and she had been holding a grudge against this fat guy all the time. You can imagine how vengeful a woman can be. Chu Xiao kept smiling and said, 3 years ago. As soon as he opened his mouth, Li Qingxue immediately interrupted, don't mention what happened 3 years ago. I already have a boyfriend now. So just think of it as an in-joke between our elders. We can be friends, but don't think too much about it. She came right out and shut down the conversation. Just as expected. Just as Grandpa had predicted, she was difficult. Zhu Xiao was speechless. In fact, in his heart, he didn't care about Li Qingxue at all. Whether you are the daughter of the Li family or the daughter of the Wang family, you are just a woman, a tool for extracting pleasure points. If it weren't for the expectations of the old man, Zhu Xiao would not have suffered this. Ding! A supreme goddess has been detected, meeting the mission requirements. Release the adventure mission, conquer the goddess Li Qingxue, go, conquer her. Reward for the task, 9,999 points of pleasure. This is a quest task, the host can choose whether to accept it or not. The system's voice rang in his head. Ha? 9,999 points of pleasure? That much? Zhu Xiao gasped, but quickly calmed down. Although the system gave a lot of points of pleasure, it also meant that the task was very difficult. Forget it, although Brother Tongzi, you gave a lot of points of pleasure. But she already has a boyfriend, and a gentleman doesn't steal another man's love. I still have a bottom line. We can't just throw away our principles for a little pleasure point value. Besides, I don't want to be a dog licking someone's feet, jumping up to chase after them. I'm rich and powerful now, I'm not a bad person, and I have a ton of girls wanting to be with me. I'll just ask the little policewoman out tonight to play poker. It's just a pleasure point value, I can get it by acting like a jerk. Chapter 7, She's Lying. Son of the Airborne? Yi Fan? A show of strength? Name, Li Qingxue. Age, 26. Height, 175. Weight, 58 kilograms. Looks, 98 out of 100. Body, 99 out of 100. Background, heir to the Li Group. Culture, doctorate in finance. Specialties, business, racing, horse racing, skiing, poetry, music, art, fishing. Hobbies, she loves exploring delicious food. She thinks a man who can cook is the most attractive. Number of relationships, 0, never been in a relationship. Favorability towards the host, 100. Full value 100. Reward for completing the task, 9,999 cool points. After reading the system prompt, Chu Xiao exclaimed, "That's awesome. This Li Group heiress is truly a jack of all trades, and she has so many special skills." Wait. Number of relationships, 0? Never been in love? Then why did she just say she had a boyfriend? Shuya glanced at Jifan, who was standing next to Li Qingxue, and took a closer look. The two were not close to each other, and there was a clear sense of a superior-subordinate relationship. Oh. So it was a plant? Shu Yao's eyes sparkled, and he said, "Miss Li is right, and it's best not to mention what happened 3 years ago. A family marriage is really absurd when you think about it. Marriage is a matter of the two people's feelings and a lifetime commitment. How can they be bound together for the sake of interests?" Hearing this, Li Qingxue was a little surprised. She suddenly felt that although Chu Xiao looked much more mature on the surface, he was actually still an immature child. As heirs to the same Chable family, how could their marriage be as they wished? Could it be because of their feelings? "Don't be ridiculous," she asked. "So what is the meaning of your visit today?" Shuya pretended to be a little apologetic and said, "I left without saying goodbye 3 years ago, which brought shame to the Li family. Today I came to apologize. I should apologize to you for this matter. Although I don't know what you think about that matter in your heart, I think it should be similar to mine. But since we have already cleared the air, I think in order for our two families to continue to cooperate in the future, we should still be friends. I don't know, would Miss Li be willing?" His words were slow and deliberate, reasonable and polite. This made Li Qingxue look at Chu Xiao again with a higher opinion, and her dislike for him in her heart also decreased a little. She stared at Chu Xiao for a few seconds, as if she wanted to see through this man who was 2 years younger than herself. Ding! Li Qingxue's favorability towards the host plus 20. Current favorability, 80. Please host, keep up the good work. Chu Xiao was momentarily stunned. It seems that this Li Qingxue is not as petty as she seems. Just a few nice words and her favorability rating goes up? Seeing that Li Qingxue was taking her time to speak, Chu Xiao took advantage of the situation. "It's a nice day, how about we go have a meal together? This person next to you should be your boyfriend, right? He's certainly a good-looking guy, I wonder what his name is." Li Qingxue nodded slightly and introduced him. "Well, his name is Yifan, my boyfriend whom I just met." On the side, Yifan, who had never spoken, took a step forward and extended his hand, politely saying, "Hello, Mr. Chu." Shu Yao smiled and reached out without any defenses, but soon he noticed something was wrong. His palm was being held by the other person as if it were being held in a vice, and the bones were aching from being held so tightly. What's the meaning of this? Giving me a hard time? What's wrong with this Yifan kid? If you're going to be a decoy, why do you have to get so involved? Do you think you're Shui Jiqian? Could it be that this kid likes Li Qingxue, so he's just having a laugh at my expense? Or is there some other secret? Ding! Strong hostility detected. From a child of destiny. Note, hitting someone in the face as a child of destiny will earn you a lot of cool points. Name, Yi Fan. Age, 29. Height, 185. Identity, bodyguard, killer, mercenary, martial artist. Level of cultivation, martial arts master. Proficient in boxing, swordsmanship, spear skills, vehicle skills. Ha! What the hell? The son of destiny? In other words, the guy in front of me named Jifan is a kind of existence similar to the protagonist of a novel? Although Chu Xiao's face was calm, in reality, he was sneering inside. I don't care if you are the son of destiny, in front of me, the protagonist with the refreshing writing system, you will all kneel down. However, a piercing pain soon spread through his palm. Damn it! This kid is really going all out. System. Do I have enough points to open the refreshing writing prop pool? Ding! Host, your current refreshing points value is 1,023 points. The cost to open a beginner's pleasure item pool is 1,000 points. May I ask if you would like to pay to open it? The system politely asked. Open it. You must open it. Brother Tonzi, please open a power type 1 for me, or a physical fitness and bone strength type. If that doesn't work, a martial arts secret manual will do. Chu Xiaoxiang thought. Ding! Consumes 1,000 points of pleasure points. The beginner's pleasure item pool was randomly selected. Congratulations, the host has obtained the following 3 options, please choose one. Natural great strength. This cheat code comes from an inferior eunuch novel. Once selected, the host will possess terrifying strength far beyond their own. The increase is more than hundreds of times. Lightness on water. This cheat code comes from an inferior martial arts novel. Once selected, the host will possess very high lightness, as light as a swallow, leaving no trace on the snow. 3. Tai Chi Shingi Bagua Palm. This cheat code comes from a mediocre martial arts novel. Once selected, the host will directly comprehend such profound martial arts, and their cultivation will directly advance to Mahayana. Note, the props from this refresh will not disappear, and can be purchased with cool points. The system panel appeared. Awesome! As expected of my brother Tonzi, he has suddenly refreshed 3 combat power enhancing cheat codes for me. I love it. These 3 cheat codes are all good. Give me the natural strength cheat code for emergencies, and when I've saved up enough points, I'll buy the Bagua Palm. Xu Xiao made his choice without hesitation. Although the Tai Chi Shingi Bagua Palm was more cost-effective, it didn't suit the current situation. He could buy it later anyway, it was just a matter of time. In an instant, he felt his entire body's blood boil, the force of his heartbeat became more powerful, and his muscles felt as if they had been activated. Good, good, good. You deliberately shook my hand to make me look bad, didn't you? While sneering in his heart, Xu Xiao immediately tightened his grip, firmly shaking Yi Fan's right hand. In an instant, Yi Fan's face changed with shock. He felt a sharp pain in his palm, and his bones creaked from the grip. What's going on? Why did this kid suddenly exert such great strength? Ha ha. But I only used 30% of my strength. Since he wants to play, let's play. Yi Fan thought to himself, feeling confident of victory. He didn't think that a rich kid could have much strength. After all, he was a martial arts master, and his strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore. He suddenly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't overpower the other person in strength, and the pain in his palm was increasing. If this continues, his palm will definitely be crushed. How is this possible? Yi Fan was filled with anger and rage in his heart. If this were abroad, he would have already used his killing move without hesitation to eliminate this second-generation rich kid in front of him, who looked so displeasing. However, this is China, and he dares not act so blatantly. Chapter 8, I'll show you my acting skills. Dare you make a sound? Xu Xiao kept applying pressure, feeling very good about himself. The system really loves me, and this golden finger born with great strength is simply awesome. So far, Xu Xiao had only used 1 point of strength. Looking at Yi Fan, the son of good fortune, he had already turned red with anger, and his palm was so sore that his gums were bleeding. He was filled with anger and frustration, and racked his brain trying to figure out why this was happening. The other party was clearly just a rich kid, so why did he have such terrifying power? And from the look of it, it didn't seem like he was even using his full strength, and he was even doing it with ease. Yi Fan was dumbfounded, and a sense of unyielding determination and resentment rose in his heart. He had been an orphan since childhood, and grew up in a killer organization, offending people he shouldn't have. Later, he went abroad and joined the mercenaries. His first half of life can be described as very difficult. He has worked hard to get where he is today, but why can't he compete with this spoiled rich kid in front of him? Yi Fan couldn't figure it out. His heart was filled with hatred and anger, which suddenly stimulated his inner potential. It seemed that he had suddenly realized something, and his strength was constantly increasing. However, soon, he was dumbfounded again. He realized that he was still unable to surpass Xu Xiao in strength by even the slightest margin, and he didn't even have the chance to pull his palm away. Beads of sweat began to appear on Yi Fan's forehead. At this moment, Li Qingxue, who was standing nearby, also reacted, frowning as she looked at the palms of the 2 men. Noticing her gaze, Xu Xiao's mind stirred, and an expression of great pain immediately appeared on his face. His body trembled, and his cheeks twitched as he said, "Ah. It hurts. Release it. You brother, you have to release me quickly." As he spoke, the strength in his palm continued to increase, and he squeezed Yi Fan's palm hard, not letting go, wanting to see what expression of embarrassment the other person would have. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was a little stunned. After he froze for 2 seconds, he reacted, and his 2 eyes could not help but glare, his gaze full of anger. But for the sake of face, he couldn't say clearly that it was Chu Yao who was pinching him, so he could only grit his teeth and pretend to be calm and smile. Li Qingxue immediately said sternly, "Yi Fan, let go quickly, don't hurt Chu Yao." Yi Fan was bitter in his heart, bitter and angry. He wanted to let go of his hand more than anyone else, but there was no way. It was obvious that it was Chu Yao who had firmly restrained his palm. But for the sake of face, he could only stubbornly hold on without saying a word. Ah, it hurts. Yi, let go of me, we don't seem to have any grudges against each other. Chu Yao was laughing inside, but kept a very painful expression on his face, while his hand held Yi Fan's hand tightly, thinking to himself, I'll show you. You want me to lose face and look stupid, do you? Get this straight. I'm the one with the Shuangwen system. Just then, a young voice rang out, bad guy, let go of my big brother. The little girl Chu Lingyin, with a worried face, pushed open the car door, quickly ran up to Yi Fan, opened her mouth and bit onto Yi Fan's arm, kicking and punching with all her might. Xu Xiao also let go at this opportune moment. Big brother, are you okay? Does your hand hurt? I'll blow on it for you. Ah. Chu Lingyin had a slightly tearful voice, and tears were sparkling in her dark eyes. It's okay, it doesn't hurt. Xu Xiao's heart warmed, and he liked his younger sister even more. Seeing this scene, Li Qingxue felt inexplicable self-reproach in her heart, and couldn't help but glare at Yi Fan fiercely and say in an icy tone, you go back. You don't need to follow today. Yi Fan opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just stared at Chu Xiao coldly for a long time, and his heart was completely jealous. He vowed secretly that he would kill Chu Xiao's entire family, bring Chu Xiao's reputation down, and make Chu Xiao kneel before him and beg. Just thinking about that image made Yi Fan feel a lot better. Ding! Congratulations, host, Li Qingxue's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points. Current favorability, -60. Ding! Yi Fan, the son of good fortune, has greatly increased his hatred for you, which has turned into murderous intent. Ding! Congratulations, host, for expertly slapping the face of Yi Fan, the son of good fortune. You have received 999 points of pleasure. Current balance of pleasure points, 1022. Congratulations, host, you have finally grasped a hint of the secret of slapping people in the face. Please keep up the good work. The system's prompt tone sounded softly. Damn! I've actually gained 999 points of cool points. That's a huge profit. Looks like I'll have to find Yi Fan more often in the future to harvest cool points. This son of good fortune is suitable to be a good friend. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Li Qingxue asked with some concern. After all, it was her man who hurt Chu Xiao, and she felt bad for him from the bottom of her heart. Chu Xiao pretended to be in pain and waved his hand, squeezing a smile and saying, It's fine, your brother was just playing with me. Don't let him go, we still need to go out for dinner together. Seeing him being so generous, Li Qingxue felt even more sorry for Chu Xiao. At the same time, she thought that Chu Xiao was a very nice person, polite, and very humble and amiable. He was very different from those second-generation playboys she knew. Ding! Congratulations, Li Qingxue's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 50. Geez. At this rate, Li Qingxue's favorability towards you will become positive in just a few days. There is hope for the strategy. Xu Xiao thought to himself, then turned his head to look at Yi Fan, who had already turned and was preparing to leave, and called out, Brother Yi, don't go. I know you were just joking with me. It's all my fault for being so weak. Don't be mad at me. Let's go eat together. We can still be good friends. In the future, we'll need to cooperate and become business partners together. Hearing these words, Yi Fan's footsteps subconsciously stopped. He clenched his teeth and his heart's murderous intent towards Chu Xiao deepened a little more. This spoiled rich kid who pretends to be a coward. Although you are strong. But you have provoked the wrong person. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Yi Fan slowly turned around, but did not say a word. He glanced at Li Qingxue and noticed a flash of disgust in her eyes. Damn it! Because of this spoiled brat named Chu Yao, Li Qingxue actually kind of hates herself. No, I can't just leave like this. Today is the best opportunity to get in touch with Li Qingxue. The fact that she asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend shows that she has some feelings for me too. As long as I behave well, I can win Li Qingxue's heart. Then the tens of billions of assets of the Li Group will all be in his Yi Fan's pocket in the future. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, clenched his fists and laughed. Since little Chu is not angry, I will stay and have dinner together. While he was talking, he used his eyes to hint at Chu Xiao, and the murderous intent in his gaze was very strong. However, he was only concerned about his own little scheme in his heart, but he completely failed to notice that Li Qingshua's brows slightly furrowed, obviously showing some displeasure. Chapter 9, Triggered Mandatory Mission. Seeing Yi Fan dare to disobey his orders and privately decide to stay for dinner, it made Li Qingxue feel a little displeasure. A mere bodyguard. It's too much of a cheek. Could it be that she had misjudged the person before? Perceiving the change in her eyes, Yi Fan frowned secretly. His ability to read people's expressions had not been simple, but he still decided to go to dinner with a stiff upper lip. The competition just now made him feel inferior, and Yi Fan was extremely unhappy and angry. As the child of destiny, he was determined to regain his face. Xu Xiao was also relieved. He was afraid that Yi Fan, the ATM machine, would leave. After all, you can get 999 cool point values for a slap in the face, and this kind of good thing is very rare. It is difficult to find a child of destiny even with a lantern. We can't let this kid get away. Xu Lingyi muttered with a pout, staring at Yi Fan with a wary and annoying expression. She turned her head and looked at her older brother, Xu Xiao. At her young age, she didn't understand this kind of behavior of inviting a bad guy to dinner. Miss Li, I'll be the host today. You can tell me where you want to go for dinner. By the way, Brother Yi, you don't have to look so serious. Miss Li and I have made it very clear that the marriage contract from the past is invalid. I definitely won't have any thoughts for her. So, you don't need to hold any hostility towards me. I, Xu, am a decent person and will never do anything to take away someone else's love. Xu Xiaoban politely opened the car door, acting like a very generous person. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxue felt inexplicably sad. She couldn't say why she felt sad. Perhaps for her, all men in the world should like her and adore her. Yi Fan's face was as ugly as ever. He was filled with anger and frustration, especially when he saw Xu Xiao pretending to be this kind of posture and calling him Brother Yi over and over, which made him very uncomfortable. Peace Hotel. One of the top hotels in Jianghai City, and under normal circumstances, people who want to eat here need to make a reservation in advance. But Xu Yao is a special person. After all, he drives a limited edition dark gold colored Lotus EVLJA, and not many people in the country can afford such a luxury car. As soon as the car stopped in front of the Peace Hotel, without saying anything, the head of the hotel already rushed out to greet them, respectfully leading Xu Yao and his entourage to the most luxurious private dining room. In any world, there is a hierarchy of ranks, and some people are born with privileges. This is an inevitable part of the development of human society. Xu Xiao was one of the lucky ones with these privileges. In the private dining room, a beautiful waitress respectfully brought a menu over, her special uniform highlighting her curvy figure. She smiled sweetly and said, "Mr. Chu, this is today's menu, what would you like to eat?" Her voice was gentle, as if she were treating her first love. After taking the menu and glancing through it, Xu Xiao said, "Bring me all the most expensive dishes on the menu. Oh, and bring out the best wine the Peace Hotel has to offer. Red, white, yellow, bring it all. You should know that the prices here are not cheap. If you serve the food this way, the price will break $1 million. The food is fine, but the wine is the most expensive. Top quality aged wine can easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars." The beautiful waitress froze for a moment, but quickly recovered. "Very well, Mr. Chu, please wait a moment." Ding! You have been liked by the waitress, gaining 9 points of happiness. Ding! Yi Fan, the son of good fortune, is jealous of you, gaining you 99 points of happiness. Xu Xiao's mouth curled up. As expected, pretending to be cool in front of the son of the heir's luck also earned a lot of cool points. After ordering, the beautiful waitress bowed and was about to leave. Wait! Xu Xiao stopped her. The beautiful waitress asked with a smile, "Is there anything else you need, Mr. Chu?" Xu Xiao didn't say anything, but just pulled 2 wads of brand new bills out of his bag and placed them in the beautiful waitress's hands, saying, "This is your tip." Looking at the 2 stacks of bills in her hands, the beautiful waitress looked a little flustered. She had seen people tip before, but she had never seen anyone tip so much. The stack was almost 20,000 yuan in value. That was equivalent to her monthly salary. That's too much. Sir Chu, we have a rule here that we are not allowed to accept such a large tip from a customer. The beautiful waitress said in surprise. Xu Xiao gave a faint smile and said, "Just take it, and I dare you to say anything." In the end, the beautiful waitress quickly left with 2 wads of brand new bills in her hands, her cheeks flushed and her smile incredibly sweet. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the affections of the beautiful waitress, gaining 99 points of happiness. Ding! Yifan, the son of the heir, is extremely jealous of you, gaining you 199 points of happiness. The system's voice flashed again. Xu Xiao was extremely happy. For him, things that could be solved with money were not problems at all. He had only spent 20,000 points and reaped nearly 406 points of happiness. He had made a huge profit. Xu Xiao's extravagance was a bit too wasteful. Yifan, who had not spoken up until now, finally could not hold back any longer. Jealousy flashed in his eyes as he spoke. He was unhappy with Xu Xiao's extravagant behavior. He had experienced the injustice of the world since childhood and harbored a strong hatred of the rich. Xu Xiao shrugged and laughed, saying, "In the eyes of ordinary people, my behavior is indeed a bit of a waste. But my biggest goal in life is to waste happily. After all, money and wealth no longer mean anything to me." You saw how happy the waiter was after receiving the tip. My biggest hobby is to watch other people happy. Ha ha. Lord Chu is really a good person. Yifan sneered in self-deprecation, then shut up and stopped talking. He didn't say anything. But Xu Xiao wouldn't let him rest, and quickly spoke up. "I can see that Yi is a person of great stature, with a sword-like brow and starry eyes, so he must not be an ordinary person. His background must be extraordinary. I wonder what business his family is in." Upon being asked this, Yifan immediately did not know how to answer. His current identity was just a bodyguard, and his monthly salary was only about 50,000 yuan. He frowned and was about to speak. Li Qingxue was worried that the lie would be uncovered, so she quickly said, "I met him abroad." Their family, the Yi family, was one of the first Chinese people to go abroad in the early years and is currently doing export trade abroad. Xu Xiao touched the tip of his nose and looked at Yifan with sharp eyes, his gaze carrying a hint of teasing, as if to say, "Little poor guy, don't pretend. I know you're just a little bodyguard." Yifan, the son of the airborne general, had a strong sixth sense and immediately deciphered the meaning in Xu Xiao's eyes. He couldn't help but frown, and the murderous intent in his heart grew even stronger. A second-generation rich kid like him, how dare he tease me with his eyes? He deserves to die. Ding! Detected that Yifan, the son of the lucky, has a strong desire to kill you. Issue a mandatory mission to kill Yifan, the son of the lucky. Reward for the mission, 9,999 points of happiness. Note, this mission is mandatory, the host must accept it, and the kill must be completed within the specified time. Mission validity period, 7 days. Hiss. Foggy. Xu Xiao shouted, "Awesome." Unexpectedly, provoking the Son of Destiny can also trigger this kind of mandatory mission? Chapter 10, The Unbridled Thoughts of a Beautiful Waitress. It seems that after the opponent's murderous intent reaches a certain value, this kind of forced mission will be triggered by the system. And the reward for the mission's cool point value should not be fixed, and it is most likely determined by the opponent's luck or strength and other comprehensive factors. Anyway, this is a good thing for me. You can't rush to conquer a goddess like Li Qingxue. After all, you have to slowly cultivate a good impression. But killing Yifan, the son of destiny, is just a piece of cake, isn't it? What a pity. The mission only has a time limit of 7 days. It would be great if it could be extended, because it's not easy to encounter a son of destiny, the ATM of happiness points. It's really a pity to just kill him. Xu Xiao felt sorry for him in his heart, and then asked the system, "How many happiness points do I have now?" Ding! Host, your current happiness point value is 1,680 points. Holy cow, that's a lot. Xu Yao quickly opened the system page and looked at the record of obtaining happiness points. The happiness point value has been increasing all the time, and some of the scattered happiness points come from the envy of passers-by and waiters. Although each person contributes very little, it is better to have a large amount, and it can continue to increase. System, how many happiness points would it take to purchase the Tai Chi Bagua Palm alone? Ding! Tai Chi Xingyi Bagua Palm comes from a mediocre martial arts novel and costs a whopping 2,000 cool points. The system gives a gentle reminder. Xu Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but complain, "Brother Tongzi, why is this golden finger 1,500 points more expensive than the previous one? The superb car skills I bought last time only cost 500 cool points." Ding! Tai Chi Xingyi Bagua Palm is not just martial arts, but also a Qigong practice method that implies a hint of Taoism, and is infinitely close to the spiritual golden finger. Moreover, once purchased, the host's physical body will also change. You will directly become a martial arts grandmaster. The price is 2,000 cool points. It's not expensive. Please trust the system's price quotation, no cheating. The system's voice flashed. Zhu Xiao was a little relieved, pinched his chin and said, okay. Then I won't buy it for now, I'll wait until I've saved enough cool points. The group finished eating. Miss Li, Brother Yi, are you full? Are you satisfied with today's dishes? If you don't like it, let's do it again some other time. All over the country, and even the world. Miss Li can go anywhere she wants to eat, and I'm happy to pay. Oh, yes. Miss Li, please don't think too much about it. I just want to apologize to you for what happened 3 years ago. Zhu Xiao smiled modestly and politely, giving people a very sunny and gentle feeling. Li Qingshue's eyes twinkled, and a smile finally appeared on her beautiful face. She had been secretly observing Zhu Xiao, trying to see through him to find out what kind of person he really was. She had a very good time at the meal, and she suddenly didn't dislike Zhu Xiao so much anymore. You're too kind, Mr. Chu. The food at the Peace Hotel is always exquisite and delicious. It's just that I don't see you eating much. Don't you like it? Li Qingxue asked out loud the question that was on her mind. She noticed that Chu Yao was always looking for topics to chat about, and seemed to get along well with Yi Fan. However, he hardly touched the food on the table, hardly moving his chopsticks. This was a bit strange. Chu Yao gave a faint smile and nodded, saying, if there's a chance, I'll take you somewhere else. The food there is delicious to me. This sentence instantly aroused Li Qingshue's curiosity. As a food lover, of course she would be curious about what delicious food Chu Yao was talking about. The several people exchanged a few more simple words. Chu Yao raised his hand, waiter, the bill. The beautiful waitress, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly came over and handed over a list of expenses. Looking carefully, her makeup was even more exquisite than before, obviously she had specially retouched her makeup. There was no doubt that if Zhu Xiao asked her to leave her contact information and asked her out that night, she would be very happy to agree. Hello, Mr. Chu, the total bill is 1.08 million. She said sweetly. Only 1.08 million? Zhu Xiao pinched his chin, turned his head to look at Chu Lingying beside him, and asked with a smile, little sister, what dish here do you like to eat, point it out. The little girl Chu Lingying grabbed a crab leg and tilted her head, her big eyes fluttering as she said, big brother, I like all the dishes here. Zhu Xiao snapped his fingers and said, since my sister likes it, then order all the dishes again and take them away. By the way, do you have a takeaway service here? Can you deliver directly to my home? When the beautiful waitress heard this, her watery eyes seemed to understand something at once, and she nodded quickly, saying, our chefs and waitresses can bring the ingredients to your home. Of course, this home service will be slightly more expensive. Here is my business card, if you need it, you can call the number on it at any time. I will arrange it for you immediately. Expensive? Ha ha ha. Chu is not afraid of anything expensive. Zhu Xiao smiled and took out a black gold card from his bosom and said, swipe the card. A set of operations flows like clouds in water. Ding! The beautiful waitress has impure thoughts about you, and your pleasure point value has increased by 99 points. Zhu Xiao pinched his chin and couldn't help but look at this beautiful waitress with admiration. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and his ability to see through things was instantly turned on. Good guy. Just a waitress has provided so many pleasure points, which is almost as good as half of the child of the air. But when you think about it, there is no reason to be surprised. Those who are able to serve in the VIP rooms of the Peace Hotel are all hand-picked beauties, with excellent looks, figures, educational backgrounds, and all other aspects. It seems that in the future, I will have to spend more money in luxury places. Zhu Xiao thought to himself, when suddenly he heard the system prompt in his head again. Ding! Li Qingshue's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points. Current favorability, 30. Please continue to work hard, and the goddess will be yours soon. Looking at the time, it was 1:30 p.m. Mr. Chu, I have an important meeting this afternoon. Shall we call it a day? Li Qingxue smiled faintly. Zhu Xiao nodded and said, okay, I'll take you back. Don't bother, the company car is waiting for me outside. We can contact each other by phone if anything comes up. Li Qingxue got up as she spoke. Great. Let's make another appointment later. Chu Yao's eyes flashed with light, and his X-ray vision locked onto her body. He had just forgotten to turn it on, and now suddenly realized that he had missed out on too much. This Li Qingshua's figure is truly terrifying. She is worthy of being a 99-point beauty on Earth given by the system. She doesn't seem fat, but in fact, everything that should be big is big, and it's not an exaggeration to call her a cow. In particular, her body is very well proportioned, without a single ounce of excess fat, giving the whole a very harmonious and seductive beauty. Her skin is extremely well maintained, oily and smooth, as delicate as lamb's fat jade. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you bleeding from the nose? Shu Lingying's young voice was worried as she looked at her big brother, then turned her head to look at Li Qingxue, who had already walked away. Her small mouth opened into a circle, her eyes rolling, as if she had understood something. So it turns out that my big brother likes to look at pretty young ladies' butts. What's so interesting about that? Chapter 11, a goddess-level creature doctor is discovered in the casino. In the cabin, the old man Chu Jianghe blew on the fluff floating on the tea soup and asked with a smile, "Any news from that silly boy who went to the Li group today?" The butler, Debo, responded, "So far, everything seems to be going well. However, it seems that the Li family's daughter doesn't want to marry the young master and has found a bodyguard to play the boyfriend. However, they went to dinner without a hitch." The old master Chu Jianghe was not surprised, nor was he angry. He just smiled and nodded. Although Li Qingxue is arrogant, she is also very capable. She is beautiful, has a good figure, and is kind-hearted. In the future, after she marries that silly boy, she will be able to take care of him, and at least she won't let him suffer. It's just a pity for the young master. I'm afraid he will be a henpecked husband for the rest of his life. By the way, what did they do after dinner? Butler Fu hesitated for a few seconds and said, "After dinner, the young master went straight to the casino, while the young lady returned to the group." What? The casino? Yes, sir. Over the years, he has never even looked at mahjong, and has never been exposed to gambling. Why would he suddenly want to go to a casino today? Sir, perhaps the thing you arranged for him was too much of a shock. It's only natural for the young master to want to let off some steam. After all, the hardships he has endured over the past 3 years were almost all arranged by you. Cough. Don't ever mention these things again, and definitely not to that kid. Let him gamble. We have plenty of money for him to lose. The only thing we're worried about is that he won't spend it, dares not spend it, and doesn't want to spend it. Yes, sir. The other side. The Grand Casino Vienna, a legal casino built on a cruise ship. It is a den of iniquity exclusive to the rich. Casual, it is a gambling den where millions and even billions are at stake. Some people become rich overnight and achieve freedom in life here. But more often than not, people lose everything here and their families are torn apart. Gambling involves a certain element of luck. It involves probability theory. Big brother, it's so lively here. There are so many pretty young ladies. Why are you staring at young ladies' buttocks again? Don't talk nonsense. Your big brother is a gentleman. How would I look at that kind of place? But you clearly did, with your eyes glued. Xu Xiao felt ashamed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Looks like I need to rein it in a bit, even Shu Lingying the girl noticed. So isn't it? Handsome boy, need a female companion? At this time, a woman with heavy makeup walked straight over, boldly reaching out and stroking Chu Yao's chest. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes bloodshot, and she was obviously drunk. Name, Wang Zhenbao. Age, 35. Height, 165. Weight, 60 kilograms. Face value, 75 out of 100. Body, 66 out of 100. Background, woman of easy virtue. Education, primary school. Special skills, ventriloquism, deep throat, lying. Hobbies, gambling. Number of lovers, 1298. The lady of 1,000 broken hearts. Favorability rating of host, 0. Out of 100. Reward for seducing her, 9 cool points. Sorry, no thanks. Xu Xiao quickly took a step back. He didn't want this old woman touching his body, especially since she was only 35 years old and had already reached the 1,000-man mark. She was practically a virus carrier. Xu Xiao didn't want to get infected with her. At the same time, he used the system's capabilities to start searching for a suitable female companion. He was surprised to discover that most of the women here had already reached the 1,000-man mark. No wonder it's a place like a casino. The women who hang out here are almost all in technical professions, eager to get rich overnight and hook up with rich men. Therefore, they have no reservations about their bodies. It seems that it will be a bit difficult to find a suitable female companion. Just as he was in a daze. Where is Chu Lingyin? The little girl was just by his legs, but in an instant she disappeared. Damn, she hasn't been kidnapped, has she? Xu Xiao shouted anxiously, Chu Lingyin. Chu Lingyin. Chu Lingyin. Big brother, I'm over here, come quickly. There's a really pretty young lady here. You'll like her. A young voice rang out from the crowd. Xu Xiao hurried over, pushed his way through the crowd, and found Chu Lingyin sitting on the lap of a scantily clad woman, happily playing the slot machine. The slot machine kept flashing, spitting out a large amount of coins. The coins in this machine are not ordinary coins. Each one can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan in cash. Look at the woman in front of her, there are thousands of coins. Good guy, it turns out to be a rich girl. Brother, look, the young lady and I have won a lot of money. I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. Chu Lingyin said with a smile, her voice was very childish and milky. The woman brushed her light red hair and looked at Chu Yao with clear, bright eyes. She nodded slightly, revealing her white, neat teeth, and said, Hello, she is your younger sister, isn't she? She's very cute. In an instant, her information appeared before Chu Yao's eyes. Name, Pei Yimo. Age, 29. Height, 172. Weight, 53 kilograms. Face value, 97 out of 100. Body, 96 out of 100. Background, one of the heirs to the Pei Group. Education, PhD in biology. Specialties, pharmaceuticals, biology, chemistry, physics, mathematics, anatomy, explosives, surgery, aquaculture. Hobbies, gambling. Number of relationships, 1 currently broken up. Host's favorability, 5 out of 100. Reward for the strategy, 9,999 cool points. Holy cow! There's another goddess-level cool points ATM. Xu Xiao was ecstatic. The Pei Group was also a well-known tycoon group in Jianhai City, and it almost monopolized the business of some common medicines. The background was quite terrifying. After all, the pharmaceutical industry is different from other industries. The threshold for entry into this industry is very high, and you must have certain connections. Hello, my sister isn't bothering you, is she? Xu Xiao said with a smile. Your sister is very cute, and we get along very well. I don't know if you mind if she and I play for a while longer? Pei Yimo's exquisite features were flawless, and her bright red lips were slightly upturned, as if she could capture a man's soul. This woman's beauty was very flamboyant, yet restrained. Perhaps it was because she had been doing research in the laboratory for many years, her skin was tender and smooth, exuding a jade-like sense of moisture. Xu Xiao was stunned and couldn't help but freeze. Damn it! This is no doctor, she's practically an angel. Oh no! Big brother, why are you getting a nosebleed again? Chu Lingyin exclaimed in panic, jumping off the woman's lap and standing on her tiptoes to try to help Xu Xiao wipe away the blood. Xu Xiao covered his nose and waved his hand, saying, It's okay, it's okay. The weather is a bit dry, I'll be fine after a rest. You don't need to worry about me, you guys continue to play, I'll go change some chips. Chapter 12, Fishing for Big Fish with a Long Line? Don't be ridiculous. How many chips would you like to exchange, sir? The person speaking was a receptionist. She was also quite good-looking, with a professional smile on her face, sexy yet enchanting. After thinking for a moment, Xu Xiao took out his phone and said, Please exchange $10,000 worth of chips for me. Hearing that only $10,000 worth of chips would be exchanged, the front desk lady's eyes flashed with a bit of contempt, but she hid it well and smiled as she took out a chip and said, I'll scan you. Xu Xiao took the chip and a smile inexplicably appeared at the corner of his mouth. Half an hour later. In the backstage of the casino, in the main control room, a cold-looking man in a white suit and a gold necklace around his neck narrowed his eyes and stared at the screen image of Chu Yao, who was laughing wildly. He frowned and said, Who is this person? Have you checked his background thoroughly? Brother Long, we have already checked thoroughly. His name is Chu Yao, the eldest son of the Chu Group. He ran away from home 3 years ago and suddenly appeared yesterday. Chu Group? Are you talking about the Chu Group with assets of over 50 billion? Yes, Brother Long. What do we do now? That kid only used 10,000 yuan and won 50 million from us. He has more and more chips in his hands, and he is making money faster and faster. Many gamblers saw that he was lucky and followed him in raising the stakes. Our losses have reached more than 300 million. If we don't find a way to stop it, I'm afraid we'll suffer heavy losses tonight. This kid isn't cheating, is he? Our people have been keeping an eye on him for a long time. He's not cheating, he's just lucky. What? Just lucky? The cool man named Longda laughed, then narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep. Keep an eye on him, let him win tonight. As long as he gets hooked, he'll definitely pay it all back in the future. This is a big fish, of course we have to play the long game and use a big lure. By the way, let Rose get in touch. Brother Long is worthy of the name Long, I understand. The other side. Chu Xiao was surrounded by a crowd, everyone's eyes were red with excitement, they were in a frenzy, shouting God of Gamblers. God of Gamblers. What's more, quite a few beautiful women came over and offered to be his girlfriend, flirtatiously trying to get acquainted with Chu Xiao and make some pocket money in the process. Chu Xiao scanned the room with his system and found that all these women were broken flowers and fallen beauties. There was even an old woman in her 40s who dared to flirt with him. Money really does make people blind. Just then, a young woman in a red evening dress walked over. She didn't look old, just in her early 20s. She had fox eyes, a beauty mole, a high nose, a willowy waist, and every expression was incredibly seductive. Handsome guy, do you mind if I sit next to you? Her name was Red Rose, her real name was unknown, but she was a big celebrity in this casino, so as soon as she appeared, someone politely gave up their seat. No problem, you can sit. Chu Xiao nodded and took a quick scan of the system. Name, Wang Qian, nickname Red Rose. Age, 22. Height, 169. Weight, 48 kilograms. Face value, 89 out of 100. Body type, 90 out of 100. Background, core member of the Thousand Doors Association. Education, secondary vocational school. Special skills, gambling, charm, ventriloquism, yoga, golf, car racing, fish farming. Hobbies, conquering men. Number of relationships, 78. Cheating. Favorability rating of host, 0 out of 100. Reward for strategy, 999 cool points. Chu Xiao frowned. He had never heard of the Thousand Gates Club, but the organization sounded like it was made up of gamblers and probably couldn't be seen in the light of day. Ha! This is interesting. Chu Xiao continued to place bets without saying a word. In fact, he hadn't purchased the supernatural gambling skills cheat code. The reason he had been able to win all along was because of the bug-infused X-ray vision ability. Handsome, don't you find it boring betting on the outcome all the time? Why don't we go to a secluded place and play something else? Red Rose's voice was full of seductive magnetism, and she believed that no man in the world could refuse such a suggestive invitation. However, Chu Xiao politely responded, "Sorry, I find betting on the outcome quite interesting." Red Rose frowned, wondering if she had heard wrong. Could it be that this little man had rejected her? Had she not made her intentions clear enough? She began to doubt herself. Was her voice not sweet enough, or was her body not hot enough, with her breasts not showing enough? She had no idea that, apart from betting on the size of the cards, Chu Yao was not confident in any other games at all. Card games, roulette, slot machines, they were all about luck, and that was tantamount to giving away money. Big brother, I'm out of game currency. A young voice rang out, and Chu Lingyin's little head poked out from the table edge, her dark eyes staring fixedly at the chips in Chu Xiao's hand. Chu Xiao couldn't help but laugh, rubbed her little head, and then pushed most of his chips to her, saying lightly, "Go ahead and play, and if you lose, come find me again." "Thank you, big brother, I knew you were the best." Chu Lingyin left with a smile, hugging the chips. The crowd around her made way for her. What a guy! The pile of chips were all large denomination chips worth millions. Judging by the quantity, there must be 70 to 80 million. And he just gave it to a little girl? Holy shit! Who is this young man? He is too generous. What kind of family is he from? The gamblers around were all shocked. There were so many chips, enough for an ordinary person to squander for lifetimes. They were even more curious about Chu Xiao's identity. Chu Xiao didn't care. He had no interest in money at all. The reason he came to gamble in a place like this was to earn points. Every time he won a bet and earned a large amount of chips, the gamblers around would cast envious glances and then contribute a lot of points. Do the math. Since Chu Xiao sat down to place a bet, he has already earned more than 1,000 points. This is much more than the points he would get if he drove around in his fancy car. Indeed, finding the right approach is very important. However, Zhu Xiao soon noticed something wrong. He looked at his system background and saw that since the beginning, the points he earned from gamblers had been decreasing. What was going on? Why were the points decreasing? System brother, are you not good enough to play? Ding! Thrill points can be obtained by converting various emotional values. The reason why they are getting less and less is because this group of gamblers has become numb. If you want to get more thrill points, you can earn them by stimulating other people's emotions. The system's prompt tone flashed. Zhu Xiao suddenly realized. He looked around and found that the surrounding gamblers were indeed very numb. The look in their eyes when they looked at him no longer had the initial envy and jealousy. Chapter 13, Do a Good Deed a Day. Harvest cool points. Handsome guy, why aren't you gambling? Some people couldn't help but become a little anxious when they saw Zhu Xiao not placing a bet after a long time. After all, in their eyes, Zhu Xiao was the god of wealth, a beacon pointing to wealth and freedom. Zhu Xiao gave a faint smile, looked at a pure young girl in the crowd, waved his hand, and said, "Come over here for a moment." The innocent young girl he pointed at was named Yu Rui. She looked a lot like a college student, was only 19 years old, had never been in a relationship, and her various indicators were good. She was just a little awkward and was obviously in a place like this for the first time. The innocent young girl froze slightly, looked around, and whispered, "Are you calling me?" Zhu Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I'm calling you." The innocent young girl hesitated for a few seconds, finally gathered her courage, and walked over, curious, "You're looking for me. What is it?" Zhu Xiao said, "This is your first time here, isn't it?" The innocent girl nodded subconsciously, "Yes. My best friend brought me here. She said that this kind of place can make a lot of money quickly." "Do you really need the money?" Zhu Xiao couldn't help but laugh, and turned his head to look at a heavily made-up woman next to her. The other person had been in hundreds of relationships, and was obviously a regular at this kind of place, with a slutty look on her face. Even if you use your toes to guess, you know that her best friend is most likely trying to drag her into the fire pit. After all, in places like casinos, beautiful women are indispensable goods for gaining popularity and creating an atmosphere. And many good girls are pushed step by step into the fire pit by these so-called best friends. Then they can't extricate themselves and end up ruining their lives. The innocent girl pursed her lips and nodded, saying, "My younger brother has leukemia, and our family doesn't have the money to replace his bone marrow, so I want to try my luck here." Zhu Xiao looked at her and, according to the system's scan, she wasn't lying, so he said, "Promise me one thing. Don't come to a place like this again. Is that okay?" "Ha?" The innocent girl looked up doubtfully at the rather handsome man, not understanding what he meant. She clearly didn't know the other person, so why was he talking to her in a lecturing tone like an older brother? Her best friend sneered, "What? What business is it of yours that we come to a place like this? This is our personal freedom. None of your business. My best friend needs money. If you're so capable, give her the money." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiao just gave a faint smile, got up, placed all the remaining chips in the hands of the innocent young girl, patted her on the head and said, "This is enough money for your brother's medical treatment. Hurry up and go. You shouldn't come to a place like this." Looking at the stack of chips in her hands, worth millions, the innocent young girl Yu Rui stood stock still, taking deep breaths to calm herself down. There were more than 10 chips here, and if she did the math, there was at least 30 million. My God! 30 million! Ding! You have received gratitude from Yu Rui, and your favorability has reached 100 points. The strategy was successful, and you have been rewarded with 199 cool points. Ding! You have incurred the envy and hatred of gamblers, and are rewarded with 39 cool points. Ding! Ding! A series of beeps sounded in her head. The surrounding gamblers were all dumbfounded, their mouths wide open as if they could fit a goose egg in them. Their numb nerves were suddenly stimulated beyond belief. They resented the rich. They envied. They were jealous. All kinds of emotions soared wildly. In just a few short seconds, Zhu Xiao once again gained more than 1,000 points of happiness. The innocent girl Yu Rui reacted, shaking her head quickly and saying, "Big brother, what are you doing? Giving me so much money. I can't do anything to repay you. I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. I can't." Zhu Xiao waved his hand and said, "Just take it, it's only a few tens of millions, don't give me any nonsense. Remember, Don't come to places like this again in the future. Study hard in college. Be a useful person to society. He turned and left in the midst of the envious stares of the crowd, his back so dashing. The innocent girl mustered her courage and chased after him, saying, "There are too many chips here, I only need one. I'll give you an IOU." Xu Xiao stopped in his tracks, his face full of pretension and a playful smile. "What? You look down on me? I, Xu Xiao, have never asked for an IOU for the money I've given away. I'm warning you, don't follow me anymore. If you do, you won't get a single cent." Hearing him say this, the innocent girl Yu Rui finally stopped in her tracks. She looked down at the chips in her hand, and finally gritted her teeth and walked towards the front desk. The gamblers around her looked envious and jealous. What kind of godly magnate is this? His generosity is too much. Even the son of the richest man in the world wouldn't be so philanthropic. "Mr. Chu, don't go, my wife has breast cancer, and I need money too." "Yes, yes, yes. My son was in a car accident yesterday and is paralyzed. My mother has appendicitis. My hemorrhoids are acting up, please, Sir Chu, give us some money too." A number of gamblers yelled with bloodshot eyes. A large wave of cool points worth a lot of money arrived. Xu Xiao's mouth curled up, and his gaze searched the gambling hall. Finally, he spotted his younger sister Chu Lingyin in a corner. The girl was slumped dejectedly in front of a slot machine, looking like she had lost again. "What? You lost it all so quickly? Brother, this machine is really broken, it always makes me lose." Chu Lingyin hung her head, mumbling with a pout, "Big brother, you won't blame me, will you? I heard those coins are worth tens of millions." Xu Xiao snapped at her petulantly, "That's terrible. You have to pay for them. How many chips did I give you just now? Should be 80 million, right? Ah. Big brother, you really want me to pay for them? But I don't have any money. Then I'll sell you." "Oh, I'm going to tell Grandpa, I'm going to call Grandpa. Big brother is bad." "I'm just joking with you, it's only 80 million, even if it's 800 million, 8 billion, as long as my sister is happy, I'll spend it." "Really? I knew you were the best for me." Xu Lingyin showed her two little fangs and turned her head to Pei Yimo next to her and said, "Sister Mo, I'm right, right? My big brother won't be angry." Pei Yimo looked a little embarrassed at Xu Xiao and said with some apology, "I'm sorry. I lost those chips with your sister just now. How about this, let's exchange contact information, or I can write you an IOU. I'll get the 80 million back to you as soon as possible." Her tone was very sincere, except her eyes looked a little strange. Xu Xiao pinched his chin and said, "Forget the IOU, but you can leave your contact information. Hello, let's formally get acquainted. My name is Xu Xiao, and you are? Call me Pei Yimo." "Oh, it's Miss Pei. It's getting late, do you want to continue playing?" "No, I don't want to." "Don't laugh, but I've already lost all my allowance." "Well, we were planning to leave too. Do you want to consider going out for a late night snack together? Can I just not go? That's 80 million yuan. Okay, what do we eat? Just so you know, I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. As for the 80 million yuan, just give me a few days, I'll definitely pay you back. It's just a late night snack. If you mind, just forget it." Xu Lingyin, say goodbye to Sister Pei. "Pei Niangjie, let's go together. My eldest brother is single, and so are you. The two of you can fall in love. This, that. Children's words are innocent, children's words are innocent, Miss Pei, please don't take it seriously." Chapter 14, The Thousand Doors Club. Set up. Inside the surveillance room behind the casino. "Brother Long, the person is already gone? Rose is also ready. Should we proceed as planned?" The casino administrator inquired. "Well, make sure Rose gets close to him. Do whatever it takes to get him for me." "Yes, Brother Long." Lon Outyan crossed his arms across his chest, his cold eyes slightly narrowed with a hint of teasing and fun. "Interesting, this Chu Yao. He won so much obviously, but he gave it away to a woman without even blinking an eye." On the other side, Chu Lingyin was riding on Chu Yao's neck, her two plump little hands waving in the air like lotus stems, and she was laughing like a silver bell. "Giggle, giggle, giggle, big brother, what are we going to eat later? How about seafood barbecue?" "Yes, I love seafood." Since the casino was built on a cruise ship, in order to leave, one had to take a yacht. However, there were only a limited number of yachts, so not everyone who wanted to leave could do so immediately. It was necessary to wait for a large number of people. After Chu Xiao and a few others boarded the yacht, they glanced around and discovered that Yu Rui, the innocent 19-year-old girl from earlier, was also there. She was sitting alone in the corner of the yacht, her hands propped up against her head as she looked out at the dark sea and stared blankly. Apart from her, there was also a familiar-looking woman. It was the woman named Wang Qian, nicknamed Red Rose. She crossed her legs, dressed very revealingly, and held a cigarette in her hand. She saw Chu Xiao and just slightly froze for a moment, but didn't say anything. After waiting for a few more minutes, the number of people was sufficient. The yacht slowly started up, carrying everyone away from the luxurious cruise ship and heading towards the harbor on the shore. The sea breeze at night had a faint salty taste, and the dark sea was awe-inspiring. Chu Lingyin refused to get off Chu Xiao's neck, opened her arms wide and shouted, overjoyed. She had a great time today. It's that young man. The innocent girl Yu Rui was surprised to see Chu Xiao, so she tidied her clothes a little and walked over. But when she actually walked up to Chu Xiao, she didn't know what to say. After all, in her own mind, she was just a trivial little person, a woman struggling at the bottom of society. She instinctively felt inferior when faced with a godlike rich guy like Chu Yao. Even though her favorable impression of Chu Yao had reached 100 points, it didn't mean that she and Chu Yao were acquainted. What right did she have to come over and chat him up? Did she want to climb the social ladder? Wasn't the 30 million just now enough? She lowered her head, caught in a dilemma. Where's your best friend? Chu Yao broke the tense silence, her face wearing a calm smile that gave off a very approachable vibe. The innocent girl whispered, we're over. Chu Yao couldn't help but laugh. So you're feeling bad about losing a friend? Staring at the sea by yourself? The innocent girl nodded silently and said to herself, Monli and I grew up together, except that she had poor grades and dropped out of junior high school. Over the years, she has changed a lot, but she has always been very good to me. Chu Xiao interrupted, I guess she wanted to split the money with you, and you didn't agree, so you had a falling out? The innocent girl looked up with surprise in her eyes and said, how did you know? Chu Xiao couldn't help but laugh, is this hard to guess? After all, in front of 30 million, no one can remain calm. It's also good for you to part ways early, so that you can focus on your studies in the future and not get involved with the scum of society. People's hearts are treacherous, and now that you have so much money, in the future, you will be surrounded by fraud and flattery. The innocent girl nodded slightly while listening, and her dark eyes flashed with a complex expression. Chu Xiao didn't say anything more. After all, they had only met by chance, and the two would never have any contact again. How much she could take in and what kind of person she would become in the future had nothing to do with her. After all, she was only using her to earn a wave of cool points. The yacht slowly docked. Bye-bye, little sister. Chu Lingyin waved her small hand at the innocent young girl. Just then, several men in flowery shirts and tattoos on their arms rushed out, bypassing Chu Xiao and directly surrounding the woman named Wang Qian, nicknamed Red Rose. Bitch, we finally caught you. Where's the money? Where's the big brother's money? Hand it over. A man yelled with murderous intent. Wang Qian was scared pale and stammered, the money, just give me some more time. I will definitely pay you back, believe me, I will definitely pay you back. Pop. A loud slap landed on her face, the force was heavy, and her fair cheeks instantly turned red, showing a palm print. Mr. Chu, Mr. Handsome Chu. Please help me, they are bad people, they will kill me. Wang Qian covered her face and stumbled over, her expression full of panic and embarrassment. Chu Xiao frowned, and a playful smile could not help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Others might not be able to see through it, but he could clearly see it. Under systematic investigation, this group of social men and Wang Qian were clearly from the same place. They all came from an organization called the Qianmen Club. This scene in front of them was definitely acting. It's just a setup. But the acting is really good, and the slap is really hard. I can guess with my toes that Wang Qian should be trying to get in touch with Chu Xiao in this way. After all, the heroic rescue of the beautiful is still very useful. Sorry, we don't seem to know each other. Excuse me. Chu Yao turned his back on Chu Lingyin with indifference, his pace neither fast nor slow, and he didn't show any intention of getting involved. Pei Yimo didn't say anything either, quietly following Chu Yao. She seemed to rarely speak, but her eyes were full of expression. Ding! You have received praise from Pei Yimo, and your partner's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 15 points. Please continue to work hard, host, and the goddess of strategy is just around the corner. The system's voice flashed. Xu Xiao was a little caught off guard. He didn't expect that Pei Yimo was quite interesting. Could it be that she had also noticed something? Seeing that he had really left. The few people from the Qianmen Club were a little dumbfounded. How could this not be according to the routine? The heroic rescue scene that was promised, how could you just leave without even looking at her once? Could it be that I didn't hit him hard enough? Or was it that there were too many of them, and that scared this Xu Xiao? Wang Xian frowned, looked behind her, and saw that the men were a little dazed. She nodded imperceptibly, indicating that they should continue acting. The men understood, quickly rolled up their sleeves, and started fighting, chasing after Wang Qian and shouting abuse at her. They didn't discriminate in their attacks, and their acting was realistic. The innocent girl Yurue was so scared that she turned pale, covering her mouth and her legs trembling constantly. Soon, Wang Qian fled to Chu Zhao's dark gold lotus EVLJA, tripped on her heel, and fell to the ground without deviation. She screamed in horror, "Don't come over, I really don't have any money. Give me some more time, please give me some more time." Chapter 15, the system task is triggered again. I saw that the woman named Wang Qian was being held in front of the car by several men from society. She was crying and her makeup was in disarray. Visible bruises were on her arms and face. She kept wailing and begging for mercy. Inside the car, Chu Lingyin obediently didn't say a word, her plump little hands covering her eyes, only a pair of attentive pupils peeking out between her fingers. "What do you think?" Xu Xiao asked casually. Pei Yimo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said coldly, "Just sit and watch." Xu Xiao's mouth curled up. "So, you noticed something was wrong a long time ago?" Pei Yimo tilted his head, his eyes flashing with confusion. "Xu Xiao, didn't you notice that they were acting?" Hearing this, Pei Yimo was surprised and covered his mouth, his face full of an expression of shock. "You mean they were acting and deliberately showing it to us? Why?" Xu Yao covered his forehead. "Forget it, just forget I said anything. Where should we go for seafood barbecue?" Pei Yimo pondered for a few seconds and said, "I'm not familiar with the night market. How about this, you shouldn't mind if I ask another friend to come, right? Don't worry, I'll let her pay, I won't let you break the bank." Xu Yao nodded, "Okay, go ahead." Pei Yimo took out his phone, searched for a number carefully, and then dialed. He whispered, "Shuabauer, are you free? Come have a late-night snack with me. How about I introduce you to a handsome guy? He's single." A very pleasant female voice quickly came from the other end of the line. "You didn't lose it all again, did you? I've told you many times not to gamble, but you just won't listen. Where are you? I'll come pick you up." Pei Yimo said awkwardly, "Air. I'm in a guy's car and we're going to have a late-night snack. But, you know, I'm not familiar with night markets." There was silence on the other end of the line. The woman said, "Go to Haifu Lu. The seafood barbecue there is delicious." Pei Yimo hung up the phone and turned to Chu Yao and said, "Let's go to Haifu building. My best friend is no ordinary person. She is very rich. I will ask her to lend me tens of millions to pay you back first." Xu Yao pinched his chin without saying a word. He suddenly felt that the woman's voice on the phone was very familiar, but he couldn't think of who it was for the moment. Outside the car. "Stop, stop. I have already called the police. You guys are beating up a woman. What kind of men are you?" Yurue, a pure and innocent young girl, found courage she didn't know she had and shouted while holding a mobile phone and filming. Her sudden appearance took Wang Qian by surprise, but she quickly came up with a plan. She crawled behind Yurue and hid, looking miserable and trembling all over. "Don't worry, I've already left evidence on my phone. They..." Yurue's words were not finished when the other party gave her a hard slap in the face, while someone took her phone and stomped it to pieces. "Call the police? Bitch, who do you think you are? You like meddling in other people's business, we'll beat you up too. Brothers, attack. We must get back the boss's money today." Yurue was clearly stunned as she watched the several thugs closing in on her. Her face was pale and she was frozen in place, at a loss. The burning pain on her cheeks reminded her that this was no dream. She was finally scared. But it was too late to say anything now. At the moment, Wang Qian hid behind her, but kept a secret watch on the car. She noticed that Chu Zhao's expression had finally changed a little, and she couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. What she couldn't figure out was why the heir to the Chu family was hiding in the car and not getting out. Was he scared? Or was she not beaten badly enough? Inside the car, Pei Yimo pushed his glasses up and calmly asked, "Aren't you going to save them?" Xu Yao couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. There were 4 men, and he wasn't Mike Tyson, so if he went up there, he'd just get beaten up. It wouldn't be worth it if he got hurt. Pei Yimo nodded in agreement. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received Pei Yimo's approval, and their favorability has increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 20 points out of 100. Please continue to work hard, host. Conquer the goddess soon. The system's voice flashed. This came as a bit of a surprise to Chu Yao, who took a deep look at Pei Yimo in the passenger seat and suddenly felt that this woman was somewhat interesting. At the very least, she was not brainless, remained calm in the face of trouble, and knew how to protect herself. Boom! 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 The Lotus EVLJA roared, and its 2 front headlights came on. The roar sounded like the roars of a dragon and a tiger in this area. Hey, I'm saying if you want to arrest someone, do it quickly and don't block the front of my car. I'm in a hurry to take my girlfriend out for a late-night snack. Xu Yao pressed the horn and said nonchalantly. One of the men from the Qianmen Club frowned and immediately shouted, "What the hell is it to you? Trying to rescue a beauty? Believe it or not, we'll beat you up too." Xu Xiao waved his hand and laughed, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to rescue a beauty. You should arrest people and beat people up. We'll leave each other alone, but could you please hurry up? Or don't always block my car in front." As soon as he finished speaking, the man leading the Qianmen Club reached into the car window and grabbed Xu Yao's shirt, his eyes fierce as he said, "What if I don't let you go?" Xu Yao shrugged his shoulders and said, "Let's just talk, okay? This shirt isn't cheap, and if you break it, you probably won't be able to afford to pay for it." Damn it, he just did it. What's the big deal? If you don't like it, let's fight. The other Qianmenhui man kicked the door of the dark gold-colored Lotus EVLJA with his foot, his face full of arrogance, his acting slightly exaggerated. Ding! Host provoked, trigger face slapping mission. Please violently beat this group of trash. Reward, 100 points of pleasure. This mission cannot be refused. The system's voice sounded. Xu Xiao's mouth curled up. He was right, as expected. As long as he was constantly provoked, it would also trigger a system mission. After all, he was bound to the Shuangwen system, so how could he fail? Wasn't that writing knives under the guise of Shuangwen? It's just that the Shuangdian value of this adventure mission was too low, so it only gave 100 points. It seems that the mission reward is based on the difficulty. The stronger the opponent, the more Shuangdian points the system rewards. Xu Xiao didn't say another word of nonsense, and instead grabbed the arm of the Qianmen Club member who was clutching his clothes with the other hand. With a twist of the wrist, the opponent's arm was instantly dislocated and fractured, hanging down like rotten mud. The intense pain made the man's face pale, his lips trembled, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he let out a painful scream like a pig being slaughtered. Before the remaining few people could react, Xu Xiao had already pushed open the door and got out of the car. At the same time, he took a step forward and kicked the man from the Thousand Doors Association in the stomach on the left. If I remember correctly, it was this kid who kicked the car door just now. Dare to kick my car, right? Do you know how much this car is worth? It's worth 80 million. Xu Xiao immediately added another kick, and the terrifying force instantly broke the opponent's tibia. The sound of the bones breaking mixed with the hum of the car's engine. Pei Yimo, who was inside the car, couldn't help but open her lips slightly, her eyes wide with surprise as she said, "Wow. Your brother is really something. He's practically possessed by the crooked-mouthed Dragon King." Zhu Lingyin was also incredibly excited, saying, "My big brother is the coolest. Admire him." In less than a minute, the 4 Qianmen men had already fallen to the ground, wailing in agony. This was still the result of Xu Xiao's mercy. With his terrifying power, a casual punch was enough to blow these mortals to death. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a punch could blow the opponent's head apart. Innate great strength is a power that is hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary people. It is terrifying. Chapter 16 So, he likes older women. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the adventure task of beating up the trash. You have gained 100 cool points. Ding! The goddess Pei Yimo's favorability towards the host has increased by 30 points. Current favorability is 50 points. out of 100. Please continue to work hard and conquer the goddess soon. The system's voice flashed by. Xu Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that just by casually showing off a bit, he had made the daughter of the Pei Pharmaceutical Group's heiress fall head over heels for him, and her favorability rating had skyrocketed 30 points. It seems that women like strong men. Everyone around was shocked. Holy cow, this guy is practically possessed by a war god. He just casually knocked someone out, is that for real? That's a bit much. A passerby exclaimed. Wang Qian frowned inwardly. She thought her man was deliberately letting up, but at least he let Xu Xiao do the work. She quickly walked up to him, crying and with a hint of gratitude in her voice, "Thank you for saving me. I have nothing to repay you with, can I?" She had only just finished speaking when Xu Xiao had already turned around and returned to the car. With a loud thud, he slammed the door shut, hit the accelerator, and the 80 million yuan Lotus EVLJA roared away, disappearing into the night. Wang Shi opened her mouth, so angry that her body could not help but tremble. She shouted, "Everyone's gone, what are you guys still lying on the ground for? Next time, please don't let it slip like that," the acting was so exaggerated. One of the men from the Thousand Doors Club gritted his teeth in pain, his expression pained. "Rose, we weren't faking it. That kid is a monster, his strength is terrifying, just one blow and my arm is broken. Hurry and take us to the hospital. Maybe we can still get it fixed." "Yeah, it hurts. My leg is broken, that kid really went for it." Hearing this, Wang Qian was shocked and said, "What? You both broke your bones after he just casually touched you a few times? You've got to be kidding me." "Rose, we're not kidding. That guy's strength is even greater than Long's." This is the end of the story. Shanghai City, which had long been known as the city that never sleeps during the Republic of China period, was at this moment full of the bustle and excitement of prosperity, with neon lights flashing and crowds of people on both sides of the street. The loud honking of cars echoes through the streets, attracting countless passers-by to stop and watch, take photos, and post them online. The value of the points is increasing by the minute. Inside the car, Zhu Lingyin is shaking her head while listening to the happy car music, waving her little arms like lotus roots. But soon she can't help yawning and rubbing her eyes. "Big brother, I'm a little sleepy. Then you go to sleep first, and I'll wake you up when we get there." I'm going to sleep. After all, she is just a little girl. After a day of playing crazily with Xu Xiao, she finally fell asleep on the car seat. Xu Xiao drove the car while imperceptibly changing to a gentle piece of music, while also turning down the volume a lot, lowering the temperature of the air conditioning, and slowing down the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Pei Yimo suddenly realized that this man, who was much younger than herself, was quite nice. On the surface, he seemed to be a cynical and unkempt person, but in fact, he was a considerate and warm man. Unfortunately, he was too young. Thinking about this, a touch of sadness flashed in Pei Yimo's eyes. She was already 29 years old this year, and she was only 2 months away from turning 30. In contrast, Xu Yao was young and in the prime of his life. What a good man! But too young. His family will never agree to it. Sigh. Ding. Pei Yimo's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 60 out of 100. Host, please work hard, the strategy is almost complete. Xu Xiao touched the tip of his nose and asked himself in private, "System, when a woman's favorability towards me reaches 100 points, does that mean the strategy is successful and I can do whatever I want?" Ding. Not bad. When a woman's favorability towards the host reaches 100 points, the system will automatically calculate the strategy reward. As for whether you can do whatever you want, I suggest the host try it for yourself. There will be a pleasant surprise. Oh, I see. Got it. Xu Xiao gave a knowing smile, then concentrated on driving and didn't say anything else. The car became quiet. Pei Yimo pretended to be looking at the scenery outside the window, but in fact he was observing Xu Xiao's every move through the reflection in the glass, his cheeks, his eyes, his lips, his chest, the palm of his hand holding the steering wheel. Unconsciously, the car stopped in front of the Hai Fu building. There were many people here for late-night snacks, and the restaurant was bustling with diners. As soon as the dark gold Lotus EVLJA pulled up, it attracted a flurry of noise. Wow! What a cool car! I'm so jealous. I wish I could have a car like this. Don't even dream about it, this isn't some BMW or Mercedes-Benz piece of junk, this is a Lotus EVLJA. The regular model costs over 20 million yuan. Sigh. 20 million, the person driving this car must be a godly tycoon. The diners whispered among themselves, their voices full of envy. At that moment, Xu Xiao pushed open the car door and got out. His brand new suit, handsome face, and upright figure instantly caused many of the women present to exclaim, "What a handsome young man! Rich and well connected, oh, if only he were my boyfriend." One woman said enviously. These people's feelings of envy were systematically converted into cool points. Although each person could only provide 1 point, the advantage was in the quantity. Just then, a familiar prompt suddenly caught Xu Xiao's attention. Ding! You have received 99 cool points from Zhang Xiaoru's envy and jealousy. Zhang Xiaoru? Isn't that your ex-girlfriend? What, is she eating here too? Xu Xiao looked around, and soon saw the familiar yet strange figure in the crowd not far away. She was sitting next to a middle-aged man, wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothing. If it wasn't his ex-girlfriend Zhang Xiaoru, then who was it? What bad luck! It seems that she has cheated on more than one person, and she is not a hooker, as she is spending the night with a group of middle-aged men. Xu Xiao secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had been a simple and innocent man in the past and had not done anything inappropriate with his ex-girlfriend. Otherwise, if he had contracted any sexually transmitted diseases, it would be terrible. What are you looking at? Pei Yimo's voice interrupted Xu Xiao's thoughts. She followed Xu Xiao's gaze and then saw Zhang Xiaoru looking over here. The other person's eyes revealed undisguised envy and jealousy. Xu Yao shook his head and said honestly, "Nothing, I just saw my ex-girlfriend. But she and I are no longer involved. Let's go inside and eat." Oh, okay. Pei Yimo was a little surprised, and she couldn't help but take a closer look at Zhang Xiaoru, who was accompanying the drinks. Then she came to a conclusion in her heart. That woman had no figure, no face value, and with heavy makeup she looked like a 30-something ant. How could Xu Xiao have liked such a woman in the past? Could it be that he has a sister complex? Then wouldn't that mean age is not a problem? Once she figured this out, Pei Yimo's mood instantly improved, and her pace quickened as she caught up to Xu Xiao. Chapter 17, Reality is often more bizarre than fiction. Pei sister, why hasn't your friend shown up yet? I'm hungry. Xu Lingyin looked at the various seafood barbecues in front of her and couldn't help but swallow. All of a sudden, she was no longer sleepy, and drool was dripping from the corner of her mouth. Pei Yimo smiled apologetically and said, "Why don't we eat first? My friend is usually quite busy." Okay, let's not wait. Xu Yao picked up a lobster and placed it in front of Xu Lingyin. While eating the seafood, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. After all, the two of them had only just met today, and they weren't really that familiar with each other, so there was a sense of distance between them. Xu Yao discovered that Pei Yimo was a woman who looked hot and sexy on the outside, but was actually very quiet and reserved on the inside. No, she should be described as calm. Why was Pei Yimo dressed like that today? Probably because she was in a state of venting. A brief thought process and it became clear. The system had marked that Pei Yimo was in a state of fresh heartbreak, so it was inevitable that she would be in a bad mood. It's hard to understand. Very hard to understand. This Miss Pei Yimo in front of you is one of the heirs to the Pei group. She has a hot body, exquisite and flawless facial features, crystal clear and tender skin, and a very pleasant voice. Who would break up with her? If it were Xu Xiao, he would definitely hold such a beautiful and rich girlfriend in the palm of his hand, caring for her all the time. Miss Pei seems to be in a bad mood today. Let me guess, you weren't dumped by your boyfriend, were you? Xu Yao half-jokingly asked, looking for a topic of conversation. Pei Yimo was eating a grilled banana when she suddenly heard this, and her eyes immediately filled with surprise. She blurted out, "Wow. You can tell that from this? You must be a psychologist or detective." Xu Yao gave a faint smile and pretended to be deeply analytical, saying, "Although we haven't known each other for long, I feel that Miss Pei is usually a very quiet, very ladylike woman who likes peace and quiet. Today, your attire is obviously not in line with your personality. And you've been spending money like crazy at the casino, so I assume your family is quite well off. What could make someone with your temperament change so much that they would go to a casino to let off steam?" After much thought, Xu was afraid that the only thing that could do that is a broken heart. His words were slow and deliberate, well-reasoned and well-founded. Ding! Pei Yimo is surprised by your intelligence, and your favorability rating has increased by 5 points. Current favorability rating, 65 out of 100. Please continue to work hard. The system's voice sounded. Pei Yimo gave a light nod and said, Mr. Chu's speech is really interesting, just like the ancients. But you guessed it right, I did lose my love. To be precise, I was dumped. As she spat out the banana, Chu Xiao suddenly remembered some nostalgic images and couldn't help but smile. Pei Yimo frowned and pouted, what are you smiling at? It's normal to get dumped in a relationship, isn't it? Who in the world hasn't been dumped before? Chu Xiao waved his hand, sorry, I just remembered something very pleasant. It's indeed normal to get dumped in a relationship, but when it happens to you, Miss Pei, it's not normal. Pei Yimo curiously asked, where is it abnormal? Xu Yao pinched his chin, looked at her without avoiding his gaze, and calmly analyzed, Miss Pei is rich, has a good figure, and a very outstanding appearance. She can be considered the perfect person in a man's mind. Who would be stupid enough to break up with a peerless beauty like you, unless he is out of his mind? Ding! Pei Yimo is extremely pleased with your praise, and your favorability rating has increased by 10 points. Current favorability rating, 75 out of 100. Please continue to work hard, host. You're almost there. Come on, young man. Ha! Xu Xiao is very surprised. He only casually praised her a little, and her favorability rating has increased so much. Is this woman in front of him not in love? Is she crazy about you? That's too easy. In fact, he didn't know that if someone likes you, even if you just say something nice, your impression in her mind will be greatly enhanced. And for a woman who is not interested in you, no matter how you praise her, she will not have any increase in favorability, and it may even backfire and generate a strong sense of disgust. Pei Yimo opened her bright red lips, let out a sigh, and said slowly, actually, this is my first time in love. We met each other while playing games online. He is very skilled and is considered a celebrity in the game. We often played together in dungeons, and over time, we became bound as a couple. The other day, he suddenly asked me to meet offline. I hesitated for a moment, but of course I agreed. Guess what happened? Xu Xiao listened intently, nodded and asked, what happened? What happened to you? Pei Yimo gave a self-deprecating smile at the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand to call the waiter to bring 2 bottles of Lao Baijiu, unscrewed the bottle cap herself and took a big gulp. With a little drunkenness, she cried out in a lost voice. He actually resented the fact that I was too good looking. He said I was not worthy of him. He didn't want to waste his time with me. And then he uncoupled with me in the game. That day, I was playing games alone in the hotel. Do you know how hard it was for me? I don't care. I really don't care about looks or family background. I just like the way he plays games and takes me to dungeons. Playing games to meet a super beautiful woman, rich and beautiful, with a hot body, and especially when the other person has even booked the hotel room. How could a man initiate a breakup? And how could he even leave a beautiful woman in a hotel? Xu Yao opened his mouth, feeling as if his CPU had burned out. If it were him, he would probably not have proposed a breakup, and would have done it in the hotel that night. I have to say, there really are strange people in the world. Perhaps the other person really felt inferior and didn't want to keep Pei Yimo waiting. Pei Yimo tilted his head and took another big gulp of Lao Baijiu, drunk, and said, Xu Xiao, do you think I'm being stupid? I've been in a 6-year relationship with a netizen. Xu Xiao was silent for a moment and said, in matters of the heart, it's all about mutual affection. Since the other person has already decided to break up with you, then you should forget each other from now on, not bothering each other, and greet a brand new future together. I believe that he made this decision because he knows that he is not good enough for you. He doesn't want to hold you back. You have met a good person, a fool. Pei Yimo smiled foolishly, staring at Xu Xiao with drunken eyes, and asked with a curved eyebrow, Xu Xiao, how many times have you been in love? Have you ever thought about finding someone a little older than yourself? Do you think I? She hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a young woman wearing a white gauze dress with exquisite makeup, exuding nobility and elegance everywhere, walked into the box. This woman had outstanding looks, eyes like the Milky Way, lips like flames, and a gemstone necklace hanging from her fair neck. She froze as soon as she walked in the door. At the same time, Xu Yao froze too. Li Qingxue. Xu Yao. they exclaimed in unison. Chapter 18 Disgusting Woman. So throwing money around can also increase your coolness points. Why is it you? Li Qingshue's eyes flashed with surprise. Xu Xiao smiled and said, so it's Miss Li, long time no see. Li Qingxue frowned. She and Xu Xiao had only met at noon, so what was there to long time no see about? What a smooth-talking man. Xu Lingyin, who was buried in her seafood, looked up and exclaimed in surprise, hey! It's my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Hearing this, Pei Yimo's drunkenness subsided a little, and he hurriedly asked, do you know each other? Li Qingxue nodded and whispered, he is the heir to the Chu group that I told you about 3 years ago, Chu Yao? What? Pei Yimo was shocked and covered his mouth, exclaiming, didn't you say that he was a fat guy? Mr. Chu, it is true that I was a bit overweight in the past. Xu Xiao subconsciously touched the tip of his nose, not expecting that the best friend Pei Yimo was talking about was his fiancée Li Qingxue. The world is really too small. Since you're here, why not have a late-night snack together? We're all acquaintances anyway. Xu Xiao raised his hand to call the waiter, ordered some more seafood, and then turned to Pei Yimo and asked, right, what did Miss Pei just say? You think I... What? Pei Yimo's originally pale cheeks instantly turned red, and she quickly waved her hand and laughed, nothing, I've forgotten too. She was extremely embarrassed, and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Fortunately, Li Qingxue arrived in time, otherwise if she had said, what do you think of me? It would have been a huge embarrassment. At the same time, she felt very uncomfortable. After so much trouble, she had finally found a nice man, only to discover that he was her best friend's fiancé. Miss Pei, don't get me wrong, the engagement between Miss Li and I was dissolved a long time ago. And we have already reached a consensus today, that we will not bother each other in the future. Xu Xiao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshue's brows furrowed again. She fell silent and couldn't think of anything to say in response, but she always felt like she had lost something. Pei Yimo looked at her in confusion and asked, Xuebauer, have you really already broken off the engagement? Why haven't I heard anything? Li Qingxue could only nod and say, well, he and I have already discussed it. In a few days, we'll find an opportunity to explain to both sets of parents. If neither party agrees, the marriage will naturally be cancelled. She spoke very casually and did not show any signs of unease. During the meal, the atmosphere was slightly awkward. By the way, why didn't Miss Li bring your boyfriend along? Xu Xiao asked in a sneaky voice. This sentence immediately aroused Pei Yimo's curiosity. She said excitedly, Xuebauer, you're actually in a relationship? Why didn't you tell me? Who is he? Is he handsome? If you can look at him, he must be a very handsome guy. Li Qingshue's mouth twitched, and she said, I'll tell you on the way home, it's not convenient now. Half an hour later. They had eaten and drunk their fill. Pei Yimo got into Li Qingshue's car and left. Xu Xiao also arrived in front of his car, holding Xu Lingyin, who had just fallen asleep. He pressed the car key, and the Lotus EBLJA instantly started up, making a roaring sound that aroused the envy and jealousy of many passers-by. Just then, a woman in messy clothes and heavy makeup walked out of the corner. She was quick on her feet and suddenly embraced Xu Xiao from behind. Xu Xiao, you rascal, you've kept me in the dark. Who were those two women just now? Why were you eating late-night snacks with them? You didn't answer your phone today, did you block me? This woman was no one else. She was Chu Zhao's ex-girlfriend Zhang Xiaoru. Disgusting. She really won't go away. How dare she have the nerve to hug me in front of so many people? Let go. Xu Yao spoke coldly, and disgust flashed in his eyes. Zhang Xiaoru was obviously drunk. She pretended to be cute and said, I won't let go, and I won't let go. You said that I'm your good girl, let's go home together, okay? I feel so bad, those old men just now made me drink a lot of wine. Her voice was ugly to begin with, and it was even more disgusting when she acted cute. Xu Xiao felt like his goosebumps were falling off all over the place, but he couldn't break free as he was holding the girl in his arms. Xu Xiao, if you had told me earlier, I would have never had to work so hard and meet all those old men. You don't even know, they were all over me. Xu Xiao, I love you, I like you. Can we sleep together tonight? I want to hug you to sleep. Zhang Xiaoru pretended to be drunk, but in fact she wasn't drunk at all. Ever since she saw Chu Yao, she had been analyzing him. She guessed that Chu Yao must be the kind of rich playboy who pretends to be poor and wants to find a sincere wife. And of course that person must be her. After all, in the past 3 years, Xu Yao has been subservient to her and can be described as extremely obedient. Every time Zhang Xiaoru said she wanted to break up, it scared Xu Xiao very much. The thought of marrying into a wealthy family in the future, becoming a noblewoman, and enjoying the resources of the upper class made Zhang Xiaoru's heart feel as sweet as honey. I'm warning you again, let go. Xu Xiao's voice became increasingly cold. He was disgusted with this Zhang Xiaoru to the extreme, and his 3 views were shattered. The world is full of surprises. This rotten cauliflower actually has the nerve to hug him and say such disgusting things? Sorry. The dog-licking Xu Yao is already dead. Zhang Xiaoru shook her head, pouted her lips, and tried to kiss Xu Yao forcefully. Chu, kiss me. Xu Yao, someone get this lunatic off me, I'll give him $1 million. As soon as he said this, there was an immediate uproar in the audience. The street was already full of people watching the luxury cars, and when they heard this, their eyes turned red. Immediately, 7 or 8 passers-by reacted and rushed up to pull Zhang Xiaoru away. Stinking bitch, you should know what kind of person you are. You're drunk and just randomly touching other people's handsome guys. Yes, you kind of trash, people sleeping on the road may not even pick it up. Ugh. What a shameless slut, just now with so many old men you love each other, and now hugging someone handsome and not letting go, don't even take a piss and look in the mirror. The passers-by pointed and cursed. Zhang Xiaoru struggled and yelled, you poor people, let go of me quickly, I am his girlfriend, you offend me, you will not have a good end. He and I just had a little misunderstanding. I'm going to marry into a wealthy family. Next to them, a middle-aged man selling kebab skewers spat and cursed, don't even dream about it. I just saw clearly that the 2 female companions of this handsome guy look like heavenly beings. How could you have such an unpresentable girlfriend? Don't you look at what kind of car they drive? Xu Xiaosong let out a sigh of relief. First, he put Xu Lingyin into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Then he took off the jacket that had been soiled by Zhang Xiaoru and threw it in the trash can. Next, he opened the trunk of the car and carried out a suitcase from inside. A stack of banknotes came into view. Everyone, this money is for you. With that, Xu Xiao threw the stacks of banknotes into the air. It soon started to rain banknotes down the street, and the crowd scrambled to grab the red 100 yuan bills as they floated down. Xu Xiao got back in his car, hit the accelerator, and the Lotus EVLJA sped off into the rain of banknotes. What a godlike man! What a godlike man! Wow, that was so damn cool. Stop being so arrogant, hurry up and pick up the money. Don't grab it, I saw it first. The passers-by and diners all bent down to pick up the money like crazy, which quickly turned into a fight, insults, and beatings. And Xu Yao gained a large amount of cool points. Huh, I didn't know that throwing money around could also gain cool points. It's a bit small, but it's worth it. Chapter 19, Sugong de Fa or Tai Chi Xingyi Baghuazhang. Yuhu Bay Villa. Back home, several nannies hurriedly came up to take the sleeping Xu Lingyin to her room. Young master, it's late, you should get some rest. The nanny said thoughtfully. You should go to bed early too. After taking a shower, Xu Yao lay on the soft bed, bored, and clicked on the system interface to check it out. Host, Xu Xiao. Level, none. Golden fingers, X-ray vision, superb car skills, natural strength. Cool point value, 5,780 points. Nice. I earned so many cool points in one day. Xu Xiao pinched his chin and looked at the system background. He quickly noticed something strange. Normally, each passerby only contributes 1 cool point, and occasionally there are 2 4-point crits. However, during a certain period of time while having barbecue at Haifu Building, the cool points contributed by passersby and diners were generally as high as 3 points. Could it be because of Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue? Because they are goddess-level beings, being around them would generate an additional doubling of cool points? And this doubling of cool points must be seen by passers-by? Xu Xiao felt that this possibility was very high, but further verification was needed. He discovered that the system did not assign a fixed number of points, but there were certain unspoken rules. This required him to explore on his own. Brother Tongzi, I want to ask you about something. He said. Ding. You're welcome, host, please ask. The system's voice sounded. Xu Xiao curiously asked, every time I open the props pool for cool writing, you will say something like open the primary props pool for cool writing. So, can I understand that there are also intermediate or advanced novels props pools? Ding. This system is the strongest novels system. In theory, it has all the novels props cheats in the universe. However, this system is still in its infancy. Therefore, it can only provide primary novels props. If the host wants to obtain higher novels props cheats, they must first optimize and upgrade this system. Note, every system upgrade will cause irreversible changes to the world, with great risk. At the same time, the host can also obtain a higher level of gold finger for the novel props. Please weigh the pros and cons and make your own decision. The voice of the system flashed. What does it mean to cause irreversible changes to the world? Xu Xiao asked curiously. Ding. This question involves a violation and cannot be answered. Please forgive the host. Involve a violation? Okay. Then please tell me, how should I upgrade you? Xu Xiao asked again. Since the system is bound, it is impossible to do nothing for the rest of your life, and upgrading the system is a matter of time. As for causing irreversible changes to the world, Xu Xiao hasn't considered it yet. In other words, the system is not going to blow up the world just because it is upgraded. Ding. This system upgrade is very simple. It only requires 100,000 points of cool points to complete the system upgrade. After the upgrade, this system will unlock the intermediate cool article prop pool for the host. Note, the intermediate level props pool can only be opened by spending 10,000 happiness points. So that's it, 100,000 happiness points. That's equivalent to conquering 10 goddesses or killing 10 sons of good fortune. It seems like a lot, but it's actually not that difficult. Xu Xiao pinched his chin and muttered to himself. He had earned more than 5,000 happiness points in one day, and if he kept it up, he would have enough happiness points to upgrade in about 10 days. He looked at the time and saw that it was almost midnight. Xu Xiao decided to wait a little longer before going to sleep. He wouldn't miss the chance to open the beginner's item pool for free once a day. Time passed slowly. Soon, the clock struck 12. System, it's time, open the beginner's item pool for me. Xu Xiao rubbed his palms together. Ding. The beginner's item pool has been randomly selected. Congratulations, host, you have been awarded the following 3 options, please choose one. Keen sense of smell. This cheat code comes from a mediocre fantasy novel. Once selected, the host will have a keen sense of smell far beyond that of ordinary people. The sensitivity will be so great that even a dog's nose will be no match for yours. Proficiency in gardening. This cheat code comes from a mediocre fantasy novel. Once selected, the host will have top-notch gardening skills and will be able to prune flowers, plant grass and trees with ease. Sucking power technique. This cheat code comes from a popular martial arts novel. Once selected, the host will automatically master the secret technique of sucking power. As long as you come into contact with the opponent, you can absorb their internal power. No upper limit. No restrictions. The sound of the system flashed. Xu Xiao's eyes lit up. He never expected his luck to be so explosive today, and he even got the secret technique of sucking power, which defied the heavens, to come out. Holy shit! This is the supreme secret manual of the evil way. The Sui Gong DFA that makes martial artists lose their nerve at the mere mention of it. It defies the heavens. Sui Gong DFA. Holy shit! It's a godsend. This is it. I want Sui Gong DFA. Xu Xiao shouted excitedly. In an instant, knowledge about Sui Gong DFA flooded into his mind, and he understood it all on his own, naturally, and advanced directly to the Mahayana. Feeling the mystery of this martial art, Xu Xiao's mouth couldn't help but rise. Hey! This is awesome. I've only seen this in martial arts TV dramas. I never thought I'd be able to master it one day. I'm going to be invincible. As long as I don't meet any immortals, I'll be fine. But just in case, I still need some secret martial arts to defend myself. System, help me redeem Tai Chi Xingyi Bagua Palm. Ding. Consumes 2,000 cool point value. Congratulations, host, you have successfully redeemed the Golden Finger Tai Chi Xingyi Bagua Palm. Please prepare yourself. The strange power infusion is about to begin. The system's voice flashed. Xu Xiao was a little confused. What's going on? It's such a big deal. Just now, I learned the Sui Gong DFA, but it didn't say to get ready. The key is, get ready for what? Does it mean I have to bathe and burn incense? However, soon Xu Xiao understood. A piercing pain exploded in his body. To be precise, every inch of his muscles, every meridian, and every cell in his body was sending out a tearing pain. The unprecedented pain almost made him faint. This time, it was not just a simple transmission of the secrets of the martial arts, but a major transformation and bloodshed of Chu Xiao's body, giving him the cultivation of a martial arts grandmaster. P.S. Is there any reader reading this novel? Leave a comment. Tell me, what about this book? Should I continue writing it? Chapter 20, The Person You Like Can't Be Chu Xiao. In the early morning, when the sky was still dark, the mist billowed on the lake surface. A dozen waterfowls swam in groups among the lotus leaves, looking for food. By the lakeside, a young man in a white shirt is pushing his palms to circulate the qi. He half closes his eyes, twists and turns his body like a crane, light as a bird, and in an instant, it seems as if an old ape has possessed him, leisurely and carefree. As his body dances, it seems as if a whirlwind has blown up around him, the leaves rustling, and an invisible energy forms the bagua pattern in the air. Tai Chi Xingyi Bagwazang. A supreme martial art. Ha! Chu Xiao swung his palm fiercely, and suddenly there was a loud popping sound in the air. The 100-year-old black pine in front of him instantly snapped in half, as if torn apart by an invisible force. Sigh. The power of this palm strike is so terrifying. Chu Xiao gasped in shock. He was at least 7 or 8 meters away from the 100-year-old black pine, and he never expected that he could destroy it directly like this. You have to understand that Chu Yao has natural great strength in the first place, and now he has obtained the martial arts grandmaster cultivation given by the system. Naturally, when he performs Tai Chi Xingyi Bagua Pong, it is terrifyingly powerful. Not to mention a mere tree, even a stone wall would be instantly smashed to pieces by this terrifying force. Wow! That was awesome. Big brother, you are simply my idol. Do it again. I want to watch some more. A young voice sounded from the second floor. With a hint of excitement, Chu Xiao looked up and saw that the girl Chu Lingyin was actually lying on the windowsill, hugging her phone and recording. Chu Xiao frowned inwardly. He didn't want this to be exposed, even to family members. It was best not to let them know unless absolutely necessary. After all, his persona was that of a prodigal son who had returned and was a second-generation rich kid who was good at nothing and ranked first in debauchery. Looking around, he noticed that this was just the blind spot of the surveillance camera. The only evidence was the video that Chu Lingyin had just taken. Chu Lingyin ran down the stairs, excitedly hugging Chu Xiao's thighs. Big brother, I want to practice kung fu too. Teach me kung fu. Chu Xiao rubbed her head, snatched her phone from her when she wasn't looking, and deleted the video. Then he said, You're wrong, big brother. I don't know any kung fu. Don't talk nonsense. We have to believe in science. Science is our foundation. Chu Lingyin said with a smile, Go ahead and delete it. I've already uploaded it to my cloud. If you don't teach me martial arts, I'll send the video to my grandfather. Tell him you broke the feng shui tree at home. This black pine is worth a lot of money. Grandpa treasures it like a baby every day. Wow! You little girl are quite crafty. You even know about feng shui trees. She was right. The 100-year-old black pine that Chu Xiao had broken was a precious item that Grandpa Chu Jianghe had transported from the north at a high price and had a feng shui master perform a ritual on. There was nothing he could do. Chu Xiao could only compromise and promise to pass on the martial arts secrets to Chu Lingyin. Whether she could learn them was her own business. The average person can't stand it. Not to mention the fact that the initial training methods for Tai Chi Xingyi Bagua Palm are very boring. You need to stand in one place, understand the energy of the qi, coordinate your breathing, squat in the horse stance, and use your palms to hit hard objects. You can't just learn it overnight. Sure enough, as expected, after only 10 minutes of squatting in the horse stance, the girl, Chu Lingyin, cried out for her father and mother, saying that Chu Xiao was abusing children, and then she ran away in a hurry. When she was told to come out and practice again, she pretended not to hear anything and ignored him completely. Alas! She is beyond redemption. Chu Xiao shook his head helplessly and then pondered, with his current strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to fight the child of good fortune Yifan? However, the system's mission requirement was not to beat someone up. It was to kill Yifan. That was very difficult, because murder was illegal. We're not professional murderers either. If we leave any clues and are wanted by the police, it'll be terrible. Chu Xiao frowned. Besides, he didn't even know where Yifan was right now, so how was he supposed to complete the task? Thinking about this, Xu Xiao took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Li Qingxue, asking, Miss Li, are you free today? Would you like to bring your boyfriend out for dinner? I really admire Brother Yi. On the other side, Li Qingxue was driving. After seeing the message, she frowned slightly, then pretended not to see it and threw the phone aside, continuing to drive. Xu Xiao, who had been waiting in vain for a message, could only pinch his nose and laugh. It seems that this Li Qingxue is really difficult to deal with. After thinking about it, Xu Xiao sent another message to Pei Yimo. Good morning, what are you doing? Have you eaten yet? It was a short message. Very quickly, an assistant prompt sounded in her head. Ding. Pei Yimo is extremely happy about your greeting. Your favorability has increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 80 out of 100. Please continue to work hard, host. You're almost there. Come on, young man. In the car. Li Qingxue asked with a smile, huh? Someone sent you a message so early. Let me guess, it's not a guy, is it? Next to her, Pei Yimo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, smiled and nodded, saying, yes. Li Qingxue curiously asked, who is it? You're so happy just because someone sent you a message? You have to be careful. None of the men nowadays are good. Someone as innocent as you will be the easiest to trick. Pei Yimo pushed his glasses up and said while replying to Chu Yao's message, no, he's not that kind of man. Hearing this, Li Qingxue's curiosity grew even more, as if a kitten's paw was scratching at her heart. So she hurriedly asked, who is he? Tell me quickly. I'll help you judge. I have the best eye for men. Pei Yimo was silent for a few seconds, and then suddenly asked very seriously, what if I like a man, and this man is several years younger than me? He also comes from a wealthy and powerful family with a good background. Should I confess my feelings to him? Li Qingxue was full of surprise and said, no way. My Miss Pei. Are you infatuated? Pei Yimo, stop it. I'm serious. Li Qingxue also put aside her playful thoughts and nodded seriously, saying, if you really like him and think he's a good person and worth committing your life to, then just say it. It's not embarrassing to take the initiative. She was carefree and seemed to know a lot about love. In fact, she is still a young girl and has never been in a relationship, not even holding a man's hand. At this point, Pei Yimo was again torn and asked, but I just met him a day ago. If I confess to him, won't that seem too unreserved? Will he think I'm a fickle woman? Li Qingxue couldn't help laughing out loud. Hey! You know! You're amazing! You've only known him for a day and you're already in love. Who is this person that has you so worked up? Pei Yimo hugged the phone in silence. Suddenly, Li Qingxue seemed to have associated something. She slammed on the brakes and exclaimed, the person you like. It can't be Chu Xiao. Her voice raised a few decibels. Chapter 21, I'm a second-generation rich kid, and I'm showing my hand. Why aren't you replying to my messages all of a sudden? Chu Xiao sat in the pavilion in the courtyard, holding his phone. Several nannies lovingly brought over steaming breakfasts, just waiting to be fed to him. Forget it. First, I need to figure out how to make some cool points. There's still 6 days left in the mission, so there's no rush. Chu Xiao stuffed something into his mouth, then grabbed the car keys and headed straight for the underground garage. As a qualified host, of course he had to diligently earn cool points every day. First, he drove out to show off and blow off some steam. Boom boom boom. The dark gold EVLJA started up. Hey, big brother, where are we going to play today? A young voice came from the back seat of the car, and the girl Chu Lingyin peeked out without anyone noticing. Chu Xiao was startled, oh my god. You're in the car. Chu Lingyin said with a smile, Grandpa asked you to take care of me, you wouldn't want to leave me at home alone, would you? Chu Xiao, fasten your seatbelt. Chu Lingyin, yes, sir. The dark gold Lotus EVLJA roared down the street, its steering wheel in Chu Lingyin's hands, as she listened to the constant beeping of the system. Chu Lingyin was in a good mood, but soon noticed something was wrong. She felt that the happiness points harvested today were much less than yesterday's, at least by half. What was going on? Could it be that the people on this street were immune? They weren't jealous anymore? Thinking about this, Chu Xiao decisively changed his route. He guessed correctly, and after changing his route, the value of the points he harvested doubled. Big brother. Where exactly are we going? Chu Lingyin pouted, looking a little dissatisfied. Just then, the phone rang. Chu Xiao picked up the phone and glanced at it. After seeing the name on it, he first froze for a moment. The phone screen displayed Ma Lao Yao. Ma Lao Yao? He remembered this person. He was the director of the company, named Ma Bai. He was very selfish and a bit androgynous, with a heavy energy. I almost forgot, I haven't resigned yet. The phone connected. Chu Xiao baby. Are you up? The other person said in a strange tone. Chu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Well, I'm up. The other person asked again in a falsetto voice. Oops, what day is it? How could I forget? Chu Xiao, Monday. The next second, there was a loud voice on the other end of the line, cursing. You know it's Monday, why aren't you at work already? It's already this late, I'm telling you, you're not getting this month's bonus. Do you hear me? I give you 5 minutes to stand in front of me. Otherwise, I'll report you to the company. I'll fire you. Do. Ma Bai finished scolding and hung up the phone directly. 10 minutes later. Huaxing Real Estate Company. Sales Department. Look, there's a really cool car outside. It must belong to a really rich guy. Someone heard the car horn and tilted their head towards the window, where they saw the dark gold EVLJA Roadster at a glance and couldn't help but be envious. Maybe, the supervisor, his eyes lit up and he said immediately, you all wait here, I'll go and greet him personally. When he said this, the faces of the other 10 salespeople all looked very unhappy. Malagobi, this son of a bitch is really something. The poor slob told us to go and greet the guests, but when he sees a local tyrant, he goes and greet him himself. He's like a toady. Every month, the management meeting says we're not working hard enough. I'm sick of it. Yes, this old bastard is shameless. Keep it down, don't let him hear you. The salespeople at the bottom of the hierarchy whispered. Outside. Chu Xiao did not get out of the car, but waited quietly. Soon, he saw a middle-aged man with a center parting and wearing a small suit coming over with a flattering smile. Sure enough, the old demon Ma had come to greet him in person. Since there was privacy film on the car window, it was impossible to see what was going on inside from the outside. Ma Bai stood outside the car with a flattering smile on his face and said, Are you here to see the house? At this time, the car window slowly rolled down. After seeing Chu Xiao's face, which looked half smiling, Ma Bai first froze for a moment, then frowned and scolded, It's you, you're already late. How dare you show your face at work? Chu Xiao calmly lit a cigarette and said, I'm sorry, I'm here to buy a house today. What? Buy a house? Ma Bai's eyes revealed contempt. He knew the situation of every subordinate very well, especially the worthless Chu Xiao in front of him. He had lost both parents at a young age, came from a poor family, and was so poor that he couldn't even afford to add ham to the instant noodles he ate. Buying a house? Ha, you must be dreaming. Did you go for a designated driver last night? And you drove someone else's client's car here? He sneered coldly. Chu Xiao touched his nose and said, To tell you the truth, this is my own car. In fact, I am a second-generation rich kid, and I'm laying it all on the line. Upon hearing this, Ma Bai first froze for a few seconds, then burst out laughing, waved his hand in the direction of the sales department, and said, You guys come out quickly. Our young Master Chu is here. Come out and greet him in formation. A dozen salespeople, both male and female, who had been working together day and night, quickly came out. When they saw that Chu Xiao was driving the car, they all looked puzzled. What's going on? Why did Chu Xiao drive such a car to work? He didn't rent it, did he? Nonsense, he didn't rent it, did he buy it? We know what's going on with him. Right, I think the kid is suffering from a broken heart. So last night he deliberately rented a luxury car to go to a nightclub to pick up girls. Before he could return it, he drove it in front of us to show off. Stop it. Stop it. Apart from being poor, Chu Yao is actually a very nice person. Let's just play along with him. Don't blow his cover. Good idea. The salesman came forward, smiling, calling Chu de Gongju Chu young master over and over, flattering him to no end. Chu Xiao was also stunned, wondering what was going on. Could it be that they all knew his identity? That was impossible. Why didn't they jump out and refute me? Even Ma Bai laughed as he clapped his hands, saying, Come, let's invite Mr. Chu to take a look inside the house. If he's happy, won't that mean we've reached our sales target? With that, Chu Xiao was escorted by the crowd into the sales department. Mabi led Chu Xiao to the sand table and pointed to the building king, which sold for more than 21 million yuan, and said in a strange voice, "Mr. Chu, what do you think of this house? It has good north-south ventilation, is close to the shopping mall, and only costs 20 million yuan. You can definitely afford it with your wealth, right?" Chu Xiao pinched his chin and nodded, saying, "Well, this house is okay. 20 million is not expensive." Everyone held back their laughter, wanting to see how he would continue. Ma Bai narrowed his eyes and took out a contract from his bosom, saying, "Ouch. Since Mr. Chu thinks this house is okay, let's sign the contract. We're old friends. I'll give you a minimum discount. I'll only charge you 20 million. What do you say?" At this point, someone finally couldn't hold back and said, "Director Ma, don't kid with him. Chu Xiao can't afford such an expensive house. Chu Xiao, you're just being a pain in the ass, renting a luxury car to show off." Chapter 22 Everyone has worked together, so why are you suddenly rich? Chu Xiao, you should quickly apologize to Director Ma. It's only a delay. It's fine. Right, we don't punch in here, do we, Manager Ma? The colleagues around him spoke kindly. Ma Bai frowned and said sternly, "What, you think you can be late without punching in? You guys are at the bottom of the sales list every month. You've made me lose face at the head office. I get scolded every year. Chu Xiao is a typical example today. I'm definitely going to fire him." With that, he threw the contract in his hand at Chu Xiao's face. "You're a poor loser, what are you pretending to be a rich kid for? You can't even afford to buy instant noodles with a hard-boiled egg in it, how can you afford a house? And 20 million is not expensive. I'm not afraid of wind blowing my tongue off. Do you know how much 20 million is? With your abilities, you could never afford it in 10 lifetimes." Ma Bai's voice was so loud that it shook the whole building. The surrounding colleagues also closed their mouths one after the other, afraid of being implicated. Only a girl named Jiang Yu weakly said, "Manager Ma, you can't say that about him. Although he is Chu Xiao is late, it's too much to fire him for being late once." Ma Bai sneered, "What? You like him, so you're defending him. He hasn't closed a single order in 3 months. Why don't you help him close some sales?" Jiang Yu was speechless and her tanned face turned red. She is just a newcomer, having only been here for a month, and she hasn't even completed a single order herself, so how can she possibly help Chu Xiao? The company doesn't pay you to just sit around. Chu Xiao, what are you smiling at? Hurry up and pack your things and get out of here. Ma Bai couldn't help but feel even more anger well up in his heart when he saw that Chu Xiao was smiling. This kid really has some nerve. Up to now, he hasn't even said a single soft word. Is he really not afraid of being fired? Chu Xiao was not angry. He calmly crouched down, picked up the contract on the floor, and handed it to Jiang Yu, saying, "Come on, call me Brother Chu." Jiang Yu was full of confusion, but she still obediently called out, "Brother Chu." Chu Xiao rubbed her head, took out a black gold card from his bosom, and said, "Go, swipe the card. I'll buy this apartment. The performance will be credited to your name." Jiang Yu was stunned, her rosy lips opening and closing as she said weakly, "Brother Chu, you're joking. Hurry up and apologize to Manager Ma." The people around her also said, "Chu Xiao, why are you still acting? You really think you're a rich second-generation heir? This apartment is worth 20 million yuan. It's not something that poor losers like us can even dream of. We're just playing along with you, pretending to be impressed. Don't take it seriously." Ma Bai sneered, took the POS card machine, entered the number 20 million on it, and then snatched the black gold card, saying, "Ha! He wants to swipe the card, right? I'll swipe it for him today. Let's see if I can swipe 20 million. Immediately afterwards, the POS machine beeped, ding. Card swiped successfully. 20 million spent. Accompanied by the receipt being printed out, it was clearly written in black and white on the paper that the transaction of 20 million had been successfully completed. The entire sales department fell silent. It was quiet for several minutes. What's going on? Where am I? Who am I? Am I dreaming? 20 million? It was successfully completed just like that? Chu Xiao broke the silence and said, "Xiaoyu, congratulations. According to the rules of our sales department, you will get 20% of the commission for this transaction. This house is worth 20 million. After taxes, you should be able to get about 1.6 million. His voice was not loud, but it was deafening. Everyone reacted, staring at Chu Yao as if they had seen a ghost. Holy shit! You really did swipe 20 million. Chu Yao, you're not hitting it off with a rich woman, are you? A colleague exclaimed, his eyes full of envy and jealousy. We've been colleagues for a long time, and now you've suddenly become rich. Envy makes people look ridiculous. Envy makes us want to separate from you. Ding! You have received envy and jealousy from your colleagues, increasing your happiness points by 30. Ding! You have received envy and jealousy from your colleagues, increasing your happiness points by 40. Ding! Ding! A series of system prompts sounded in his head. Chu Xiao was shocked. He didn't expect the system to give so many points of happiness. That's too much. Among them, Ma Bai alone contributed 250 points of happiness, which can be described as the supreme leak. This is almost as good as the son of good luck who hits someone in the face. It's awesome. It seems that Director Ma is very jealous, otherwise he wouldn't have given so many points of happiness. Chu Xiao pinched his chin and secretly gloated. The 20 million yuan meant nothing to him, and at the same time, he had some enlightenment. These poor colleagues are simply treasures. What a leak field. The system's rules are very simple. By acting cocky and slapping people in the face, you can make others feel various emotions, such as envy, jealousy, remorse, etc. These emotions will be converted into cool point values. In other words, the more envious and jealous the person is, the more cool point values they can provide. And the colleagues who spend every waking moment together. Everyone is an acquaintance, and suddenly discovering that Chu Xiao has gone from a poor loser to a rich man, naturally they will be very envious and jealous. What are you still doing? Get a pen. Let's sign the contract. Chu Xiao said to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu stood there dumbfounded, let out an O, and quickly brought an oil pen, respectfully handing it to Chu Xiao. After signing, the house purchase contract officially came into effect. This is it? Jiang Yu whispered, her tone still full of disbelief. She felt like it was all so unreal, like a dream. Even if it was a dream, she couldn't imagine selling the 20 million yuan building. At this moment in time, if there is anyone who was most jealous and resentful, it is Ma Bai, the manager of the horse department. He fantasizes in his heart that if he had not thrown the contract in Chu Xiao's face just now, then could he have signed the order and earned the 1.6 million? Ma Bai came forward with a flattering smile on his face, holding the black gold card in his hands, shamelessly saying, Mr. Chu, look at this contract. Can we sign a new one? Chu Xiao asked in confusion, why? Ma Bai said with a flattering smile on his face, you know my situation. I have an 80-something-year-old mother at home to take care of. And my son has recently fallen in love. The other party's family is asking for 1 million yuan in bride price. How about this, you give me this order. In the future, you'll be late every day, and I'll pretend I didn't see it. What do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone cast contemptuous glances at him. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as this. Just now, you called someone a poor loser, and now you're licking their ass to take their order? Shame on you. But then again, this is a 1.6 million order, what's there to be ashamed of? Ma Bai nodded repeatedly, flattering him, yes, I have no shame. Can I sign the order? I was the one serving you just now, and I swiped the credit card. Chu Yao rolled his eyes and pointed at Jiang Yu, saying, you've already been given the order, so why don't you go ask her yourself? If she's willing to give it to you, I don't care. Chapter 23, Chu Ren. Live it up if we become rich. Let's not forget each other. Normally, the conversation would end here, and no one would actually go to Jiang Yu to ask for the contract. After all, this was a prize of more than 1.6 million yuan, which was undoubtedly a huge fortune for an ordinary family. But Ma Bai was different. He was really not an ordinary person. He even directly snatched the contract from Jiang Yu's hands and said, Jiang Yu, you just joined our company not long ago. You don't know the situation, but I have a very good relationship with Chu Xiao. He definitely gave me this contract. And I served you from beginning to end. But don't worry, I won't treat you badly either. After I get this bonus, I'll take you out to dinner. And I'll promote you to team leader. Jiang Yu had just been hit in the face with over 1 million yuan and hadn't reacted yet. Seeing her contract being snatched away, she was so anxious that her face turned red and she couldn't say a word. Damn it, Ma Laobi, do you have any shame? This order was given to Jiang Yu by Chu Xiao, what does it have to do with you? Yes, give the contract back to the person. You bully even a little girl, you're really not a man. Chu Xiao, say something. You're not seriously going to give the contract to Ma Laobi, are you? Several male colleagues couldn't help but speak up. Although they were jealous of Jiang Yu in their hearts, they were even more unwilling to see Ma Bai take the contract. Chu Xiao grinned, looked at Ma Bai with contempt in his eyes, and said, Laobi, it seems that your interpersonal relationships are not good. There are so many people here, and not a single one is speaking up for you. Ma Bai was holding the contract in his hand, his head buzzing. He squeezed a smile and said flatteringly, Mr. Chu, they are nothing. You are party A. As long as you say the word, the order is mine. According to the rules, I can give you a 40% rebate. What do you say? A 40% rebate is almost 600,000 yuan. Chu Xiao suddenly looked cold. I'm sorry, but I already said the order is for Jiang Yu. And I don't need any rebate. In my eyes, this amount of money is nothing. Sigh. The people around him couldn't help but gasp. They suddenly realized that Chu Yao was not only rich, but also very generous, and he was really able to put on airs. Jiang Yu, you can call the police now. With so many people watching, if Ma Laobi really dares to take your order, according to this prize of 1.6 million, he will have to go to jail for at least 20 years. Chu Yao spoke with a calm face. Jiang Yu reacted only then, blushing and shouting, Manager Ma, please give me back the list. This is a gift from Brother Chu, and if you don't give it back I'll call the police. Nearby, a colleague started a commotion, yes. Call the police. If you don't, I will. This Ma Laobi is really something. Relying on his connections at the company, he does whatever he wants. He bullies his colleagues. He really thinks he's a local tyrant. You call the police now. We'll all testify for you. Yes. Call the police, we'll testify for you. Several people clamored. No kidding, even if this order is for a dog today, we absolutely cannot let Ma Bai take it away. This is so bullying. You guys. Shut up. You're just jealous. If you're so capable, you let Chu Xiao buy you a house too. This order is mine. It's mine. Ma Bai yelled, a little out of control. Hearing him say this, Chu Yao was suddenly inspired, and said, okay, don't even dream about it. This list is for Jiang Yu. If you dare to privately take it for yourself, I'll see you in court. As for the rest of my colleagues, you're right. Then each of you can choose a house. I'll sign the order. The commission will be yours, I don't want any rebates. As soon as he said this, boom! The entire sales department exploded. Chu Xiao. No. Chu, you're not joking. You really want to sign each of us up for a house? A colleague swallowed. The others also quieted down, staring at Chu Xiao with burning eyes, not daring to breathe. Each of these houses here is worth millions, with commission rates ranging from 5% to 20%. In general, a large part of these bonuses are rebated to the customer. Otherwise, the house really won't sell. Chu Xiao gave a faint smile, we are all colleagues, and we have been together for so long. Now that I, Chu Xiao, have become successful, I naturally won't forget you all. Everyone can come to me today to sign a single order. In an instant, everyone became excited and howled, hugging Chu Xiao, and some couldn't help but kiss his face several times. Ding! You have gained the gratitude of your colleagues, gaining 15 cool points. Ding! You have gained the gratitude of your colleagues, gaining 20 cool points. Ding! Ding! Female colleague Jiang Yu has increased her favorability towards you by 100 points, successfully completing the strategy and gaining 99 cool points. Ding! Female colleague Wang Shanshan has increased her favorability towards you by 100 points, successfully completing the strategy and gaining 69 cool points. Ding! A series of system prompts exploded in his head. Among them, several female colleagues' favorability towards Chu Yao reached 100 points, which meant that they could play poker and have parties with him. In the sales industry, you have to be able to let loose. Chu Yao raised his hand to indicate silence, and with a black gold card in the air, he laughed, okay, you guys hurry up and get the contracts ready. Let's start swiping now. Buy a house. Chu young master, sign mine first. My apartment is worth 8 million yuan. It's second only to the king of buildings, with north-south ventilation and a large balcony. Damn it! Have some shame. Forget it. I'll take the 6 million one. Very quickly. Each of the 10 salespeople signed a deal with Chu Xiao, and the cheapest apartment was worth 3.8 million yuan, with a commission of as much as 300,000 yuan. Each of them felt like they were dreaming. Hundreds of thousands of yuan. Just like that, they earned it so easily. What's more, they couldn't figure out what was wrong with Chu Xiao. He was with a rich woman, but he didn't spend money like that. Did he win the lottery? At that moment, Ma Bai also shamelessly walked over with a contract in his hands, and said with a smile on his face, "Young Master Chu, you signed all of their contracts. How about signing mine as well? These are not expensive, only 15 million yuan. Chu Xiao picked up the contract and, without even looking at it, threw it in his face and said, "Director Ma, you've made a mistake. Why do they get one set and you get 4? You really think that just because you're arrogant, you can be shameless, don't you?" Ma Bai was red in the face. While secretly cursing Chu Xiao as a stupid nouveau riche, he squeezed a smile and said in a flattering voice, "How can I be like them? I'm the director. Besides, they've already chosen the most expensive houses here. I'll just choose a few more. Just turn a blind eye to it. Brother Chu. Grandpa Chu. I'm calling you Grandpa. Just sign it for me. How about this, you tell all of them to call me Grandpa. I'll sign all the contracts in your hand. How about it?" Shu Yao's eyes revealed a playful expression as he said with a half smile. Chapter 24, Let's go back to the casino. Mabi looked at his colleagues around him and said in a slightly commanding tone, "Did you all hear that? Hurry up and call Chu Xiao Grandpa. He's our lucky charm." The entire sales hall fell silent. Everyone, without exception, pretended not to have heard. "You! What are you doing just standing there? Hurry up and call him. As long as you call him Grandpa, he'll sign the contract for me. I'll treat you all to dinner and karaoke. I'm begging you, hurry up and call him. It won't cost you anything to call him Grandpa." Ma Bai shouted, blushing. He suddenly found himself isolated. Chu Xiao's mouth curled up, saying, "Don't bother. Can't you see that no one is willing to help you? Do you know why? Because your character is so bad. Fine. 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 You all just wait. This isn't over." Ma Bai roared with bloodshot eyes, then turned his head and forced a smile as he said, "Grandpa Chu, since they're all refusing to call out, that's fine. You can just sign this for me." He took out a contract and handed it to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao shook his head and laughed, "Sorry, I don't want to sign it now. Let's talk about it later." Ma Bai froze in place for a few seconds, then angrily said, "You're mocking me. How dare you mock me? Ding. You have received Ma Bai's deep hatred and gained 500 cool points." The system's voice flashed. "I didn't expect this Ma Bai to provide so many cool points, he's practically a cash machine." Next. It was another cliché of pretending to be cool and slapping people in the face, until the expressions of these colleagues became numb. Chu Xiao knew that they could no longer provide him with many cool points. With everyone watching with admiring eyes, Chu Xiao got back into the car, slammed the door, and let out a sigh. "Ugh, it's so exhausting to put on airs and show off. I'm making a fool of myself, throwing money around." He shook his head. He hit the gas and disappeared from the eyes of his former colleagues. "Ugh, so rich. I just looked it up online. The car Chu Xiao is driving is worth over 80 million. Damn it. If I had known that this kid was a rich kid out experiencing life, I would have been willing to be his dog." A colleague stood on the side of the road, sighed, shook his head, and felt remorseful. He had lunch with Chu Lingyin. Chu Xiao continued to drive around aimlessly, earning points from passers-by. Although the points were not many, they were continuous and could accumulate over time. This is not a solution. When will I have enough points to upgrade the system? Chu Xiao was a little worried. Just then, the screen of his phone lit up for a moment, and it turned out to be a WeChat message from Li Qingxue. "Li Qingxue, are you free for dinner tonight? Wow. The sun has risen in the west, she actually took the initiative to ask me out?" Chu Xiao pinched his chin, typed a reply while driving, and said, "Is your boyfriend going?" Li Qingxue, "Just the two of us." Chu Xiao, "No." Li Qingxue's face was full of question marks. "Why? Shu Xiao, Shu is a gentleman. You are already someone's, and I don't want ye to misunderstand. Ding. Pei Yimo's favorability rating towards you has increased by 5 points. Current favorability rating, 85 out of 100. Please continue to work hard, host. Conquering the goddess is just around the corner. The system's voice flashed by. What's going on? Why did Pei Yimo's favorability rating increase when I was chatting with Li Qingxue? Zhu Xiao froze for a moment, but quickly recovered and quickly replied again, why don't you also invite Yi Xiong? In the office of the Li Group. Li Qingxue looked at the other person's reply and fell silent. Pei Yimo, who was next to her, smiled and said, you see, I knew Zhu Xiao was a good person. He's not as bad as you think. You should reduce your prejudice against him. Li Qingxue was speechless, threw her phone on the desk in front of her, and said, forget it. I'll leave you alone. If you get dumped, don't blame me for not warning you. Pei Yimo laughed and put his arm around her, saying, oh, I know you're just trying to test Chuyao for my sake, but he's really a nice guy, gentle and considerate, and he has a sweet way of talking. Li Qingxue rolled her eyes, you're hopeless. At that moment, Pei Yimo's phone suddenly rang. It was Chu Xiao calling. Pei Yimo looked at Li Qingxue, a little overwhelmed, and stammered, what do I do? He called me. Li Qingxue was speechless, just answer it. Don't you miss him? But I don't know what to say. Are you going to answer it or not? If not, hang up. Finally, Pei Yimo answered the phone and asked gently, what's up? Her voice was obviously a little bit caught. Zhu Xiao said, it's nothing, I just want to ask if you're still going to Vienna tonight. If you are, let's go together. I happen to be short of a female companion. If we win, we split it in half. If we lose, it's on me. Hearing that it was to gamble, Pei Yimo's eyes immediately lit up, and without regard for her image, she said, yes. This is a good thing. Of course I want to go. What time shall we meet? Zhu Xiao laughed and said, 6 p.m., right? We'll go for a bit and then come home. Pei Yimo said, okay. See you then. He hung up the phone. The office fell silent, and Li Qingxue said in a huff, this is the kind of man you like? I don't even see any ambition in him. He's young, but he goes to the casino every day. No matter how much money his family has, he'll lose it all. I'm telling you, the thing I hate most in this life is a gambling man. I don't approve of your marriage. Pei Yimo puffed up his cheeks and said, don't you dare say anything bad about my brother Chu Xiao. He's not the kind of person who is addicted to gambling. From what I've observed of him, he doesn't like money at all. Gambling is just for fun. As for marriage, I don't even know if he'll like me. After all, I'm so much older than him. Li Qingxue was completely speechless. Love brain. It's really hopeless. Time quickly came to 6 p.m. The dark gold Lotus EVLJA roared to a halt. Zhu Xiao had driven all day and refueled several times, but it had all been worth it. He got out of the car, carrying Chu Lingyin in his arms, and saw Pei Yimo at a glance. Zhu Xiao, we're over here. By the dockside, Pei Yimo was dressed in a long pink dress and stood tall and graceful. Beside her stood Li Qingxue and Yi Fan. Zhu Xiao smiled and walked over, long time no see. Miss Pei. Miss Li. Brother Yi. He politely greeted the several people. Yi Fan nodded indifferently without saying a word. He had arranged for someone to investigate Chu Xiao's background today, and after learning some of Chu Xiao's situation, he hated Chu Xiao even more. Why? Chu Yao was born the heir to the Chu group and was also engaged to Li Qingxue. What made Yi Fan feel the most jealous was that Chu Yao not only didn't appreciate his family's arrangement, but also ran away from home? Such a spoiled brat who doesn't know how to cherish things. A waste of space who only knows how to eat, drink, gamble and whore. He shouldn't even be alive. Chapter 25, A Single Throw of the Dice. Just to win the beauty's smile. Vienna Casino. Surveillance room. Brother Long, that Chu Yao is here again. He beat our people last time, and today he must lose everything he has left, even his underwear. Someone said, watching the surveillance monitor. Long Outyan was flirting with two women nearby, and when he heard this, he immediately narrowed his eyes, a sinister look in his eyes, and said, huh? No. Today, let's let him win again. I want him to fall in love with gambling completely. He can't help himself. Only in this way can we squeeze more value out of him. Brother Long. He hit our people. Are you just going to let him go? What do you know? A gentleman can't bear small annoyances and ruin his big plans. He hit our brothers, of course we can't just let it go. It's just not the right time yet. Okay. Brother Long. We'll do whatever you say. Half an hour later. Inside the surveillance room. Someone said with a slight tremor in his voice, Brother Long, that Chu Xiao has already won 300 million. And he's still raising the stakes. He's going all in every single time. If this keeps up, I'm afraid our cash flow won't be enough to cover it. Long Outyan got up from the woman. He stared at the screen as Chu Xiao kept winning, frowning. How is that possible? It's only been half an hour. Has he been winning the whole time? The man swallowed. I've been watching him the whole time, and he hasn't missed a bet since the first round. He's won every hand. The gamblers around him are going crazy. What do we do? Long Outyan crossed his arms, narrowed his cold eyes, and said gloomily, we can't let him play this anymore. We'll break the machine. Force him to play something else. Okay. Brother Long. The casino hall was. It was extremely lively, and everyone was crazy. They followed Chu Xiao's bets and won a lot of money. Pei Yimo smiled and said, what do you think? I was right. Chu Xiao is really lucky. He keeps winning. Li Qingxue stared at the table in disbelief. Her CPU was about to burn out, and she couldn't figure out what was going on. How was it possible for someone to bet and win every time? What kind of luck is this? Yi Fan's heart sneered. He had been the foil from beginning to end. In order not to make Li Qingxue hate him, he didn't even participate in the bets, just kept watching Chu Yao win. From a starting capital of 10,000 yuan, in just half an hour, he had won nearly 300 million yuan. That's so much money. It's practically astronomical. Chu Yao was already numb with joy. He wasn't really interested in the money, but the joy points were worth a fortune. This time, not only did Pei Yimo's goddess bless him, but Yi Fan, the current bag, was also by his side, constantly providing points. You have to understand that Yi Fan is the son of good fortune. Every time a bet was won, Yi Fan would provide a few dozen to a few hundred points, and in just half an hour, he provided Chu Yao with more than 2,000 points. Chu Yao felt so ashamed that he didn't want to kill him. In Chu Yao's eyes, Yi Fan was simply a rooster that laid golden eggs. Not only was he the son of good fortune, he was also a very petty person who was good at envying and resenting others. System. Why don't we discuss this? Don't kill Yi Fan. I can't bear to do it. Chu Yao secretly cheered to himself. He knew that it was impossible for the system to withdraw the task. Zila Zila. Suddenly, a burst of smoke came from the gambling table, scaring everyone around and causing them to scream. Sorry everyone. This machine has broken down and won't be fixed for a while. Why don't you go and play something else? We have lots of other games here. A waiter in black armor trots over, bowing repeatedly and nodding to everyone. The gamblers around him curse. They are in the middle of a winning streak and are very angry when they are suddenly told that the machine has broken down. Damn it! If you can't afford to play in Vienna, then don't open it. Yes, yes. I just won a little, and the machine broke? What a coincidence. It didn't break earlier, it didn't break later, but it broke when I was winning. Damn it. Shuda Kaishin, say something. Isn't this obvious bullying? People around him yelled. Chu Xiao touched his chin without saying a word. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. He knew better than anyone else whether the machine was broken or not. With his X-ray vision, he could see everything. The machine is not broken at all. However, he could not say anything. After all, this is someone else's casino, and he had won so much money, and had been winning all the time, so anyone would be angry. Letting the machine deliberately emit smoke was already a good way to persuade him to quit. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, and divided the chips in front of him into two halves, pushing most of one of them towards Pei Yimo and saying, keep it. We agreed to split it in half. Pei Yimo's mouth opened wide, her eyes shining like stars. She said in a daze, you're giving it all to me? You're not joking? There's 150 million yuan here. 150 million yuan. For a rich girl like her, that's a huge sum of money. Chu Xiao nodded and said, we agreed to split it in half. Why would I lie to you? Do you want it or not? If not, I'll take it back. Hearing this, Pei Yimo quickly threw himself on the chips, beaming with happiness, and said, yes, yes, yes. Why not? Shu Yao, you're so good to me. I love you to death. Mooah. Ding. Pei Yimo's favorability towards you has increased by 15 points. Current favorability, 100 out of 100. Congratulations, host, you have completed the goddess strategy, and are rewarded with 9,999 points of happiness. The voice of the system sounded in his head. Ha! The strategy is complete? Shu Xiao was ecstatic. Ding! Yi Fan is jealous of you, and your cool point value has increased by 800 points. Ding! The gambler is jealous of you. Ding! Ding! A series of system prompts. Holy shit! 150 million yuan, and he didn't even bat an eyelid, just giving it to a woman. He's a god among men. I wish I were a woman. So this is what it means to spend a fortune just to win a woman's smile. I'm in awe. My goodness, I'm lucky to have a glimpse into the world of a god among men. Now I know, I was the frog at the bottom of the well. The gamblers around them spoke one after the other. At the same time, almost all the women present were incredibly envious of Pei Yimo. They all wished they could be the woman by Chu Zhao's side. Unfortunately, they were not even on the same level as Pei Yimo. Of all the women present, only Li Qingxue was qualified to stand with Pei Yimo and compete with her. They were like two gorgeous and extraordinary beauties, dwarfing the rest of the women. Clap, clap, clap. Not far away, there was a burst of applause. A handsome man in a sharp suit walked over, his face beaming with a smile. Serchu is truly a generous man. To spend 1,000 gold coins just to win the smile of a beautiful woman. I am in awe. This man had a sword-shaped eyebrow and starry eyes, with distinct angles and a stocky build. His eyes were mesmerizing, and he had an air of intimidation about him that made people feel that he was extraordinary. He also wears a big gold necklace around his neck, which makes him seem a bit arrogant. Shu Xiao turned his head and looked. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! The Son of Destiny has been discovered. Chapter 26, Long Outyan's Invitation. Sorry, I can't even read Mahjong. Name, Long Outyan. Age, 27. Height, 187. Identity, head of the Thousand Doors Society, the owner behind the scenes of the Vienna Casino. Cultivation, martial arts grandmaster. Proficient in jiu-jitsu, boxing, spear play, swordsmanship, gambling techniques. Kill reward, 9,999 points of coolest value. The voice of the system flashed. Hiss. System. You're exposed. Now you don't even bother to send the mission, and you just directly mark a kill reward? You must have a grudge against the Son of Destiny, right? Shu Xiao muttered to himself, his heart was extremely excited. I never thought that I would meet another Son of Destiny in such a short time, and the other person's cultivation level is even a martial grandmaster. You have to understand that Yi Fan, who is also a Son of Destiny, is only a martial grandmaster now. And Yi Fan is already 29 years old, while this Long Ao genius in front of him is only 27 years old. He truly deserves to be called a Son of Destiny. For a normal person, even if they are exceptionally talented, it would take at least 30 to 50 years of hard work to cultivate to the realm of a martial grandmaster. This shows how rebellious the so-called children of destiny are. Unfortunately, they live in this world. Shu Zhao's mouth curled up. Ding! Every child of destiny contains great fortune. Killing them will only do the host good, not harm. Moreover, this system can assist you in intercepting the other party's fortune. Note, fortune means nothing to you. You already have the strongest fortune in the myriad worlds by possessing this system. The voice of the system sounded. Shu Xiao took a sharp breath, deeply agreeing, the strongest novel writing system, theoretically possessing all the cheats in the world. There is nothing that the system cannot give you, as long as you can think of it. If it's cool, it's over. He is. Bet on the dragon god Outyan. Even he was shocked. Someone exclaimed in shock. Yi Fan frowned slightly. As a martial arts master, he instinctively sensed the aura of a grandmaster emanating from Long Outyan. This person is young, but he has already reached the realm of a martial arts grandmaster. How is this possible? Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that becoming a martial arts master at the age of 29 was unprecedented, But he never expected someone to be more powerful than him. What is going on in this world? At the same time, Long Outyan's gaze also fell on Yi Fan. The two men suddenly locked eyes, and both could see a little fear and hostility in each other's eyes. As sons of the same heir of destiny, they would naturally be a little resistant to each other. So this is the legendary god of gamblers. I've heard a lot about you. Chu Xiao smiled and bowed, looking harmless and polite. Long Outyan also smiled and said, Mr. Chu, I was wondering if you would be interested in a wager together? Ding! The Son of Fortune has issued a bet to you. As the host of this system, you must not give in. Task issued, the god of gamblers is nothing. Defeat the Son of Fortune, Long Outyan, in the art of gambling. Reward for the task, 3,000 cool point value. The system's voice sounded in his head. Chu Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile as he said, since Brother Long has so graciously invited me, naturally I will oblige. Hearing this, Pei Yimo's expression became a little worried. She leaned over to Chu Yao and whispered, Chu Yao, didn't you hear what the others just said? This Long Outyan is the gambling god of our city, Shanghai. If we gamble with him, we'll definitely lose. I think we should just forget about it. After all, we've already won so much. Li Qingxue, in the spirit of just wanting to watch the fun, said, What are you afraid of? Chu Yao is so lucky, he probably won't lose. Pei Yimo looked at her and said, But. Chu Xiao laughed and said, It's fine, just playing with him. I believe that a gambling god like Brother Long will definitely not let a rookie like me lose badly. Long Outyan grinned, laughing arrogantly while clapping his hands, Very good. Very good. I like a man like Chu Xiao who is so generous. So shall we start now? The gamblers around were originally furious about the machine malfunction. But when they heard that Chu Xiao was going to have a gambling match with Long Outyan, they all quieted down, their eyes showing excitement. One is the eldest son of the Chu group, who is extremely lucky, and the other is the gambling god of Shanghai City, who has been famous for a long time. When these two collide, it will definitely be a gamble not to be missed. Many gamblers gathered around to witness this historic moment. At this time, Long Outyan's gaze fell on Yi Fan again. He smiled contemptuously and said with a hint of provocation, I see that this brother is extraordinary, I wonder if you are interested in joining the gamble and having some fun together? Great! Since we're going to gamble, let's have some fun together. Yi Fan smiled confidently. He was also quite proficient in gambling techniques. During his years abroad, he frequented major casinos and would gamble away thousands of dollars at a time. It was only after returning to China that he became much more low-key. If an ordinary person had invited him to participate in a gambling match, he would have definitely refused due to his arrogant personality. But Long Outyan was different. The other party was also the son of the heir, and neither wanted to lose face. The atmosphere was tinged with the smell of gunpowder. Fine. Then the three of us will gamble together. The gazes of the three men, Chu Xiao, Long Outyan, and Yi Fan, intertwined, as if there were invisible electric arcs flashing, with sparks flying in all directions. Li Qingxue's brows furrowed slightly, and her good impression of Yi Fan decreased a little more, but she didn't say anything. After all, she and Yi Fan were only pretending to be a couple, not a real couple. Chu Xiao, are you sure? Pei Yimo asked with concern. Chu Xiao smiled faintly and said, To tell you the truth, I've never gambled before, and I can't even read mahjong. That's why I've been playing baccarat here all this time. On hearing this, Pei Yimo's pretty face turned pale, and she couldn't help but exclaim, What do you mean? You can't gamble? Then why did you agree to it? Aren't we just giving him money? Forget it, let's not gamble anymore, can we go home? Chu Xiao touched the tip of his nose and laughed, What are you afraid of? It's just a matter of losing some money. My Chu group has plenty of money for me to squander. The usual rules apply, if I lose, it's on me, if I win, we split it. You won't lose anything. That's not what I meant. Never mind. You bet. If I lose, we split it too. Pei Yimo's clear eyes gazed at Chu Xiao in front of her. She suddenly found that she seemed to like Chu Xiao even more. He was open-minded and transparent, had no interest in money, and acted according to his own nature. Could it be that this was the legendary disregard for money? He was simply so cool. He didn't like money. What did he like then? The people around them couldn't help but gasp. They really didn't expect that Chu Xiao had been playing big and small here the whole time, and it turned out that he knew nothing about gambling. Then this gamble will be really interesting. Yi Fan sneered in his heart, secretly thinking, Xu Xiao, you are really arrogant. You don't even know how to play mahjong, and you dare to agree to a bet. But that's fine. I've never liked you. I'll make sure you lose everything you own. Long Outyen also narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at Xu Xiao, pondering how much truth there was in what Xu Xiao had said. Chapter 27, Let's Play Poker, Young Man. Is Lord Chu telling the truth? You really don't know how to gamble? Long Outyen asked with narrowed eyes. Xu Xiao nodded with a smile and said very modestly, I really don't know how to gamble, so please take care of me later. Don't let me lose too embarrassingly. After all, you are the famous gambling god. Long Outyen couldn't help but laugh. Lord Chu was being modest. Xu Xiao laughed and asked, You're not suspecting me of lying, are you? Long Outyen shook his head and walked over, put his arm around Xu Xiao's shoulders, as if they were very close, and said, Xu, you don't know. Gambling is a strange thing. People who gamble often have very bad luck. And novices usually have a novice aura. I believe that you, Mr. Chu, must be someone with extremely good luck. So, you will definitely win today. Xu Xiao smiled and said, I'll take your word for it then. He really doesn't gamble, and he can't even read mahjong. But he has the system, and there is still a god-level gambling technique in the system's prize pool, which he hasn't purchased yet. System, please. Help me purchase the god-level gambling technique. He said to himself. Ding. Costs 1,000 cool points. Cool point balance, 16,010 points. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the cheat god-level gambling technique. God-level gambling skills. This cheat code comes from an ordinary novel. Once selected, the host will have god-level gambling skills and can be called the god of gamblers. No one in the world will be your rival in terms of gambling skills. Moreover, when you participate in any gambling game, your luck index will increase by 100%. The system's voice flashed. Xu Xiao smiled and looked at Yi Fan without saying a word, and asked, Brother Yi, do you know how to gamble? Yi Fan was stunned by the question and said indifferently, I know a little. Long Outyen laughed loudly, good. Since Brother Chu doesn't know how to gamble, let's take care of him and play something simple. How about a game of poker? Poker is the simplest form of gambling with playing cards. The rules are easy to understand and only 3 people are needed to start. The more people involved in the game, the more exciting it is. Hearing this, the gamblers around them couldn't hold back anymore, but when they thought about the level of these 2 gods of gambling, Xu Xiao and Long Outyen, they all lost interest. Are you kidding? This is a big gamble, with tens of millions of dollars at stake every minute. Who dares to gamble? Seeing that no one spoke, Long Outyen sneered contemptuously and led Xu Xiao and Yi Fan to a golden gambling table in the center. It was called a golden gambling table, but it was actually just painted gold on the outside, making it look grand and luxurious. The 3 of them sat down separately, creating a triangular situation where no one could see the other's cards. Pei Yimo stood next to Xu Xiao. She felt her heart pounding, worried about such a big gamble, and that she was still gambling against the gambling god. Zhu Lingyin, on the other hand, sat obediently next to her, beaming from ear to ear, harmless as a child. Soon, the dealer, dressed in a black suit and wearing white gloves, walked to the middle of the table and began shuffling the cards under the watchful eyes of everyone. When he was about to deal the cards, Yi Fan suddenly said, Let me shuffle the cards twice. The dealer looked at Long Outyen and Xu Xiao with some difficulty. Generally speaking, guests are not allowed to shuffle the cards, unless all other guests agree. Long Outyen nodded slightly, sneering inwardly. All the poker cards here have special markings, and he can see at a glance what cards are dealt. It is no exaggeration to say that in this casino, he is the well-deserved god of gamblers, and no tricks can escape his eyes. Yi Fan, although a bit clever in knowing a little about gambling, is ultimately too confident. Xu Xiao, of course, had no objections. Just wash them casually. Under his penetrating gaze, no matter how you wash them, you can see the cards clearly at a glance. No tricks will work. Yi Fan obviously didn't know his current situation. Everyone had an external device, only he was relying solely on his own skills. He picked up the poker cards and looked at them casually for a few moments, before starting to shuffle them in a fancy way in front of everyone, showing off his skills. This attracted the admiration of the gamblers around him. Even quite a few female gamblers began to admire Yi Fan, thinking that he was good-looking, had a good figure, and had such a cool way of shuffling. After shuffling the cards, the dealer took them and asked, Does anyone else want to reshuffle? Seeing that no one responded, he began to deal the cards in a circle, not too fast and not too slow. The originally noisy casino became quiet at this moment. Everyone was paying attention to this game. Yi Fan sneered inwardly. He had already arranged the order of the cards when he shuffled them, and had also made some slight markings. He was confident that he would be dealt a flush. If there was enough time, he could even make himself a straight. Soon. One round of cards was dealt. None of the three spoke, and no one looked at the cards. Long Outyan's mouth curled up, and he directly threw out a 5 million chip, saying, "Boring." The rules of Baccarat are that if the person sitting next to you mutes, the person sitting next to them must also mute, and they must also put down the same amount of chips. If the person sitting next to them looks at their cards, they need to double the amount of chips. He immediately put down 5 million chips. Most people really can't afford to follow suit. The gamblers around him let out a gasp. Yi Fan happened to be the next player. He twitched the corner of his mouth, and despite the pain, he threw a 5 million chip on the table and said, "I'll see you." As a special forces soldier and hitman who had returned from abroad, Yi Fan also had quite a bit of wealth. Over the years, he had saved up almost 500 million. Although 500 million is a lot for an ordinary person, Yi Fan grew up in hardship and is very stingy. The 5 million chip made him feel like his heart was bleeding. As for why he was willing to lurk in the Li group as a small bodyguard, naturally it was to get close to Li Qingxue, the daughter of the wealthy Li family. Next. It was Chu Xiao's turn to speak. Everyone's gaze rested on him, wanting to see if he would follow suit and fold his hand. If the three of them muffled their cards at the same time, muffle them one after the other. Don't look at the 5 million chips, it doesn't seem like much, but in fact this is already very exaggerated. It's a gambling game that can reach hundreds of millions of dollars in a matter of minutes. Chu Yao's eyes flashed slightly. With the aid of his X-ray vision, he could clearly see the three people's cards. Long Outyan was holding a queen of diamonds, Yi Fan was holding an ace of diamonds, and he himself was holding a king of diamonds. Three people's cards. In the first hand, 3 golden flowers came out, and they were also very large AKQ golden flowers. This handiwork is a bit too exaggerated. Chu Xiao looked deeply at Yi Fan, picked up the cards in his hand, and shook his head, saying, "Today's update is complete. Exciting content, so stay tuned for tomorrow. If you want the author to update early, you can urge him to write more. Just keep urging for more. The author will burst into writing. P.S. I'd like to tell the brothers who are reading along that the author recently discovered when checking the data that the reading rate for the first chapter is very low. It may be that the plot of catching adultery at the beginning makes people uncomfortable. So I've made some changes. Brothers who are interested, you can go back and read chapters 1 and 2 again. The changes are as follows. The plot of catching adultery has been deleted, the protagonist Chu Xiao has been changed from a time traveler to a reincarnated soul, and the 5-minute invisibility cloak has been deleted. In addition, I hope that brothers who like this book can help to promote it, urge for more chapters, give it a good review, and so on. It is quite difficult for a new book to set sail. The author thanks you. Chapter 28, More. Chu Xiao, you big idiot. Chu Xiao directly flipped up the cards, pretended to take a look, and then laughed without saying a word. Pei Yimo, who was standing next to him, was flushed with excitement. She had just seen clearly that the 3 cards were actually a King Kong flush. According to probability theory, when 3 people get the first card, this kind of flush is a sure win. Follow. Follow. Pei Yimo whispered as she tilted her head. Her voice was very low. She was full of excitement. Chu Xiao smiled and directly threw 2 5 million chips, saying, "I advise everyone to take a look at the cards in their hands." The gamblers around him couldn't help but get excited. Counting the 3 million starting money, in just a short while, there were already 23 million on the table. You have to understand that this hand of cards has just begun. 2 players fold, and 1 player checks. If the player who folded doesn't check and continues to fold, then this hand is a big one. In fact, the game of Big 2 is a kind of rogues game. If the 2 players keep folding, and the one who checks doesn't have enough money, then no matter how big your hand is, you'll have to fold it in the end. If you want to continue to follow, then you have to put up collateral, or you can write an IOU. But when playing cards, no one can guarantee that they will definitely be the biggest. It was Long Outyan's turn to speak. As expected, he continued to fold his cards, looking at Yi Fan with a half smile on his face, as if he were provoking him. Without saying a word, Yifan also threw in a 5 million chip and said, "Keep folding." He was absolutely certain that he could win this hand. So no matter how many rounds there were, he would keep folding. He was very confident in his gambling skills. It was Chu Xiao's turn to speak again. Pei Yimo buried his head and whispered with great restraint, "Follow." Chu Xiao smiled, pinched up 5 million chips and threw them on the table, as if they were not money but 2 plastic cards. In the blink of an eye, it was the 6th round. It was still the same situation. Long Outyin and Yifan had not looked at their cards and had been moping, while Chu Xiao was also smiling and following the cards. 20 million for 1 round, and 120 million for 6 rounds if the stakes are not included. The surrounding gamblers' eyes were red with excitement. Witnessing such a big hand in person was really hard for them to remain calm. Pei Yimo was also high on the game. Of course, she didn't know that Yifan's hand was the biggest. She naively thought that Chu Xiao had the biggest hand in this hand. After all, it was an old king gold. She would go all out and follow. Li Qingxue stood behind Yifan, her finely arched brows knitted as she said, "Yifan, why don't you ever look at your cards? Chu Xiao's cards must be huge. You should take a look at them." Yifan laughed and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry. Just follow for 2 more rounds." Of course he wouldn't say, "Why don't I look at my cards?" Because my cards are the biggest in the whole room. Li Qingxue's eyes flashed with displeasure as she reminded him, "But you only have 3 chips left. If you keep following like this." At this time, Yifan only had 5 million chips in front of him. These chips were all given to him by Li Qingxue in advance to make him look good. Li Qingxue of course didn't know that Yifan was actually very rich. She naively thought that Yifan was just a poor bodyguard, a bodyguard who had been blinded by money. And once Yifan loses, all that money will be gone. Li Qingxue was very panicked. She didn't like gambling, and she especially didn't like gambling men. She believed that money should be earned through one's own efforts, not obtained without working for it. In the blink of an eye. It was the 9th lap. Long Outyin and Yifan still hadn't looked at their cards, and had been moping about. Next, it was Chu Xiao's turn to speak. At this point, the amount on the table had already reached 180 million yuan. This is undoubtedly a staggering amount of money. Out of goodwill, Pei Yimo kept giving Li Qingxue winks, meaning roughly, "You hurry up and tell Yifan to fold his cards, Chu Yao's hand is very big." Li Qingxue's face was gloomy, and with a somewhat commanding tone, she said, "Yifan, take a look at the cards." She had almost given an order. Under normal circumstances, "You're just a bodyguard, taking your boss's money, what are you pretending to be? Just do whatever the boss says." But Yifan was different. He was the son of fortune, with his own pride and temper. What kind of nonsense is a woman nagging about when men are playing cards? He firmly believed that he could win this hand, with 100% certainty. What the hell does he need to see the cards for? At this moment, Chu Xiao smiled, and directly threw the cards onto the table in front of everyone, saying, "Alas! You've been boring. How long are you going to be boring for? I'm throwing in the towel. You guys play." Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. No one expected Chu Xiao, such a godly player and heir to the Chu group, to throw in the towel. Pei Yimo opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of disbelief, and angrily said, "Chu Xiao, what are you doing? We've all followed up to 90 million. You can just throw in the towel like that. You're the king of diamonds. It's a sure win." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What the hell? Even the king of diamonds is discarding his cards? Both hands are dead, and you're the one looking at the king of diamonds, so why are you discarding your cards? This Chu Xiao is really stupid, discarding even such a big hand. It was obviously a sure win. It seems that he was telling the truth when he said he couldn't play cards, he wasn't lying. Everyone felt sorry for him. Pei Yimo felt the most distressed. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears, and she had tears of sorrow welling up inside. 180 million. That's 180 million. Chu Xiao, you big idiot. Seeing her like this, Chu Xiao couldn't help but comfort her with a bit of a laugh. What are you crying for? What if someone else's card is bigger than mine? Pei Yimo said with a face full of grievances, how could anyone have a higher card than yours? The probability of a flush occurring when 3 people are playing is very low. And yours is still an ace flush. You idiot, do you even know how to play cards? You're killing me. Chu Yao shrugged and laughed. It doesn't matter. I've only lost 90 million. Besides, Yi doesn't have any chips left in his hand, so if I don't fold, he'll have to. On hearing this, Li Qingxue felt a strange mixture of emotions. She had never imagined that Chu Xiao would fold his hand because Yi Fan had run out of chips. Could it be that he really wasn't interested in gambling? Could it be that he really didn't care about money? Li Qingxue's heart wavered a little. She couldn't help but ask herself whether she really needed to change her opinion of Chu Xiao, and at least stop being prejudiced. Ding! Li Qingxue's favorability towards you has increased by 30 points. Current favorability, 0 out of 100. The system's voice flashed. Chu Yao was secretly pleased. After so long, Li Qingxue's favorability towards him had finally increased, although it had been deducted by a negative number, and only stood at 0. That was still a considerable improvement. You have to remember that at the beginning, Li Qingxue's favorability towards Chu Yao was 100. There was a quiet for a few seconds. Yi Fan did not feel the slightest gratitude for Chu Xiao's discard, but was instead enraged by this behavior. How arrogant he was, needing a spoiled rich kid like you to give alms. The dealer pressed the timer and said, "Please speak, next player. Do you want to continue holding your cards or see the cards of the player in front of you?" Everyone's attention fell on Long Outyen again. There were only 2 players left holding their cards. Who would win? Chapter 29 The pinnacle of gambling skill is not to gamble. Everyone turned their heads to look at Long Outyen, and their breathing became a little rapid. This is the god of gamblers. What choice will he make? Continue to keep quiet? Or look at the cards? Or just compare the sizes? Long Outyen's mouth curled up, and without even looking at the cards, he directly said, "I fold." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly erupted in an uproar. What the hell? Why did he fold again, and did he even look at the cards before folding? Is this how you want to play? We really want to see the cards. Hey! The gamblers around them were very mad. They couldn't figure out why Chu Xiao would fold such a big hand, and they couldn't figure out why Long Outyen would choose to fold without even looking at the cards. It was obvious that both hands were dead, so why didn't he look at the cards? Isn't this just giving away money? Isn't this just a handout? Handout. These 2 words are quite appropriate. The dealer raised his hand and pushed all the chips on the table in front of Yi Fan, smiling and saying, "Congratulations." Yi Fan won, but there was not the slightest smile on his face. Instead, faint blue veins appeared, and he felt a sense of being blatantly given a handout. It's fine for Chu Xiao, this hypocrite, to slap him in the face with money. Why did you, Long Outyen, have to meddle? Damn it, you didn't even look at the cards. Are you looking down on me? Do I need your charity? This is a slap in the face to Yi Fan. Taking advantage of the pause, Long Outyen took out a box of cigars and gave one to each of Yi Fan and Chu Yao. He said indifferently, "Mr. Chu was really generous. You obviously discarded a card with such a big king on it. I really admire you." Chu Yao laughed and said, "It's just a small amount of money. It really doesn't mean anything. I'm worried that someone will fold their cards because they don't have enough money, and then no one will play with them. How embarrassing." He said it very naturally, without any mockery. But Yi Fan heard these words and felt extremely offended, as if he had been slapped in the face. How infuriating. How infuriating. Yi Fan took a deep breath to calm himself down. He glanced at Li Qingxue next to him and found that she was actually smiling at Chu Xiao. Soon, the dealer was ready to continue dealing the second hand. At this time, Long Outyen suddenly raised his hand and smiled, saying, "Gentlemen, do you mind if I wash the cards as well?" Chu Xiao nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Yi Fan had nothing more to say. Long Outyen smiled as he took the cards from the dealer and, in front of everyone, casually shuffled them twice without doing any fancy tricks. Gee! The god of gamblers is worthy of the name. The shuffle was not at all flashy. It was much better than the one done by the other person earlier. Someone whispered. No choice. Who could have known that Yi Fan would win 180 million just from the first hand? Almost everyone envied him. Envy and jealousy. As he watched Long Outyen shuffle the cards, Chu Xiao's mouth slightly curled up. Naturally, he saw through the other person's trick at a glance, as he possessed god-level gambling skills. Interesting. This Long Outyen and Yi Fan are both cheats. Do the two next players need to reverse the cards? The dealer asked with a smile. Yifan raised his hand to indicate, and then took a card from the deck and placed it in front of him. This is another way to play. It can very well disrupt the order of the cards, and for experts, it is unexpected. However, this move of his seemed particularly childish in Long Outyan's eyes. As a gambling god, although there is a lot of water, when he shuffled the cards just now, he had already done the optimal sorting. In other words, Yifan's behavior was long expected by Long Outyan. Gambling is not just about card skills, but more importantly, it is a psychological game of guessing the opponent's intentions and actions, and making the optimal choice. Although Long Outyan had not been in contact with Yifan for long, he already had a slight understanding of Yifan's personality. He had already made various assumptions in his mind about what kind of move the opponent would make. Moreover, among these assumptions, he would find the best one to sort. This hand of cards was completely under Long Outyan's control. Just then, Chu Xiao suddenly laughed. Since you have all shuffled the cards, I might as well join in the fun? What do you think? His words took Long Outyan by surprise. Yifan, on the other hand, frowned slightly and kept his eyes fixed on the remaining deck of cards. There was silence for a few seconds. Long Outyan laughed loudly and made an inviting gesture. Everyone looked at Chu Xiao. They saw that Chu Xiao took the cards from Yiguan, and before he could even shuffle them, the cards scattered all over the floor, as if he hadn't even touched them. The gamblers around them couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This Chu Yao is really a fool. He can't even shuffle the cards, and yet he dares to gamble with the gambling god. Pei Yimo couldn't help covering her face, and she regretted it in her heart. She should have stopped Chu Yao from agreeing to the bet. Now, she had lost 90 million in the first hand, and she didn't know if she could hold on to the remaining 200 million for many more hands. Even a wealthy girl like her feels a lot of pain. Yifan sneered, mockingly saying, Chu Xiao, if you don't know how to shuffle, don't bother. Pei Yimo immediately retorted, none of your business. Long Outyan crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. He watched the way Chu Xiao shuffled the cards in his technique, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Chu Xiao didn't seem to know how to shuffle. But he had already rearranged the order of the cards, and had secretly erased the marks that Yifan and Long Outyan had left on them. How was this possible? Long Outyan suddenly remembered a sentence his master had told him before he died: the highest level of gambling skill is to know how not to gamble. This sentence can be understood as, the highest level of gambling skill is to make everyone think you don't know how to gamble. Could it be that this Chu Xiao has already reached the highest level? He has been pretending to be a pig while eating a tiger. The reason why he just followed for a while before discarding his cards was to pretend that he didn't know how to play cards, so that everyone would let their guard down? In fact, he had already seen through all the cards? Hiss. Is that really the case? Long Outyan couldn't help but let out a cold breath, and a playful smile appeared on his cold face. If he had previously only been in it for fun, then now, the gambling god had become serious. Soon, Chu Xiao watched the cards and said with a smile, how about this, let me deal the cards for you, how about it? Long Outyan nodded with a smile, sure. If Brother Chu is willing, then go ahead. Yifan also nodded slightly, with a hint of mockery on his face. Just then, Chu Lingyin, who had never spoken, stood up and said with a smile, Big brother, I also want to deal the cards. You let me deal them. Chu Xiao couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. After seeking the approval of Long Outyan and Yifan with his eyes, he handed the cards to Chu Lingyin and said with a smile, do you know how to deal? Chu Lingyin nodded and said in a babyish voice, of course I know. I'm not an idiot. Chapter 30, Two Dragons Fighting. Just 8 years old, Chu Lingyin was just about as tall as a table. Standing on a stool, she imitated the dealer, first dealing the cards to Long Outyan, then to Yifan, and finally to Chu Xiao. Seeing this, Long Outyan and Yifan's expressions both changed. According to the rules, the second hand of cards should start with Yifan, but Chu Lingyin was just a little girl, so how would she know? However, no one blamed her. She's just a kid. It's just a game. For other gamblers, this kind of thing is taboo. But for Chu Xiao, it's no big deal at all. Okay, I'm done dealing. Chu Lingyin sat down with a smile. The dealer looked at Long Outyan, then at Yifan and Chu Xiao, and asked, may I ask if you need to correct the cards? What he meant was to ask if the order of the cards should be reversed. Chu Xiao naturally didn't say anything. After all, his sister had dealt the cards, and if there was a mistake, it was also his fault. Long Outyen narrowed his eyes and laughed. No, that's fine. Brother Yi, it's your turn to speak. Yi Fan frowned and looked at the 3 cards in front of him. It was only then that he realized that the marks he had left on the cards were gone. He had just won 180 million yuan. If he kept a steady eye on the cards in the next round and did not act recklessly, he could be said to be a sure win. Thinking about this, Yi Fan directly placed his hand on the 3 cards and lifted the corner of the card to take a quick glance. He saw 1 king, 2 kings, and 3 kings. 3 kings. A Paigao hand with 3 kings is the biggest hand you can get in Paigao. Once you get this kind of card, it can be said that there is almost no suspense. Some people may not be able to get a pair of aces after playing for several years, let alone an ace of spades. Yi Fan's breathing became rapid, but he was also an expert at playing poker, so he quickly calmed down and pretended to be in a difficult situation. Li Qingxue didn't look at what kind of card he had because she didn't like gambling. Long Outyen asked with a smile, "Yi brother, it's your turn to speak. If the cards aren't good, just discard them." Yi Fan sneered inwardly. He looked over at Xu Xiao, who looked carefree, and thought to himself, I should have dealt Xu Xiao this hand. Unfortunately, his sister dealt it to the wrong person. In that case, there is almost no possibility that the other person is setting a trap. In other words, this ace of spades, Yi Fan got by pure luck. Thinking about this, Yi Fan immediately threw 2 5 million chips and said, I'll go 10 million. Next, it was Chu Xiao's turn to speak. He didn't even look at the chips before throwing them directly, laughing, since your brother has a good hand, naturally, as a good friend, I will naturally muck 2 hands to support the crowd. Long Outyen followed without saying a word. The scene instantly heated up. 5 million chips were thrown onto the table like rubbish, making the surrounding gamblers extremely jealous. In the previous hand, Xu Xiao was the first to see the card, and then both houses mucked their cards in a row. In this hand, Yi Fan looked at the card first, and both houses followed suit. How similar. A few minutes later. It was the 10th round, and the chips on the table amounted to 200 million. Everyone around them was breathing heavily. It was so exciting. It was really exciting. Long Outyen couldn't hold back any longer. He twisted his neck and laughed, okay, let me take a look at the cards too. If the cards are small, I'll just discard them. Let you two compete on the size of your cards. While he was talking, he had already placed his hand on the 3 cards and flipped them slightly. It turned out to be a KQ. A flush. The biggest flush. This is interesting. Long Outyen's mouth curled up, and he directly threw 2 5 million chips, saying, sorry, this hand is big. Hearing this, everyone around couldn't help but gasp. The situation was now very tense. 2 out of the 3 people were looking at the cards and had both chosen to follow suit. So the right to speak fell to the person who was holding back. If Chu Xiao kept holding back and both sides kept following, then this hand would not be a matter of just a few hundred million. Pei Yimo blushed and whispered, Chu Xiao, why don't we take a look at the cards too? Chu Xiao joked, no rush, let's hold back for 2 more rounds. What if my cards are as big as the last hand? Wouldn't I lose if I look at the cards early? Pei Yimo lowered her voice, you already got the king of diamonds in the last hand. It's unlikely that you have a card in this hand. Now that both families have someone in, let's be a bit more cautious, shall we? She spoke softly, her pink lips slightly parted, very gentle. Chu Xiao touched the tip of his nose and laughed, okay, then you can look. Hearing this, Pei Yimo let out a sigh of relief. She carefully lifted the corner of the card, her heart racing. This was the first time she had dealt the cards herself in a bet worth hundreds of millions. Although she knew it was unlikely that there would be any cards, she still hoped that Chu Yao's hand would contain a joker. However, when the card was lifted, it was 3 miscellaneous cards that came into view. Pei Yimo's expression froze, and she winked at Chu Yao, meaning to ask, what do we do? The cards are so small. Discard. Chu Yao said with a smile, this game is nowhere near over, you need to fatten up the pig before you kill it. Let Yi Fan have some fun first. Next. It was Long Outyen's turn to speak. He couldn't help but frown and ponder, looking at the flush in his hand and then at Yi Fan's expression. He wasn't sure what to do. He had thought that Chu Yao would keep on being boring, but he didn't expect him to discard his hand directly. Long Outyen tentatively asked, Brother Yi? Why don't we compare sizes? Yi Fan gave a faint smile, sure. Let's each put in 100 million. What do you say? Hearing this, the people around them couldn't help but gasp in shock. 100 million, comparing sizes. What kind of godly card face is this? Long Out Yin couldn't help but laugh and cry, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Comparing sizes with 100 million, of course I have no problem with that. It's just that haven't you forgotten? You don't have many chips left in your hand. Yi Fan's mouth curled up, saying, the person beside me is the sole heir to the Li Group. The Li Group has a market value of 50 billion. Do you think we would care about your measly 100 million? Long Out Yin naturally knew Li Qingshue's identity, otherwise he would not have invited Yi Fan to join the game together. He laughed, saying, of course I know about the Li Group. But what is your relationship with her? Boyfriend? Or husband? Yi Fan said confidently, right now, it's just boyfriend. But in the future, it may also become a husband. Hearing this, Long Out Yin couldn't help but laugh, his eyes tearing up with laughter. He clapped his hands and said, just a boyfriend. It's still unknown whether he will become the son-in-law of the Li Group in the future. How about this, you let the sole heir of the Li Group promise in front of everyone. Promise to lend you 100 million. I will continue to play with you. Otherwise, I will have to continue to follow. At that time, you will have no chips in your hand and will have to fold. Author, cough cough, brothers, please generate some power. I beg you to generate some power. I beg you for flowers. I beg you for a kind old iron to push the book shortage. There have been fewer updates this month, but the author wants to earn the Starfire reward. I will make it up to you next month. Brothers, please do your part to generate some power. There were only 4 people generating power in the background today, and I thought no one was reading our book. Chapter 31 Toying with them. Between the palms of your hands. The first step to killing them off. Long Out Yin's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the corner of his mouth carried a hint of mockery. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Li Qingxue, the pride of the heavens, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She had been raised as the heiress of the group since she was young, so of course she would not be stage frightened. She simply did not like this kind of occasion. Moreover, the way the people around her looked at her also carried a certain strangeness. 100 million. It's nothing to Li Qingxue. After all, she is different from Pei Yimo. Although both are the core heirs of the Chable Group, the latter has not taken over the family group's business. Li Qingxue, on the other hand, has long since taken control of some of the Li Group's core industries. Yi Fan turned around and said to her with a smile on his face, Qingxue, trust me. I will definitely win this time. All the money I make tonight, I will give it to you. His voice was full of magnetism, and his eyes were incredibly gentle. Li Qingxue frowned slightly, hesitating whether to take out 100 million. She already regretted her decision to let Yi Fan play the role of her boyfriend. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything. Everyone was looking at her. Long Out Yin crossed his arms and stared at Li Qingxue intently. He was analyzing the relationship between Li Qingxue and Yi Fan, and he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Xu Xiao, on the other hand, looked calm and even a little bored. He smiled and said, how about this? I will vouch for Yi. If he loses, I, Xu Group, will pay the 100 million for him. I will never let Brother Long suffer. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience once again erupted in uproar. Ding! Li Qingxue's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 10 out of 100. Please continue to work hard. The system's voice flashed. Xu Xiao's mouth curled up, and he nodded at the dealer, indicating, show your cards. The dealer, dressed in a black suit, bowed, and first turned over the cards in front of Long Out Yin. My god! It's an AKQ straight flush. You're the gambling god. This hand is a sure win. A straight flush. Awesome! Someone yelled. The scene was very lively. After all, this was the biggest straight flush, and there was almost no suspense about being able to touch such a hand. After all, the probability of a Pai Gao appearing in a Pai Gao is extremely low. Pei Yimo's little face turned pale, and he muttered, it's over. I lost again. 100 million. Add the money I just lost. I've already lost 240 million. Xu Yao, let's go. Stop playing. Xu Yao gave a faint smile, it's only a few 100 million. This little money means nothing to me. Our Chu group has plenty of money. Hearing this, In the shadows, a middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance was speechless. He quickly walked out of the casino and called Chu Jianghe, Chu Yao's grandfather. "Grandpa, the young master is losing like crazy today. He's gambling with Long Outyan and lost 240 million in just 2 hands. Should I step in and stop it? If this continues, I'm afraid." The other end of the line. Grandpa Chu Jianghe laughed heartily. "Oh. Does that Long Outyan kid really dare to set a trap for my Chu family?" The middle-aged man quickly said, "That's not it. According to my observations, Long Outyan hasn't made a formal move yet. He just wanted to make the young master addicted to gambling today, so that he wouldn't lose face. The one who won the young master's money was a young man named Yi Fan, and we have already investigated his identity. 3 years ago, he was the one who committed the pyramid massacre." The old master Chu Jianghe pondered for a moment and said, "For the time being, don't worry about Yi Fan. His target should be that girl from the Li family. Just keep a close eye on Long Outyan for me. If he really dares to set a trap for Xiao, you know what to do." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a glimmer, and he said with a smile, "Understood. As for young master, is there anything else I need to do?" Ha. "Don't worry about him, let him gamble if he wants to, it doesn't matter how much he loses." "Okay. I understand." He hung up the phone. The middle-aged man turned around and returned to the gambling hall, only to suddenly find that the entire place was quiet. You could hear a needle drop. He looked at the cards in front of Yi Fan and was momentarily stunned. He saw that the dealer had already lifted the cards in Yi Fan's hand, and the 3 kings were lying quietly on the table. It was a leopard. It was a leopard. Oh my god. A flush and a leopard on the second hand. What kind of damn cards are these? If I get a flush and a leopard, I'll risk everything and go for it, even if I have to go bankrupt. No wonder that kid was so confident. It turned out to be a leopard. The surrounding gamblers reacted and spoke out. Long Outyan narrowed his cold eyes, but there was no sign of him losing his composure. He looked deeply at Chu Xiao and a smile of intriguing interest appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as he had guessed. This Chu Xiao is a master at pretending to be a pig while eating a tiger, a master among masters. He is not a bad gambler. He is just too good at it. He deliberately gave me a flush and a king of diamonds to Yi Fan. If I'm not wrong, he wanted to test our strength and, in the process, praise Yi Fan highly, make him lose his mind, and finally trample him underfoot. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. In fact, Long Outyan could have simply matched the bet and not revealed Yi Fan's hand. But if he wanted to see Yi Fan's hand, he had to bet big or small. 100 million. He just wanted to confirm his guess. Poor Yi Fan, being played for a fool and not even knowing it, it's absolutely ridiculous. The scene quickly quieted down. At this moment, Yi Fan stood up with a smile on his face and said to Li Qingxue in front of everyone, "Qingxue, I didn't lie to you, did I? I said I would win, and I will. Tonight, I will give you all the money I won, as a token of my betrothal gift." Hearing this, the female gamblers around them were all the more envious. He won nearly 500 million with just 2 cards. With so much money, it would be too extravagant to use it as a betrothal gift. However, a slight expression of displeasure flashed in Li Qingxue's eyes. She and Yi Fan were only pretending to be a couple, and the other person was still presuming and asking for her betrothal gift. Has this person gone mad? A mere bodyguard. Are you worthy? Li Qingxue thought this to herself, but had to smile on her face and say, "Fine. I'll be waiting for your betrothal gift then." Yi Fan smiled and tried to hug her, but she sidestepped slightly and avoided him, so he could only sit back down at the poker table, feeling embarrassed. Long Outyan laughed loudly, full of amusement. "Oh my! Brother Yi Fan is really lucky. This god of wealth is really taking care of you tonight. Even I, the gambling god, have to admit defeat." Yi Fan smiled crookedly and said, "Little Long, you're lucky too. You actually managed to get such a big flush. Unfortunately, you met me tonight." Long Outyan nodded slightly and said with some intriguing words, "You're being premature. It's only been 2 hands, and it's not yet certain who will win." Chapter 32, Foreplay Before the Pig Killing. Soon, the 3rd hand of cards was about to begin. The dealer, under the instruction of Long Outyan, changed a new deck of cards and said, "May I ask the 3 of you, who will shuffle this time?" Long Outyan naturally raised his hand and put the half-finished cigar aside, meaning that he wanted to shuffle the cards himself. This time, he was going to be serious. Wait. Yi Fan suddenly spoke up. Long Outyen frowned and asked, "You want to shuffle the cards?" Yi Fan smiled with the corners of his mouth raised, pointed his finger at the dazed Chu Xiao, and said, "Let him shuffle. We are both masters. Only he is playing cards for the first time. This way, it will be a little more fair." His underlying meaning was, since we are both cheats, let's not cheat. In comparison, although Yi Fan hated Chu Xiao, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided that the most suitable person to shuffle the cards was Chu Xiao. Hearing this, Long Outyen stared at Yi Fan with a look of stupidity, and then laughed as he threw the cards in front of Chu Yao and said, "Brother Chu, you do the shuffling." Chu Yao couldn't help but laugh, picked up the cards, pretended to shuffle them, and then returned them to the dealer. The dealer took them and started dealing the cards directly. This round, Chu Yao didn't continue to muffle his cards, but looked at them casually and then discarded them. Long Outyen didn't mull either, and after looking at the cards, he discarded them directly. Yi Fan won again. Unfortunately, no one followed suit this time, and there were no mulligans either, so there was only 3 million in the pot. In the next few rounds, Chu Xiao was the one shuffling the cards. Because Yi Fan didn't trust the dealer, and even less so Long Outyen, he insisted that Chu Xiao do the shuffling. 1 hand. 2 hands. 3 hands. Soon, half an hour had passed. Chu Xiao, Yi Fan, and Long Outyen each had their own wins and losses, but none of them had won much because no one was willing to play mindlessly. Basically, they all looked at the cards as soon as they were dealt. The surrounding gamblers were getting bored. Before, a hand of cards could mean a win or loss of several hundred million, but now a hand of cards was worth at most only 20 million, which was really not enough to get people excited. Long Outyen sneered inwardly. He had long since seen through Chu Xiao's plan and was sure that Chu Xiao would make Yi Fan go bankrupt and fall to the bottom of the world in one of the hands. Naturally, he was happy to watch the joke. At this time, Yi Fan had already won enough to feel numb, and he felt that his luck was very good today. Even looking at Chu Xiao felt a little more pleasing to the eye. He thought secretly that although Chu Xiao was a very annoying person, he did not deserve to die, so he might as well let him go. Just then, a new hand of cards began. It was Chu Yao's turn to speak as the dealer. He yawned, casually threw a 5 million chip on the table, and said, "Boring, this hand is boring." To liven things up a bit. Upon hearing this, Long Outyen immediately perked up. He knew that Chu Yao was finally going to kill the pig, so he also laughed and said, "Since Brother Chu is bored with the cards, naturally I will follow suit." Seeing that both families were stuck, Yi Fan's heart was filled with joy. Of course, he would not be foolish enough to get stuck. After all, he had already won so much. As long as he played steadily and not sought to win much, but only to keep the chips in his hand, he would make a huge profit. However, when he looked at the cards in his hand, his whole body trembled with excitement. 3 aces. It was actually another leopard, or the biggest leopard in the game of Fire and Blast. Getting this hand, there is no possibility of losing. It seems that the god of wealth is really looking after me today. I must go to the temple to worship. Yi Fan thought to himself, and then nonchalantly threw 2 5 million chips, saying, "I'm in." He thought he was managing his expression well. Little did he know, Long Outyen had already seen through everything, and he laughed coldly in his heart, "Stupid jerk, you will definitely go bankrupt with this hand." Just as he was about to continue to bury his head and mull over his cards, helping Chu Xiao to eliminate the money in Yi Fan's hands, he saw Chu Xiao looking at the cards in a nonchalant manner, cursing, "What kind of dog's cards are these? They don't even add up to 13 points. No. You're giving up? What's going on? I thought we agreed to kill the pig for the new year." Long Outyen frowned, then flipped over his own cards and looked at them. 235, not worth shit. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Long Outyen couldn't quite figure it out, and even doubted if he had guessed it wrong. Had he been imagining things the whole time? This Chu Xiao was actually a second-generation playboy who knew nothing about gambling? No way. There was no reason for him to have misjudged the person. "Please speak, next player." The dealer rang the bell to remind them. Long Outyen looked up at Yi Fan and saw the glimmer of expectation in the boy's eyes. It seems that this kid has a big hand. 2, 3, 5, bullshit. Discard. Long Outyen flung the cards onto the table, and casually pulled out a cigar and put it in his mouth. Yi Fan. What? Both players discarded their cards? I got the biggest ace of spades, and you both discarded your cards? Yi Fan almost vomited blood. He had been so looking forward to this, and now he felt so frustrated. He had such a big hand, and the players below and above him were such big fish, and he didn't win. He had the biggest hand, but his opponents had all folded. There is nothing more tragic in a game of poker. Yi Fan really wanted to yell, "My hand is an ace of bears." However, the dealer had already collected all the cards and handed them back to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao continued to shuffle the cards. Chu Lingyin held up her plump little hand and said, "Big brother, let me shuffle the cards." "Okay, you shuffle the cards." He handed the cards to Chu Lingyin. Chu Lingyin began to shuffle the cards under everyone's watchful eyes, and then dealt the cards without any small actions. This hand. It was Yi Fan's turn to speak. Perhaps it was too difficult just now. Yi Fan didn't even look at the cards and directly threw out a 5 million chip, and depressedly lit a cigar. Long Outyen pondered for a moment. The reason why he had come forward to invite Chu Xiao to play cards today was to let Chu Xiao win, cultivate Chu Xiao's gambling nature, so that Chu Xiao would become addicted to gambling, and then gamble with him in a big way. Unfortunately, after playing for more than half an hour, all the money had been won by Yi Fan. Of course, Long Outyen would not be foolish enough to continue playing cards, as that would be tantamount to giving Yi Fan money. So, he picked up the cards and glanced at them casually. 3 twos came into view. A leopard. The smallest leopard. Long Outyen blinked. He first looked at Chu Yao, and then at Chu Lingyin. Chu Lingyin had shuffled the cards, so there was absolutely no possibility of cheating. So this leopard. He, Long Outyen, had picked it by sheer luck. Without a second thought, Long Outyen threw down 2 5 million chips. "I'm in." Chu Xiao followed suit and laughed. "Since Brother Long has placed his cards, I must call with 2 hands. I'm bored." One family is placing cards, and the other is bored. Yi Fan came back to his senses. He didn't want to be a fool and continue to place boring cards and send money, so he also lifted the corner of his own card and took a look. This look excited him. He saw that the cards in his hand were actually 3 threes. Another leopard. Although it was a very small leopard. But when this kind of card is dealt to you, you have to follow it even if you have to go bankrupt. Chapter 33, You guys play? I'm going to take a piss. I'm in too. Yi Fan's eyes hid a smile as he tossed 2 5 million chips onto the table. Since it was Chu Lingyin who had shuffled the cards, neither he nor Long Outyen suspected anything about the cards. They both thought that their luck had finally arrived. Both players placed their cards on the table. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and heated. Everyone's attention focused on Chu Xiao. It was his turn to speak. Chu Xiao yawned, took the milk tea from Pei Yimo's hand and took a sip, leaving a faint pink lip print on it. Pei Yimo's cheeks immediately turned red. Growing up. For the first time, a man was drinking the same cup of milk tea with her, and this man was still Chu Xiao. How shy. She thought to herself, a little coy. Chu Xiao got up and said to Chu Lingyin, "Little sister, you come and keep them company. I'm going to take a leak." Chu Lingyin clapped excitedly, "Okay, big brother. But how should I play?" Chu Xiao waved his hand and said, "This is only a small amount of money, you can just play however you like." Chu Lingyin nodded her little head. "Oh, I see. Then you go take a leak." Chu Xiao left to take a leak. Pei Yimo also felt like going to the bathroom, so he followed. The gamblers around them were at a loss for words. No wonder he is a godly magnate, the heir to the Chu group, casually throwing away hundreds of millions of chips for an 8-year-old girl to play with. It's too childish. It's too arrogant. Chu Lingyin pinched a 5 million chip and said in a baby voice, "I'm bored. Long Outyen, I'll call. Yi Fan, I'll see you. Chu Lingyin, I'm bored. Long Outyen, I'll see you. Yi Fan, I'll see you too. Chu Lingyin, I'm bored, 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 Their spirits were exhausted. Very quickly. Long Outyen ran out of chips in front of him, so he snapped his fingers, and someone immediately brought him 500 million chips. Seeing those 500 million chips, Yi Fan's excited heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He had risked his life and kept his life on the line for so many years, but he had only managed to accumulate 500 million. Now that he is returning to China, in one game of gambling, he has to win more than 10 billion. More than 10 billion. What a concept! An amount of money that cannot be spent in 8 lifetimes. Yifan's thoughts raced, and suddenly he felt a little annoyed. He shouldn't have bragged in front of so many people that he would give all the winnings to Li Qingxue. That was too early to say. If it were only a few 100 million, Yifan would grit his teeth and give it to Li Qingxue. But now it's over 1 billion. It's a sure win. It's not worth it to give it all to a woman as a bride price. He, Yifan, has been a free rider since he was a child, and women have been pouring money at him. Now he's being asked to spend over 1 billion to woo a girl. At this time, the dealer rang the bell to remind him, the next player speaks. Yifan didn't hesitate and threw out his chips. I call. Zhu Lingyin smiled and said, I fold. Next. It was Long Outyan's turn to speak again. He frowned and looked at Yifan, trying to see any changes in the other person's micro-expressions. He was certain that Yifan was a very bold person. Therefore, he felt that Yifan was very likely holding a flush. He never even considered the possibility of a straight flush. After all, the probability of that was really low, equivalent to the probability of winning the lottery. You should know that Yifan's second hand was the king of diamonds. So there's no way he can still get a pair of aces. Long Outyan pretended to be a bit at a loss, then I'll continue to follow. In fact, he secretly sneered in his heart, Zhu Xiao, since you won't slaughter this fat pig Yifan, don't blame me for taking the lead. Seeing that he continued to follow the cards, Yifan's heart was even happier. So, a new round begins. Yifan, I call. Zhu Lingyin, I fold. Long Outyan, I call. Yifan, I call. Under normal circumstances, at this point, everyone would have looked at their cards. After all, both families have placed so many bets, and the person who folds has almost no chance of winning. But Zhu Lingyin is not normal. She is just a child. She just thinks it's fun. She only remembers her brother telling her to fold. So she folds. In no time at all, Long Outyan's 500 million chips were almost gone, as were Yifan's and Zhu Lingyin's. None of the 3 families had any chips left. It was Yifan's turn to speak. Yifan turned to Li Qingxue and said with a determined look on his face, Qingxue, change some chips for me. I can definitely win this hand. By then, all that money will be yours. Hearing him say that, Li Qingxue's brows slightly furrowed. She knew very well that Yifan had 3 threes in his hand, a leopard, so she nodded and said, okay. How much do you need? Seeing that she had so readily agreed, Yifan was very happy. It seemed that this woman still had some interest in me. Ha ha. Woman, you still like my money. Yifan said, let's start with 500 million. Asking for 500 million. How dare you, a stinking bodyguard. Li Qingxue suppressed her dislike and turned to the front desk to exchange the chips. Long Outyan then snapped his fingers again, and the people around him quickly gave him another 500 million. After all, the entire casino belonged to him, and he had as many chips as he wanted. He was convinced that his 3 twos would definitely win in the end. As a veteran of the casino, Long Outyan has seen too many gamblers like Yifan who have lost their heads. How dare you show off a mere flush in front of my 3 twos? Today, I will slaughter this fat pig. At this time, Zhu Lingyin tilted her little head and said dejectedly, what should I do? I don't have any circle cards left. You guys play. I'm not playing anymore. I'm going to find my big brother. Upon hearing her say this, Long Outyan snapped his fingers and laughed, little girl, you can't leave in the middle of a game. Zhu Lingyin pouted, but I don't have any more round cards. Long Outyan laughed, that's easy, I'll give you some chips. Zhu Lingyin looked up, beaming, really? That's awesome. Brother Long, you're so cool. Her voice was very childish. Long Outyan secretly felt amused. Since those chips would eventually end up in his hands anyway, he would just consider it a favor to Zhu Xiao. He gave Zhu Lingyin 300 million as soon as he made a move. 300 million. He gave it away without even blinking. No wonder he is the god of gamblers. Everyone around him was full of envy. The next player spoke. The dealer rang the bell to remind them. Yifan, of course, did not let go, and threw 2 5 million chips and said, I call. So, the third round began again. This is how you lose everything. They both thought they could definitely win, and wanted to squeeze the other party dry. 500 million. It really isn't enough. Very soon. The chips in front of Long Outyen and Yifan were gone again. Long Outyen snapped his fingers again. Yifan looked at Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue said with a cold face, "You play by yourself, I'm going to have a cup of tea." She left, leaving only an embarrassed Yifan. Long Outyen looked at Yifan, who no longer had the slightest chip in front of him, and laughed with full sarcasm. "Brother Yi, you can't always count on women, can you?" Yifan was red-faced and angered by the rebuke, and he gritted his teeth and got up, saying, "Huh? Wait for me." He then got up and went to the front desk, pulled a gold card out of his bosom, and exchanged it for 500 million chips in front of everyone. This was all the wealth he had accumulated after fighting his way through life. He was going all out. Chapter 34, the whole audience is in an uproar. Outside the bathroom, Chu Xiao was washing his hands while looking in the mirror. His features were delicate and well-defined, with chiseled cheeks. During the 3 years he had been away from home, he had experienced the ups and downs of the world, and finally understood what society was like. He no longer had the innocence and temper of the past, and now he was a smooth and transparent version of himself. But there is one thing that still needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Although Chu Xiao had been in a relationship with his ex-girlfriend for 3 years, they never did anything out of the ordinary. In other words, he is still a boy. Once, Chu Xiao felt that he should save his first time for his future wife. But now, marriage? Ha ha. It is impossible to get married in this life. It's not that he doesn't want to get married, or that he wants to be a passionate womanizer. It's just that he really can't get married. Once he has bound himself to the most awesome writing system, he is doomed to have an unbreakable causal relationship with all kinds of top goddesses in the future. This system requires him to conquer all kinds of goddesses. In order to be more exciting, Chu Xiao can only go against his conscience and become a passionate person who only wanders among the flowers but doesn't pick one to take home. Marriage means that he can only love one person for the rest of his life, and he cannot betray, be passionate, or be indiscriminate. Therefore, he cannot get married, at least for now. As for the future, it is unknown whether he will meet someone who can make him break the shackles of the system. That being said, Pei Yimo is a good woman, with a great figure. If she weren't a little older, I'm afraid her indicators would be higher than Li Qingxue's. After all, she is a woman who is about to turn 30. It is extremely rare and hard to maintain a face and body that score above 95 points. The most important thing is that she is still a virgin. Let's go for her. I quite like her. Chu Xiao made up his mind. He planned to find some time to leave Chu Lingyin alone and then chat with Miss Pei Yimo about life, ideals, and explore some junior high biology. He was in a daze when his X-ray vision flickered and he noticed that Pei Yimo had already lifted up her skirt and was getting ready to come out. "Chu Xiao, you're so fast," she said with a smile. "Oh, come on, he's a boy. Of course he can pee faster than you girls." Chu Xiao gave a faint smile. Hearing this, Pei Yimo's fair cheeks turned slightly red, and she lowered her head, looking very shy. Oh dear. This is so embarrassing. Why did he say it so bluntly? But he is quite frank. Pei Yimo thought to herself, and suddenly boldly took hold of Chu Xiao's arm, smiling sweetly. "Let's go back and see how it's going. I wonder who won. I'm so looking forward to it." Chu Xiao let her hold onto his arm and teased, "Is it possible that we won?" Pei Yimo rolled her eyes and said, "No way. We're boring. Yifan and Long Outyen are the ones reading the cards. The cards they have must be huge. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so impulsive to raise their bets." Chu Xiao touched the tip of his nose and said, "That's not necessarily the case." Pei Yimo was speechless and asked in a soft voice, "When this round ends, let's not play anymore. Let's go home." Chu Xiao casually said, "Back to your house or mine." Upon hearing this, Pei Yimo's little ears immediately turned red, and she bit her bottom lip. "Of course we go back to our own homes. What do you want?" Chu Xiao turned his head and smiled wickedly at her. "Yimo, can you promise me one thing?" Pei Yimo felt his gaze, and suddenly her heart began to race. She lowered her head and nodded. "Just tell me. No matter what it is. I promise." She felt her heart pounding like a jackhammer, as if it was about to leap out of her chest. Could it be that Chu Xiao was about to confess his love for her in front of the toilet? How embarrassing. At that moment, Chu Xiao leaned over and whispered in her ear, "When we go back later, no matter what card you see us holding, pretend that it's a really, really big one, and keep calling." Pei Yimo's expression suddenly stiffened, and she felt utterly lost, but she put on a smile and said, "Oh, okay. I'll take care of it." Chu Xiao, whether or not you can go home with a big win tonight depends on your actions. Pei Yimo. Damn, I was really hoping for nothing. It seems that I really was just imagining things. Pei Yimo thought to herself. The two of them walked hand in hand into the casino hall. They saw. The scene was incredibly lively and noisy. Pei Yimo frowned and said, "It can't be over yet." When the gamblers saw them return, someone immediately shouted, "It's Master Chu who's back." Master Chu is back. People made way for them, as if they were welcoming some big star, their eyes full of burning light. Pei Yimo felt a little uneasy inside, and whispered, "What's going on? What's wrong with them?" Chu Xiao smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, just remember what I said." Under the gaze of everyone, they returned to the golden gambling table. Yi Fan and Long Outyen had already gone red with rage. The table was also piled high with chips worth 5 million each, like a small mountain. No wonder the gamblers were so excited. My god, how can there be so many chips? I'm afraid there must be tens of billions. Pei Yimo's mouth was wide open in shock. Chu Xiao was very calm, with a look of contempt for money on his face, and he said with a smile, "Sorry, everyone, I'm late. What hand are we on now?" Chu Lingyin stood up from the table and said with a smile, "Big brother, it's the same hand as before. I've been stuck." Amazing, isn't it? It's all your fault, little guy. If you hadn't been so smug for so many hands, Yi Fan and Long Outyen wouldn't have kept following for so long and would have opened their cards to each other a long time ago. Chu Xiao pretended to be shocked. It's still the same hand as before? In fact, he was already laughing like crazy in his heart. Chu Xiao hurriedly cast apologetic glances at Long Outyen and Yi Fan and said, "Sorry, my sister doesn't know any better. Let me take a look at the cards." Long Outyen crossed his arms, with a gem-encrusted ring on each finger, and grinned broadly, saying, "It's fine. You've come at the right time. Yi Fan and I are running out of chips too." Yi Fan didn't say a word, but his heart inexplicably grew nervous. For some reason, as soon as Chu Xiao returned, he felt uneasy, as if he were walking on thin ice. Could it be that someone has a higher card than my leopard? He thought to himself. The gazes of everyone around fell on Chu Xiao, and they unconsciously held their breath. Chu Xiao placed his hand on the 3 cards, looked around once, taking in everyone's gazes, and his mouth curled up, saying, "Yimo, you come and look at the cards." Upon hearing this, Pei Yimo's expression froze slightly, and she pointed at herself. You want me to look at the cards?" She felt very surprised. The pressure was very great, after all, the amount of this hand was terrifying. It's a bet of billions. Just hearing that number makes the blood boil. Chu Xiao grabbed her smooth, tender hands and placed them on the 3 cards, saying, "You are my lucky goddess. Of course I want you to look at the cards. Don't worry. It doesn't matter if I lose this little money." "Okay." Pei Yimo swallowed, and she carefully lifted the corners of the cards. She saw that the first card was a 6, the second was a 9, and the third was an 8. 6, 9, 8? What kind of crap hand is that? She blinked and closed the cards again. After a few seconds, the dealer rang the bell to remind her, "Please speak, next player." Pei Yimo froze, and for a moment forgot to answer. It wasn't until the dealer reminded her for the second time that she said, "Wait a minute, let me take another look." She quickly took another look. Then, with absolute certainty, she said, "I'll bet 10 million. As soon as she said this, the scene instantly fell silent. However, just a few seconds later, the whole audience was in an uproar. "Oh my god, the third player has also placed a bet. What the hell kind of unbelievable hand is this? I am so lucky to have witnessed this hand, I have no regrets." Some gamblers were screaming in ecstasy. Chapter 35, Long Outyen discards his hand. This is terrifying. It's already ridiculous that the 2 players have raised so much. Now, after seeing the third player's hand, he's actually going to follow suit? How terrifying this hand really is. Yi Fan and Long Outyen were both stunned. Their minds raced as they tried to guess what hand Chu Xiao had. Yi Fan felt that no one had a hand that was bigger than his. Long Outyen, however, was sweating profusely. He stared at Chu Xiao with piercing eyes, and a bold guess flashed through his mind. Damn it! Could it be that my previous guess was correct? Chu Xiao is not some useless rich kid. He is a true master of gambling. Everything was just his disguise. And his real target is not Yi Fan, but me? It's over. This is TM coming for me. It turns out that I am the pig to be slaughtered. Long Outyan swallowed, his face a little unable to hold it. He calculated his losses, including the 300 million he gave to Chu Lingyin, and there was a total of 2.4 billion. This amount, even he could not afford it. Although the casino is very profitable, it requires a lot of cash flow to maintain operations. These 2.4 billion is almost half of his wealth. Thinking about this, Long Outyan couldn't help but break into a sweat. Just as he was thinking with dread, the dealer rang the bell to remind him, "Please, next player, do you wish to continue?" Long Outyan came back to his senses. This was the first time in so many years that he had felt so nervous and under pressure. He hesitated, not knowing whether to continue. The gamblers around him yelled, "Follow! Follow! Follow! It's not like it's your money that's being lost anyway." Long Outyan shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Shut up! All of you, shut up!" He was losing his temper. No longer as calm and collected as before, nor was he even half as dashing. In contrast, Yi Fan was blissfully ignorant, even happily adding with a hint of mockery, "Long Outyan, are you going to follow or not? If not, just fold your cards quickly. Let me face off against Chu Xiao." Looking at his confident appearance, Long Outyan was almost about to laugh at this idiot. What a big idiot, Chu Yao has played you so clearly, and you still don't know what's going on. The dealer rang the bell again to remind everyone, "Please, next player, speak." It also became quiet around them, and everyone stared at Long Outyan, wanting to see what move the gambling god would make. Yi Fan once again urged, "Follow or not? Hurry up. If you can't afford to play, fold. I'm waiting to go up." His words were extremely mocking. Yi Fan was feeling good, as before it was Long Outyan cornering him, but now it was finally his turn to corner someone else. He felt like he already had the upper hand. After pondering for a moment, Long Outyan suddenly got up and gave Yi Fan a cold look, saying, "Yi Fan, I want to see your cards with you." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and laughed, saying, "Fine. Since you want to see, then take out your chips. Same rules. 100 million. Otherwise, I won't show you my cards." Upon hearing this, Long Outyan burst out laughing, slapping the table with arrogance and saying, "Yi Fan, are you sure? You really want me to take out 100 million to see your cards?" Yi Fan nodded with a smile, looking disdainful and arrogant. "What? Can't afford it? If you can't afford it, don't play. The stakes are high now. The two of them have been killing each other for a long time. Neither will give an inch to the other. Not to mention any grace." Long Outyan clapped his hands and laughed, snapping his fingers and saying, "Fine. I'll give you 100 million. Show me your cards." Yi Fan's mouth curled up, "Watch carefully. Don't be shocked." When Long Outyan saw that Yi Fan was holding 3 threes, his face suddenly turned pale, and his legs couldn't help but tremble a little. If he hadn't still retained a little bit of reason, he would have collapsed to the ground at that moment. He was right. From beginning to end, Xu Xiao's goal was never Yi Fan. It was him, Long Outyan. He had been set up. How could 2 leopard patters appear at the same time in a game of 3-card poker, and they were also the smallest leopard 2 and leopard 3? Are there really such coincidences in the world? 2.5 billion. It's just gone down the drain. Long Outyan felt extremely dazed, but at the same time, he knew very clearly that he would never be able to earn a single point from Chu Xiao. The opponent's gambling skills were far superior to his, and he had lost completely. Whether it was card skills or psychological games, he had lost. On the other side, Yi Fan smiled confidently. "What do you think? Scared, aren't you? Ha ha." Long Outyan returned to his seat, first tremblingly lit a cigar, took a long drag, then grabbed his 3 twos and threw them onto the table. He was discarding his hand. Everyone present looked at the table. 3 twos. A pair of aces. The scene was silent, everyone held their breath, shocked and numb. What the hell? 3 twos, a pair of aces, and he's discarding his hand? How is this possible? My goodness, even the leopard was discarded. Could it be that Yi Fan also has a leopard in his hand? This is nonsense. Anything that can be bigger than a leopard must be a leopard. Yi Fan is going to win today. There is nearly 5 billion yuan in bets on the table. The crowd around them exploded. No wonder Yi Fan and Long Outyen had kept following the cards. It turned out to be 2 pai gaos, a hand that no one would ever discard, and one that must be followed even if it meant going bankrupt. Yi Fan stared at the 3 twos and immediately felt relieved. According to probability theory, it was extremely rare for 2 pai gaos to appear in a game of 3 players. Therefore, Yi Fan firmly believed that Chu Xiao could not possibly have pai gaos in his hand. Then this hand. He, Yi Fan, is determined to win. It's a sure thing. Thinking this, Yi Fan didn't hesitate to throw in 2 5 million chips and say, I'll continue to play. Next, it was Chu Yao's turn to speak. Everyone around looked at him. If expectations were not disappointed, when Chu Yao saw the 3 twos in Long Outyen's hand, he should have folded. But Chu Yao hesitated for a long time before speaking. It was as if he had frozen. Yi Fan's mouth curled up. Ha, Chu Yao, are you scared? Hurry up and discard your cards. Chu Yao pretended to be very surprised and looked at Pei Yimo, asking, what kind of cards do we have? Do we want to discard them? The crowd only reacted then. From beginning to end, Chu Yao had not even glanced at his own cards. Long Outyen, who was sitting across from him, stared at Chu Xiao and sneered to himself. Good boy, you really know how to put on an act. You even fooled me, and you're still pretending. He felt a vague murderous intent towards Chu Xiao. However, his murderous intent was not strong. Unlike Yi Fan, who had just returned to the country, he did not know the background or strength of the Chu group. Long Outyen, on the other hand, has spent years in the country and knows the various domestic forces very well, so naturally he knows just how terrifying the strength of the Chu group is. He wants to kill Chu Xiao, but he dares not actually do it. At the very least, Long Outyen now knows exactly what he is worth and that he is no match for the Chu group. If he really dares to kill Chu Xiao, then he himself will be in trouble. Without further ado, and continued back to the table. Everyone was focused and holding their breath. Pei Yimo took out 2 5 million chips and threw them on the table, saying indifferently, sorry. This hand, we continue to follow. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Fanting stood up all of a sudden, his eyes wide with anger, shouting, what did you say? Chapter 36, Kill the Heart. In an instant, the whole audience gasped. Yi Fan was so shocked that cold sweat broke out all over his body. His eyes were red, and he gulped and yelled, what did you say? Say it again. Pei Yimo hadn't said anything yet. Long Outyen, who was sitting across from him, spoke first, with endless sarcasm, are you deaf? People said to follow 10 million. Can't you hear it? Having spent many years in Zhanghai City, a place full of hidden dangers, Long Outyen had long ago cultivated this state of mind. He had been filled with shock and anger just now, but now he had returned to his usual self. This was the mark of a true hero. Everyone focused intently, quietly watching Pei Yimo, waiting for her response. They saw Pei Yimo slowly rise to her feet, her gaze unflinching as she looked directly at Yi Fan, saying, word for word, I said, continue to follow the 10 million. Her voice was not loud, but it was very pleasant, and it even carried a lot of momentum. Chu Xiao looked at her, crooked his mouth, and nodded secretly. This Pei Yimo usually looks quiet and gentle and easy to bully, but now that she is serious, she is quite charming. The dealer looked at Yi Fan and said, please, next player, speak. It was Yi Fan's turn to speak. Yi Fan's eyes were vacant and he froze in place, his mind racing as he muttered, impossible. Impossible. You must be bluffing. Long Outyen has already felt the leopard, and so have I. You can't possibly be a leopard. How could there be 3 leopards in one hand? This is impossible. He didn't know what card Chu Xiao had in his hand. But he knew very well that Long Outyen had a leopard and had already discarded his card, which everyone could see. And Pei Yimo naturally saw Long Outyen's leopard as well. If she saw it, why didn't she choose to discard her card, but instead continue to call? There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. The first is that Pei Yimo deliberately tricked him, hoping to scare him into folding. The other possibility is that Pei Yimo also has a pair of aces in her hand. After thinking about it, Yi Fan doesn't think that Pei Yimo would be the kind of woman who would have the guts to trick him. $1 billion gamble. A normal person would have folded long ago. Could it be that Chu Xiao also has a pair of aces in his hand? How is that possible? Three people playing the game of poker and all three of them getting 3 pai gao, with Yifan's being a 3 and Long Outyan's being a 2, then Chu Yao's must be even bigger than that. Yifan suddenly turned his head to look at Long Outyan, and from the other person's eyes, he saw a hint of extreme mockery. He finally realized. It turns out that he was the clown. From beginning to end, Chu Xiao had been playing the fool and deliberately relaxing his guard and that of Long Outyan. And then he pulled off this amazing move at the critical moment. In a game of 3 players, it is impossible for there to be 2 leopards in one hand, let alone 3. If there were, it would definitely be a scam. He had been cheated by Chu Xiao. The dealer rang the bell again to remind everyone, please, next player, speak up. Do you want to spend 100 million to see the other player's cards? Yifan opened his mouth. I stammered. Long Outyan sneered, ha? What are you hesitating about? Hurry up and spend 100 million to see his cards. It got quiet around them, and everyone was waiting. The outcome was about to be revealed. At this moment, Pei Yimo felt like his underwear was soaked, and his soles of the feet were covered in sweat, but his face was full of a confident and determined look, and he said, not 100 million. You just need to put all the remaining chips on the table. Hearing this, the people around him shouted, look! 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 Everyone hoped Yifan would look at the cards. I fold. Yifan slumped down like a deflated balloon. He looked at the 40 million chips that were all that was left in front of him, and his heart felt inexplicably difficult. Nearly 1.7 billion yuan. Lost it all in the blink of an eye. His entire life savings just vanished. And he didn't even have the courage to look at the cards one last time. So you knew it all along. Yifan slowly looked up, his gaze coldly fixed on Long Outyan across the table. Long Outyan took a long drag on his cigar and said, in fact, from the very beginning, I already knew that Chu Xiao was a master. He may not have seemed to be able to read the cards, but he had already erased the markings we had left on them. You think you've been lucky all night, winning every hand? Don't be naive. At first, I thought Chu Xiao's goal was you. I never imagined that I was his target. Tonight, we both lost. My leopard is 2, and your leopard is 3. Who would believe such a coincidence? His voice was calm, like a pool of stagnant water, full of self-deprecating meaning. It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Long Outyan tried to set up Chu Xiao, but Chu Xiao simply slaughtered him like a pig. The other side. I won. We won. Pei Yimo murmured, and her body fell limp in Chu Xiao's arms. She shed tears of excitement and said, Chu Xiao, we really won. Chu Xiao gave a faint smile and said, why get so excited? It's only a few billion. Pei Yimo stopped crying and laughed, you really are bold as hell. You have no idea how nervous I was just now. As soon as she said this, Yifan and Long Outyan were both stunned, and they got up one after the other, staring at the 3 unflipped cards. Could it be that Chu Xiao's cards were not that good? Yifan immediately slammed the table, sending out internal energy that flipped the cards on the table. There they were. The 3 cards 6, 9, and 8 came into view. Quiet. Deadly quiet. 6, 9, 8? How can it be 698? Why is it 698? Yifan roared, his eyes bloodshot and fierce, as if he wanted to eat people. 6, 9, 8. This kind of card is worthless. With a puff, Yifan's anger reached a critical point, and he vomited a pool of blood on the spot. He snarled ferociously, bitch! How dare you blow me up? Pei Yimo was a little panicked by his appearance, but when he thought of Chu Xiao being right next to him, he wasn't so scared anymore. He said, what? Isn't this how you play poker? You folded your cards yourself, so don't blame me. I just let you see my cards. Yifan was speechless, his eyes full of murderous intent. Suddenly, he sneered, fine. Very well. I'm willing to bet and accept defeat. He bit his teeth and said each word with great intensity, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Long Outyan, on the other hand, was laughing loudly, clapping his hands in approval, saying, very good. What a killer move. Chu Xiao, you really have opened my eyes. I just don't understand, you could have made yourself a leopard too. Why did you go with a mixed hand? This is a bit too risky. Don't you worry that Yifan will see your hand? As soon as he said this, it was almost a certainty, and he had clearly pointed out that Chu Xiao was cheating. Chu Xiao laughed to himself. Billions of dollars meant nothing to him. Even if Yi Fan really had seen the card, it didn't matter. Yi Fan was already on the system's kill list, and sooner or later he would die at his hands. What did he mean by that? Did the Chu group need to cheat? Besides, I didn't wash the cards, and I definitely didn't deal them. Everyone can see that. Do you think my sister is cheating? She's only 8 years old. Chu Xiao said casually. The gamblers around him also reacted. Someone shouted, "Wonderful! It's just too wonderful!" A hand of mixed cards, and it scared the opponent into discarding even the leopard. It's an amazing game. This is the essence of playing mahjong. What a bullshit gambling god. What a shame. You can't play well and lose, and then say that someone is cheating. It's shameless. Chapter 37, The Meeting of the Two Dragons. Secret Talk. Ding. Yi Fan has developed an endless hatred for you, dealing a critical blow to your cool points, and gaining 2,000 cool points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, Gambler My Ass. Defeat the Son of Luck, Long Outyen, in the art of gambling. Reward for the task, 3,000 cool points. Issued. Ding. The gamblers are jealous of you and you have gained 69 points of pleasure. Ding. Ding. Current balance of pleasure points, 26980. The shocking gambling session has come to an end. A series of system prompts sounded in Chu Xiao's mind. I won. I really won. Chu Xiao said with a smile, "You brother, Long brother, do you still want to play?" Long Outyen. Yi Fan. Play? Fuck your grandmother's legs. Yi Fan's face was as dark as water, and he got up and left without saying a word. Long Outyen exchanged a few words of greeting and left with a little grace. Next to the golden gambling table. Looking at the chip rack, which was as high as a small mountain, the people around couldn't help but catch their breath. With so many chips, just grabbing a handful would be enough to last for many lifetimes. Congratulations, Mr. Chu, you have won a total of 4.885 billion. After the casino attendant had counted the chips on the table one by one, he put them in 2 large boxes and carried them to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao casually picked up one box and placed it in Pei Yimo's arms, smiling and saying, "This is yours." Feeling the heavy weight in his arms, Pei Yimo hurriedly shook his head and put the box back in Chu Xiao's hands, saying, "I can't take it. This is too much. It's billions of dollars." Chu Xiao couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. We agreed, didn't we? If I lose, it's mine. If I win, we split it 50-50. Pei Yimo kept shaking her head. No way. I'd feel bad taking so much from you. You'd better keep it for yourself. In the future, if nothing else, just buy me dinner and get me some gifts. You really don't want it? No. If you don't want it, I'll give it to all the gamblers here. You really are scared. Give it to me. In the end, Pei Yimo accepted the box of chips worth 2.4 billion and walked to the front desk to exchange the money while everyone looked at her with envy and hatred. She knew that Chu Xiao never lied, and if she didn't take the money, Chu Xiao would definitely open the box and scatter the chips all over the place. After all, Chu Xiao was a crazy person who didn't care about money. In the surveillance room, Long Outyen stared at the image on the big screen, crossed his arms, and his eyes were as menacing as a poisonous snake. He didn't say a word. Someone next to him reminded him, "Brother Long, they're going to the front desk to cash in their chips. Should we ask the front desk to delay it for a few days?" It's not like they're going to delay it for a few days. They're just going to renege on their debt. This isn't the first time they've done this. In the past, whenever someone won a large amount of chips, they would ask the front desk to delay it for a few days. And after a few days, the idiot who won the money just vanished. Murder. It's not just talk. Long Outyen sighed deeply, with a frown, and gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. Let the front desk exchange it for them. Today I admit defeat. I'm convinced I've lost. Brother Long, that's 4.8 billion. Chu Xiao won that much with just 10,000 yuan, and just our losses are nearly 3 billion. Shut up. You think I don't know? Or do you think the Chu group is a persimmon that's easy to squeeze? But. There is no but. We can't go after Chu Yao now. Otherwise, it'll be ashes to ashes. The monitoring room fell silent. After a few seconds, the person operating the computer background sighed and said with his head bowed, "I know, Brother Long." Long Outyen closed his eyes and admonished, "In life, one must have a long-term perspective. We're just getting started, and there will be plenty of opportunities to get him in the future. Just think of that money as temporarily in their hands. Sooner or later, we'll get it back with interest." He was speaking when suddenly a sneering voice sounded. "Ha ha ha. I never would have guessed that you are the owner of this casino." The words fell. The 7 or 8 people in the surveillance room were taken aback and drew their guns, pointing them at the direction from which the voice came, shouting, "Who is it? Don't get excited, I mean no harm. I just came to talk to you, Brother Long, about a deal." Yi Fan came out from the corner unnoticed. "It's you." Long Outyen narrowed his eyes, grinned widely, stood up with his arms open, and said, "So it's Brother Yi. Sit, sit. You all put away your guns. Brother Yi is one of us." Yi Fan sneered inwardly. If it weren't for his fear of Long Outyen's cultivation as a martial arts grandmaster, he would have killed everyone here and taken control of the entire casino long ago. Long Outyen handed him a cigar and asked with a smile, "I wonder, Yi, what big business you want to discuss with me?" Yi Fan lit the cigar and said, "I'll help you kill Chu Xiao. Give me back the 500 million I just exchanged. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Long Outyen couldn't help but laugh. "Did I hear you right? You want to kill Chu Xiao? Do you know who he is?" Yi Fan said disdainfully, "Isn't he just a rich second-generation heir of the Chu group? It's easy for me to kill him." Long Outyen narrowed his eyes as if he were thinking, and suddenly he said ominously, "I admire your courage, daring to say such things to me. Aren't you worried that I will arrest you and send you to the Chu group as a reward?" Yi Fan pretended to be calm. "You can do that. But the consequences are something you can't afford." Long Outyen frowned. "What do you mean?" Yi Fan smiled faintly. "I'll tell you the truth. I've already planted a bomb in your casino. If you dare to do anything to me, I'll make everyone die with me, including you." The air was quiet for a few seconds. Everyone in the surveillance room looked nervous. 5 of them immediately ran out to gather people to try to find the bomb. Long Outyen suddenly burst out laughing. "You're lying. You don't have a bomb." Yi Fan threw up his hands. "Whatever. I'm right here. If you want to arrest me, you can do it now." Long Outyen was silent. He stared at Yi Fan without saying a word, thinking to himself that although this person was very stupid, he was extremely ruthless in what he did, and was someone who could be befriended. It's fine to let this kid assassinate Chu Xiao. No matter who dies in the end. What does it matter if he, Long Outyen, is involved? Even if the Chu group comes to the door to pursue responsibility, he can shirk it cleanly. Thinking of this, Long Outyen laughed heartily and said, "Notify the front desk. Only let Chu Yao redeem half of the chips. The rest, I'll give it to you in a few days." The young man in front of the computer raised the corners of his mouth and said, "Got it, Brother Long. Brother Yi. It was all a misunderstanding. Don't take it personally. It's only 1 billion? If you can really kill Chu Xiao, I'll give you 2 billion. Long Outyen laughed. In fact, he was sneering in his heart. Not to mention whether Yi Fan could really kill Chu Xiao, even if he did. So what? 2 billion? Don't even think about it. Yi Fan seemed to read his mind and said in a neutral tone, "Don't try any tricks. If I kill Chu Xiao and you renege on the deal, everything we've talked about today will be reported to Chu Xiao's grandfather, word for word." Long Outyen raised an eyebrow and laughed dryly. "Brother Yi really thinks the worst of people. If you had this kind of mind when playing cards, you wouldn't have lost to Chu Xiao. Don't worry, we're all outlaws, and what we value is loyalty. I'm just curious, where did you get the courage to dare to take action against Chu Xiao? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Chu group?" Yi Fan took a drag on his cigar and coldly laughed at himself. "I'm not like you. You have a casino and a group of brothers to support. So you can't leave. And I'm all alone. At worst, I can just kill Chu Xiao and go far away." Chapter 38 Li Qingshua's concerns. Favorability rating increased. "I'm sorry. 4.8 billion chips is too much. Our casino can't come up with that much at once," the receptionist said with a smile full of apologies. Chu Yao pinched his chin and looked deeply into the eyes of the receptionist in front of him. The other person was also a member of the Qianmen Club and was a master of deception. In fact, not just her, but basically all the core members of this casino master deception. Can't withdraw? Why not? Pei Yimo asked. The receptionist looked troubled. Miss Pei, you are also a regular here. You should know that once the chips exceed 500 million, it will take a few days to process. Our casino has never encountered a large amount like yours before. So it may take about 7 days. Only then can the boss turn the funds around. Otherwise, the casino will not be able to open if it does not have enough cash flow. Hearing this, Pei Yimo frowned and said, "How much can I withdraw today? Please hold on a moment, I need to make a phone call." The receptionist said, and then pretended to run off to make a phone call. After a moment, she quickly ran back and smiled. "I just reported to the boss. He said that you and Mr. Chu are our valued guests, so you can enjoy the privilege. You can take half of the chips directly today. Come back in 7 days to withdraw the rest. Is that okay?" Hearing that he could withdraw half of the chips, Pei Yimo's expression eased a lot, and he nodded and said, "Okay. Then transfer the money to my card." "Okay. Just a moment." The receptionist quickly nodded, and after a series of operations at the computer, a credit notification sounded on Pei Yimo's phone. 2.4425 billion yuan. Credit received. Pei Yimo was extremely excited, and then immediately transferred half of it to Chu Yao. Seeing so much money come in, Chu Yao's heart also experienced considerable emotional fluctuations. After all, this was money he had earned. Although he regarded money as worthless, it still meant something. He recalled 3 years ago, when he ran away from home, he vowed that he would definitely earn 100 million within 3 years. As a result, not only had he not earned a single penny in 3 years, he also owed tens of thousands of dollars to his credit card. I don't know how they would react if they heard about this. "Chu Xiao, aren't you happy?" Pei Yimo asked with a smile. Chu Xiao snapped back to reality and laughed lightly. "It's only a few billion, what's there to be happy about?" Hearing this, Li Qingshue's expression next to her couldn't hold back her emotions. After all, she had contributed more than 500 million of those few billion, which made her heart ache. She was also very annoyed. She really shouldn't have let Ji-fan pretend to be her boyfriend. This is a huge loss. 500 million is not a major loss for the entire Li group. But for the resources that Li Qingxue can currently mobilize, this hole is not small. The most important thing is that this incident will have a serious negative impact on her. On the surface, Li Qingxue is the sole heir to the Li group, but in reality, her position is not stable. Once this matter is exposed, it will become the biggest obstacle to her inheriting the group's business. The people on the board of directors will definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. If the 500 million yuan was used for investment, there is no reason to blame her for failure. But this money was used by her to give to her boyfriend to gamble, and she lost. That's different. Xu Xiao noticed that her eyes were not looking straight, and her thoughts turned, so he laughed and said, "Li Qingxue." "Ah?" Li Qingxue came back to her senses, her delicate little face remaining calm as she smiled and said, "What is it?" Xu Yao touched the tip of his nose and said, "Give me your bank card number. Yi-fan just lent you more than 500 million, so I'll pay you back." On hearing this, Li Qingxue felt a surge of gratitude, but when she thought about her current relationship with Chu Xiao, she couldn't bring herself to lose face. She waved her hand and pretended to be calm, saying, "No need. You lost, you lost. There's no reason for you to give it back to me." Her heart was bleeding when she said this. "Li Qingxue, you're such a big idiot. People are going to give you the money, what do you care about face? If, by any chance, the people on the board of directors find out, they'll definitely try to screw you over." Sigh. Li Qingxue sighed inwardly, and at the same time, she developed some favorable feelings towards Chu Xiao. She suddenly found that she didn't seem to dislike him anymore. Ding! Li Qingxue's favorable impression of you has increased by 20 points. Current favorable impression, 30 out of 100. Please continue to work hard, host. The system's voice sounded. Xu Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said, "You don't need to be polite with me. You are now the heir to the Li group. Once the fact that you embezzled 500 million to gamble with your boyfriend is exposed, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself at the Li group board meeting. If you really don't want to owe me a favor, then consider the 500 million as a temporary loan from me. You can pay it back to me when you become the real power behind the Li group." These words struck right at the heart of Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue was silent, her clear, bright eyes staring at Chu Xiao in front of her, and for a moment she forgot what to say. How could this be? Chu Xiao is actually thinking about me. And he guessed my concerns. Is this still the Chu Xiao I know? Li Qingxue is a very smart person with a sharp mind, which is why she has become a strong woman and taken control of part of the family business at such a young age. She has her own way of judging people. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she had been wrong about Chu Xiao from beginning to end. He is not a waste of space. And he is not some spoiled second generation. He actually understands everything. He just doesn't bother to fight and doesn't care to be bound by the mundane world. I never thought that he would be like this. Fine. I'll consider it a loan. I will definitely pay you back the 500 million. Li Qingxue nodded, her eyes flashing with gratitude, while some sadness also appeared in her heart. She finally understood why she felt so empty when she saw Pei Yimo and Chu Xiao holding hands and laughing. After all, she had missed him. Ding! Congratulations, Li Qingxue, your favorability rating has increased by 20 points. Current favorability rating, 50 points out of 100. Please continue to work hard, host. Chu Xiao was ecstatic, and then quickly transferred 600 million to Li Qingxue. At this rate, it would only take a few days for him to successfully seduce Li Qingxue, and he would then be able to reap 9,999 points of happiness. There was hope for the upgrade system. Chu Xiao secretly hoped that the system would be awesome even before it was upgraded, and that it would soar even higher once it was upgraded. Chapter 39 Crazy Yifan Strikes. The group left the Vienna casino. It was still early, so they went out for some late-night snacks. They ate until 11 o'clock before they each went their separate ways. Chu Xiao took Xu Lingyin home, while Pei Yimo got into Li Qingxue's car. On the way back. In the car. Pei Yimo looked out the window in a daze, and the image of Chu Xiao kept popping up in front of her eyes. Then she remembered the joke Chu Yao had told her outside the bathroom, and her cheeks flushed. Are we going back to your place or mine? He was joking. Or was he serious? I'm so embarrassed. Why would he say something like that? We've only known each other for 2 days. Pei Yimo couldn't help but laugh at the thought, her voice tinged with a little shyness and a little excitement, completely like a young girl in love. Li Qingxue, who was driving, had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She laughed and asked, "What are you giggling about?" Pei Yimo turned his head and asked, "What do you think of Chu Xiao? Is he suitable for marriage?" Hearing this, Li Qingxue unconsciously stepped on the gas pedal harder, speeding without noticing it. After a moment of silence, she said, "You like him?" Pei Yimo nodded sweetly, "Of course I like him. I've never met a man who has made my heart flutter like this before. Although we've only known each other for 2 days, I feel like I'm already deeply in love with him." Isn't that strange? The car raced along the road. Li Qingxue didn't say anything for a long time, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Pei Yimo, on the other hand, was lost in her own thoughts. To be honest, when I first met him, I didn't feel anything. Over the years, I've seen a lot of young, fresh meat. But as we got to know each other, I discovered that he has so much charisma. He knows how to take care of people, and he's especially considerate towards his family. Do you know what I value most about him? Li Qingxue came back to her senses and asked, "What?" Pei Yimo took out her phone and there was a secretly taken photo of Chu Xiao's profile. She laughed and said, "Look at his profile, isn't he handsome?" Li Qingxue, crazy girl. I think you're just jealous of his body. Pei Yimo smiled and said, "Yes. I like Chu Xiao's body, it's young and strong." Li Qingxue, do you know what you look like? Pei Yimo, what do you mean? Li Qingxue, you look like an egg with its shell removed. On the surface you look pure and clean, but in reality your heart is full of filth. The two women burst out laughing in the car, but their laughter was different. On the other side of the street, Chu Xiao returned home, handed the sleeping Chu Lingyin over to the nanny, and then changed into a black tracksuit, putting on a mask and a cap, and disappeared into the night. Originally, Chu Xiao planned to take the opportunity to kill Yifan and complete the system mission today, but he never expected that kid to run faster than a rabbit. After the game, he disappeared without a trace. Yifan is a very small-minded person who is vengeful. He had a fight with Li Qingxue again today. No, he wouldn't have gone to Pei Yimo, would he? Thinking about this, Chu Xiao suddenly felt a little panicky. During the last hand at the casino today, it was Pei Yimo who tricked Yifan into giving up his hand, resulting in a direct loss of 4.8 billion. According to Yifan's character, he will definitely take action against Pei Yimo. I hope I'm wrong about this. Yimo, I hope you're okay. Zhu Xiao immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Pei Yimo, but after waiting for a few minutes, there was no reply. He became more and more panicked. Without hesitation, he called again. Fortunately, the phone rang a few times and then connected. However, the person on the other end was not Pei Yimo, but Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue asked with a smile, "Zhu Yao, why aren't you sleeping late at night? Why are you calling my MOMO?" Zhu Yao asked, "Where is Pei Yimo?" Li Qingxue glanced at the bathroom and said with some disappointment, "She's taking a shower. If there's anything, you can tell her later. I'll have her call you back." With that, she was about to hang up. Zhu Yao hurriedly said, "Wait, where are you now? Send me your location." Li Qingxue frowned, feeling a bit puzzled, but she did as Zhu Yao said. After she hung up, she sent Zhu Yao her location. Thompson Riviera. This residential area happens to be right next to the Royal Lake Bay Villa where Zhu Yao lives, and it's a 15-minute walk at most. If you drive, it's even faster. Zhu Yao let out a sigh of relief and hurried to the underground garage, where he chose a motorcycle and headed straight over. The other side. Li Qingxue had just hung up the phone a few minutes ago. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It happened to be Pei Yimo, who had just finished showering in the bathroom. Her wet black hair was hanging down her shoulders, and her pink silk pajamas outlined her seductive figure. She subconsciously asked, "Who is knocking in the middle of the night? You didn't order takeout again, did you?" Li Qingxue said while applying her skincare products, "Oh, it might be Zhu Yao. He just called to ask for my location, maybe he wants to deliver something to you?" As soon as she heard this, Pei Yimo's face immediately lit up with a smile, and without even thinking, she directly opened the door. She saw Yifan standing outside the door with a cold face, wearing a black nightshirt, his eyes full of endless resentment and murderous intent. At the first sight of him, Pei Yimo subconsciously slammed the door quickly. However, how could Yifan possibly give her the chance to slam the door? With just a slight push, the door was forcefully pushed open, and Pei Yimo was pushed to the ground along with it, falling heavily. With a loud bang, Yifan walked into the house, slammed the door shut, and stamped on Pei Yimo's stomach, coldly saying, "You bitch, you're good at playing cards, aren't you? How dare you cheat me?" Pei Yimo's face instantly turned pale. The intense pain in her lower abdomen made her unable to say a word, and her delicate body trembled. Li Qingxue was shocked and shouted angrily, "Yifan, you're crazy. Do you know what you're doing? Take your foot away." Yifan turned his head and looked at her, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He knew that there was definitely no way between him and Li Qingxue, so he smirked with a broken smile. Heh, since I'm here, I'm already prepared for everything. To tell you the truth, I'm not just a little bodyguard, so don't yell at me." Li Qingxue took out her phone with a difficult expression on her face and shouted, "You'd better get out of here right now, or I'll call the police." Yifan couldn't help but laugh. "Okay. I want to see if you can call faster, or if I can kill you faster." After hearing him say that, Li Qingxue hurriedly called the police, but before the call could be connected, a figure instantly appeared in front of her. Immediately afterwards, Li Qingxue felt her neck being firmly grasped by a large hand, making it impossible for her to breathe, no matter how hard she struggled. Her brain began to lack oxygen, and her vision gradually became blurry. Chapter 40. Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. At least before you die, I want you to experience what it's like to be a woman. It might hurt a bit later, so bear with me for a little while. Ha 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 ha. Yifan laughed maniacally, his palm brushing past Li Qingxue's fair cheeks. With a forceful push, he threw her onto the sofa. Li Qingxue gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with fear and disbelief. She panicked, shrinking back, and said in a trembling voice, "Yifan, don't do this. I beg you, don't hurt us. If you want money, we can give you a lot of it. 4.8 billion, right? We'll give you 5 billion. You know, I'm the heir to the Li Group. I can mobilize a lot of funds." Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but burst out laughing. He slowly closed in on Li Qingxue, his eyes constantly scanning the pure and aloof goddess, staring unabashedly at certain places. He wanted the money. He wanted the person even more. Today, even if the King of Heaven came, he would still take Li Qingxue. At that moment, Pei Yimo struggled to get up and grabbed a fruit knife from the kitchen. She quickly rushed towards Yifan and stabbed him in the back. Yifan's mouth revealed a little disdain, and he quickly sidestepped the attack, while slapping Pei Yimo in the face, sending her flying and crashing to the ground. Don't worry, we'll take them one by one. You'll be next. Oh, yes. You like Chu Xiao, don't you? I wonder what his expression would be if he saw the video of you being. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally. It was as if he had found the feeling of being a hitman abroad again. Since returning to China, Yifan has felt like a lion with its teeth pulled out. The law has bound him, making him very suffocated and unhappy. Today, he is going to let off some steam. He will take these two women to vent his anger first. Yifan. You can't make one mistake after another. It's not too late for you to turn back. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the law? There are surveillance cameras everywhere in this community. You won't get away. Li Qingxue cried out. Yifan narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Ha, do you know what I do abroad?" Li Qingxue shook her head in panic. Her mood had already hit rock bottom. She had never imagined that things would develop into this. A mere bodyguard would dare to have evil intentions towards her. If time could be turned back, she would never let Yifan play the role of her boyfriend, and she would never bring Yifan to the casino. Unfortunately, it is too late to say anything. Life is a game, and there is no turning back. She has no choice but to pray. Yifan walked up to Li Qingxue, caressed her fair, smooth skin, and said with a perverted look in his eyes, "Now that things have come to this, I have nothing to hide. In fact, I am not just a mercenary abroad, I am also a top-notch killer. I specialize in killing people from the upper class like you. Yes, I like the look of fear. To tell you the truth, my goal in returning to the country this time is you, the sole heir to the Li Group. If I marry you, all the wealth of the Li Group will be mine. Unfortunately, you only see me as a little bodyguard to boss around. And that Chu Xiao, if he hadn't messed things up, I would have been able to capture your heart. Actually, I didn't plan to kill you today. If anyone is to blame, it's Chu Xiao. He's gone too far. How dare he tease me? So, I've shown my hand. I'm going to kill you, kill Chu Xiao, and then take the money and go abroad." Hearing this, Pei Yimo exclaimed, "You can't kill him. As long as you don't kill Chu Yao, I'll do whatever you want. I'll do whatever you say. I'll even marry you. Our Pei group is no worse than the Li group. We're also very rich." Yifan stared at her with a gloomy face, his eyes filled with even more anger. "Bitch. What is it about that Chu Yao that is so good? You've only known him for 2 days, and you're willing to give up your whole life for him?" Pei Yimo was silent. She didn't know what had come over her. She had just spoken those words without realizing it. Perhaps she really was an incurable lovehead. All right. A spring night is worth 1,000 in gold. Let's begin our night of revelry. Tonight, you two will both feel what it's like to truly be a woman. Yifan laughed heartily. Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue had long since turned pale with fear, their bodies trembling non-stop, their eyes filled with unknown terror. They had fantasized about who they would marry in the future, but never imagined it would be Yifan. "Yimo, I'm sorry. If there's a next life, I'll make it up to you. I'll work like a horse." Li Qingxue was crying her eyes out, her heart filled with a sense of debt. Pei Yimo slowly closed her eyes. She didn't want to watch her best friend be defiled in front of her. She shook her head slowly. "Stop it. I don't blame you. It's all fate. It's fate." Before the words had finished falling, suddenly, a doorbell rang. Ding dong. Ding dong. Pei Yimo seemed to have remembered something, and she quickly shouted, "Don't come in, run. Call the police." Her voice was loud, but it was useless. This is Thompson Riviera, the most luxurious and well-decorated residential area in Jianhai City. The doors, windows and walls are all made with the best soundproofing materials, so even if someone is singing in the karaoke room, there won't be any sound outside. The room fell silent, and the two women looked alarmed. Yifan narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Did you order takeout?" Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue both froze for a moment, then nodded in tacit understanding. They knew that the person ringing the doorbell outside was most likely Chu Xiao. "Chu Xiao. You idiot, why did you come at this time?" Pei Yimo said with difficulty, "It's just a delivery boy, don't kill anyone else. Just let him go." No one answered the door, he'll go away by himself. Yifan patted her on the face and sneered, I can't tell, you're quite kind-hearted. But unfortunately, I'm in a bad mood tonight. And I'm hungry. I'll come back to clean up after I finish eating. With that, Yifan got up and walked towards the front door. Looking at his back, Pei Yimo silently shed tears. She knew that tonight, Xu Xiao was also doomed. Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell kept ringing. Ha, I've never seen anyone rushing to their own death before. Yifan grinned cruelly as he pulled the door open. Immediately afterwards, his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, It's you! Xu Yao stood in front of the door, his mouth curled up, his eyes full of endless anger and murderous intent as he said, Hello? Your takeaway is here. Chapter 41, First Taste, Great Suction Technique. Yifan was shocked and unwilling. Xu Xiao! Yifan exclaimed, but soon burst out laughing, saying with a hideous expression, You've come just in time. I was just about to look for you. Inside the room, Pei Yimo screamed, Xu Xiao! Then run! He's a killer! Run! In the flash of lightning, Yifan and Xu Xiao both moved at the same time, attacking each other's vital points without hesitation. Yifan was worried that Xu Xiao would escape, so he wanted to restrain him as soon as possible. Xu Xiao, on the other hand, wanted to kill Yifan quickly to avoid any complications. Bang! The two collided, sending out a huge force that shook the air like two bulls butting heads. Knowing that Xu Xiao's strength was terrifying, Yifan did not hold back at all, and his main attack was a surprise. However, as soon as they clashed, Yifan sensed something was wrong, and subconsciously exclaimed, What? You're also a martial artist. Xu Xiao stood still without moving an inch, his eyes full of disdain, saying, You're just a martial arts master, and you dare to die in front of me. As he spoke, Xu Xiao raised his hand and slapped Yifan in the chest. This palm strike contained the full power of a martial arts grandmaster, as well as 100% of the innate strength of Xu Xiao, and when the two were superimposed, even if the person on the other side was also a martial arts grandmaster, they would have to drink their sorrows. Not to mention Yifan, who was only a mere martial arts master. No good. Yifan was shocked. After discovering that Xu Xiao was actually a martial arts grandmaster, he no longer had the slightest desire to fight, and all he wanted to do was escape. He did not dare to block Xu Xiao's palm, so he quickly moved sideways to avoid the attack. Humph. Naive. Xu Xiao sneered. At such a close distance, the two of them happened to face each other. If such a blow could be avoided by the opponent, then he could really apologize with his life. Bang! The terrifying power instantly smashed onto Yifan, crushing his entire left arm to pieces, breaking the bones inch by inch, and splitting the skin open in bloody lines. It can be imagined that if this palm were to land on the left chest, Yifan would surely die instantly. You are actually a grandmaster. Yifan was sweating profusely, unable to figure out what was going on. Why would a spoiled rich kid have such terrifying strength as a martial arts grandmaster? There was no time for him to think about it now. Almost in an instant, Yifan used Xu Xiao's strength to violently retreat backwards. He wanted to catch Pei Yimo and threaten Xu Xiao with the other person's life to let him go. This was his only chance to survive. However, how could Xu Xiao not see through his little scheme? Almost at the same time, Xu Xiao pounced on Yifan like a swift leopard, giving him no chance to react. Tai Chi Xingyi Bagua Palm. It is not just a simple palm technique, and the physical training involved is far beyond the ordinary. Xu Yao's body, which has been systematically transformed, is superior in every way to that of ordinary people. Speed is the key to victory. In the blink of an eye, Xu Yao had grabbed Yifan by the shoulders and grabbed him firmly in front of him, at the same time sealing his energy channels. You! Let go of me! Yifan screamed in terror. He suddenly felt that all his meridians had been sealed, and he could no longer mobilize the internal strength in his lower abdomen. Xu Xiao, on the other hand, didn't say a word. He quickly disarmed Yifan's right arm, then stepped on his legs, and stamped him to the ground like a dead dog. All of this happened within a few seconds. It was so fast. So fast that it was hard to react. Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue were both stunned, looking extremely shocked and shocked. They didn't even see what happened clearly. In the blink of an eye, Yifan had already been trampled to the ground by Xu Xiao, covered in blood, miserable like a dead dog. How is this possible? Li Qingxue stared at Xu Xiao in horror, as if she was meeting him for the first time, and swallowed, saying, Are you really Xu Xiao? In her impression, Xu Xiao is just a playboy who only knows how to squander the family's ancestral business. How could he be a martial arts master? Moreover, he easily defeated Yi Fan. Xu Xiao glanced at her and quickly turned his head and said, "You, put your clothes on first." Hearing this, Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue reacted, and they were both wearing pajamas, and even their clothes were a bit torn, revealing some spring colors. The two women supported each other and changed their clothes. Xu Xiao looked at Pei Yimo and noticed a very obvious palm print on her cheek. He immediately became enraged and slapped Yi Fan in the face. "Xu Xiao, don't push it too far. A man can be killed but not humiliated." Yi Fan glared at him with bloodshot eyes and shouted. Xu Xiao had a gloomy face, his eyes full of contempt and disdain, and said, "Are you even human? You hit even a girl. You're nothing but an animal." "No. You're not even an animal." Yi Fan grinned, "Ha ha ha, you're right. I'm an animal. Kill me. Kill me now. And then we'll all be buried together." Xu Xiao was made to laugh by him. "Buried with you? Who are you to say that now?" Yi Fan kept laughing loudly, shouting like a madman, "Do you think I'm alone? If I die today, someone will avenge me. You, Li Qingxue, Pei Yimo. Your whole family will die. All of you will die. Die. Ha ha ha." Xu Xiao pinched his chin and shook his head, saying, "It seems that you still haven't figured out one thing," he said. He then crouched down and placed his hands on Yi Fan's head. In an instant, Yi Fan felt as if a force had been forced open in his body, and the condensed power within him surged towards Xu Xiao's palms like a flood. The Su Kong Dafa. This martial art is incredibly rebellious against the heavens. It can be said to only exist in martial arts novels, and in reality, no such heritage has ever been released. My power is draining, no. You're absorbing my power. This is impossible, this is impossible. How could there be such a martial art in the world? Yi Fan was extremely panicked. He screamed and yelled in frustration. However, how could Xu Xiao let him go? In just a few minutes, Yi Fan's power, which he had cultivated for nearly 20 years, was gone, and it all became Xu Xiao's. Yi Fan was not afraid of death. He really wasn't afraid of death at all. He had been trained as a killer since childhood, and had experienced countless battles abroad. He had long since become accustomed to death, and had also come to take it lightly. What he could not accept was that the power he had painstakingly cultivated for so many years had been absorbed by the one person he hated most. Yi Fan was unwilling to accept it. Xu Xiao took a deep breath, feeling his internal power improve a little more. This wonderful feeling made him feel a little dizzy. It even has the side effect of messing with people's minds. "Brother Yi, do you have any last words?" But Xu Xiao quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Yi Fan, who was wriggling and struggling on the ground, and his heart felt no pity at all. He who kills will always be killed. He who humiliates will always be humiliated. Chapter 42, The End of Yi Fan. The Choice of the Two Women. The mission is complete. Ha 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 ha. Do it. What are you hesitating for? Is this your first time killing someone? Yi Fan laughed maniacally, with no remorse in his eyes. He didn't feel like he had done anything wrong. In his perception, the world was about the law of the jungle, and if you lost, you would die without any regrets. He was right, he was just not strong enough. Xu Xiao turned his head and looked at Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue, and said, "Could the two ladies please excuse us for a moment?" Pei Yimo's face was pale with fear, and she whispered, "Xu Yao. You're not really going to kill him, are you? Killing is illegal, let's call the police and let them handle this matter." Xu Yao remained silent and did not say anything, but looked at Li Qingxue, who had calmed down a little. "Yimo, let's go to the room." Li Qingxue spoke softly, taking Pei Yimo's hand and leading him towards the room. Her pace was steady, and it was obvious that she had tacitly approved of this matter. A few minutes later. Ding. Yi Fan has developed endless hatred and resentment towards you. Reward, 2,000 cool points. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed Yi Fan, the son of destiny. Reward, 9,999 cool points. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the task of killing Yi Fan, the son of destiny. Reward, 9,999 cool points. Ding. Li Qingxue's favorability towards you has increased by 50 points. Current favorability, 100 out of 100. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the strategy to win Li Qingshue's heart. Reward, 9,999 cool points. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the mission to win Li Qingshue's heart. Reward, 9,999 cool points. Current cool point balance, 69,777. The voice of the system rang in his head. A barrage of information. Xu Xiao stared at the virtual panel for a long time. He was a little dazed. What the hell? How come there are 4 9,999s? Could it be that the mission reward, kill reward, and strategy reward are calculated separately? Is there such a good thing? Ding! The mission reward, kill reward, and strategy reward issued by this system are 3 different rewards. The system quickly responded. Xu Xiao calmed down a little and said, pinching his chin, so that's it. It seems that in the future, if I meet the Son of Destiny, I have to find a way to provoke the other person's murderous intent. I can only trigger a system mission. No, why didn't you give me a mission when I met Pei Yimo? But you did when you met Li Qingxue? Ding! Adventure missions can be encountered but not sought. Randomly released. The system responded indifferently. Xu Xiao nodded and thought to himself, it's only been 2 days, and I've already earned nearly 70,000 cool point values. It seems that I'm not far from the 100,000 cool point values needed for the system upgrade. I wonder what it will be like after the system upgrade. By the way, system, what should I do with Yifan's corpse? Do you have anything like a body-dissolving liquid? Ding! This system does not have them all. For all cheat codes, please choose from the lottery pool. The system gave an answer. Looking at Yifan's mangled corpse, Xu Xiao was at a loss for a moment. It was definitely not true to say that he was not at all panicked about killing someone for the first time. But if he didn't kill Yifan, Yifan would have killed him. Every child of destiny is a person with great destiny. When they encounter life and death crises, they can often turn calamities into good fortune and turn danger into safety. If he hadn't met Xu Xiao, Yifan would not have fallen like this. At this time, the door to the room opened. Pei Yimo walked out trembling. After looking at Yifan, who was already lifeless, she first froze for a moment, and then regained some composure and said, "Next, I'll figure it out." Xu Yao felt a bit surprised. "You'll figure it out?" Pei Yimo nodded, "Well, I'm actually a PhD in chemistry. I have my own laboratory. I can mix some chemicals that can decompose the body. I guarantee that no one will notice." Xu Yao stared at her and asked with a smile, "Are you sure?" Pei Yimo bit her lip and said in a slightly tearful voice, "So what do we do? Do I just watch you go to jail? I told you not to kill, but you wouldn't listen. Now look. If you get caught, I..." After a while, Li Qingsu also walked out. She had changed into a brand new tracksuit and said, "Xu Yao, we will never tell anyone about what happened today. Please be assured." Xu Xiao was a little speechless and said, "What? Are you still worried that I will kill you to keep you quiet? Just to be safe, we have decided to help you dispose of the body," Li Qingxue said as she brought the mop and detergent from the bathroom. Pei Yimo reminded her, ordinary detergent is difficult to remove blood stains from tiles. Li Qingxue said calmly, "I know, I'll just wipe it off for now. We'll get rid of the bloodstains properly tomorrow. Let's get rid of him tonight." Pei Yimo, huh? Seeing the 2 stunning beauties busy themselves non-stop, Xu Xiao didn't know what to feel, so he helped out too. Half an hour later, the 3 of them went to the underground garage together, and Xu Xiao carried the heavy suitcase and put it in the trunk of the car. They got into the car. They pressed the accelerator. They headed straight for Pei Yimo's laboratory. The 3 people in the car didn't say a word. The atmosphere was quiet, as calm as a pool of stagnant water, oppressive yet somehow liberating. Li Qingxue looked out the window at the scenery that kept passing by, and suddenly said, "Xu Yao, thank you for saving us." Xu Yao half-jokingly said, "I killed your boyfriend, don't you resent me?" Li Qingxue laughed to herself, "You knew he wasn't my boyfriend, didn't you?" Xu Xiao's mouth curled up, "So what? What are you going to do next?" Li Qingxue, "What do you mean?" Xu Xiao, "What excuse are you going to use for our engagement?" Li Qingxue was speechless. "Come on, man, if you can't chat, don't chat. What are we doing now?" "We're killing someone and disposing of the body." "Hey! Let's talk about this later," and Pei Yimo is still in the car. I can't just say in front of her that I suddenly realized that you're actually quite good and quite suitable for marriage. Thinking about this, Li Qingxue felt very uncomfortable. She was caught between Chu Xiao and Pei Yimo, one a good man and the other a good friend. The car became quiet again. After another half hour, they finally arrived at Pei Yimo's laboratory. It wasn't a remote location, but it had all the necessary facilities. Pei Yimo began mixing the chemicals with alacrity. In just a few minutes, she produced a small bottle of greenish liquid. No way! Is that all you need? Xu Yao said in a little surprised voice. Pei Yimo said without a smile on her face, "Idiot, this is just the first version. I'll mix it up and see how it works." She then grabbed a mouse from the cage next to her and threw it into the greenish liquid. With a popping sound, a few bubbles appeared. The mouse turned into bloody water. For some reason, Chu Xiao always felt that ever since entering this laboratory, Pei Yimo's entire temperament had changed, as had her eyes. It was as if she had become a different person. She saw Pei Yimo's thin eyebrows slightly raised as she picked some hair and bones out of the test tube and said, "I still need to adjust the ratio a bit more. Chu Xiao, wait for me for a moment." She said this and then wiggled her hips to go into a room inside, where she found several more chemical agents and began a new round of mixing. Li Qingxue, on the other hand, was crouching next to Yifan's corpse, her pale hands constantly feeling around Yifan's corpse, searching for something. The two women were both busy, with a clear division of labor. Xu Yao felt a little embarrassed, as he had made a mess, but they had to deal with it. After a while, "Xu Yao, come here for a moment." Li Qingxue suddenly called out, still holding a pen stained with blood in her hand. "It's just a pen, what's wrong with it?" Xu Xiao asked curiously. "This is not an ordinary pen, but a special bugging pen. And it comes with a positioning function." "How do you know?" "He is my bodyguard, I bought all these things for him." "Yimo, let me use your computer for a while." Li Qingxue wiped the bloodstains on the bugging pen dry, then pressed the switch and took out a very tiny chip from it. After a few simple operations, Li Qingxue began to study the content of the recording in this eavesdropping pen. The more she listened, the more she frowned and said, "Chu Xiao, listen to this." She took off the headphones and handed them to Chu Xiao. Soon, a dialogue came in, and it was exactly the dialogue between Yifan and Long Outyen in the casino. Xu Xiao's mouth curled up as he listened. "Long Outyen. I never thought that he would secretly support Yifan in coming here to assassinate me. This is getting more and more interesting." Li Qingxue frowned. "How can you still smile? Do you know what Long Outyen does?" Xu Xiao took off his headset and said very calmly, "Who cares what he does? It's a good thing that I didn't find out about this today. Now that I know, even if he doesn't look for trouble with me, I will go find trouble with him." Li Qingxue said, "Long Outyen is not as simple as you think." Xu Rao looked at her with interest and said, "Tell me." Li Qingxue was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, 6 years ago, he was just an unknown nobody, hanging out on the streets. Later, by chance, he joined the Qianmen Club, and in just 3 years, he became the boss of the Qianmen Club. He also took control of karaoke bars, pubs, casinos, and many other places." Xu Rao couldn't help but laugh. "I'm curious, why do you know so much about Long Outyen?" Li Qingxue looked a little embarrassed, but still said, "Our Li Group has some business dealings with him, that's all, don't think too much." Another half hour passed. Pei Yimo finally let out a sigh of relief and said to the two of them, "I'm ready here, you guys bring Yifan's body over." Next, Yifan's body was thrown into a large plastic bucket, where it reacted with various chemicals, producing a violent cloud of smoke and bubbling. A few minutes later, Yifan had turned into body fluids and was sealed in a chemical waste pool. The process was watertight. "Well, now that it's over, I should go too. Goodbye." Xu Xiao patted his butt and was ready to leave. "Wait. No." Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue spoke at the same time, and fear shone in their eyes. After all, they were still women. They had just witnessed Yifan's body turn into bloody water, and the visual impact of flesh, blood, and bones dissolving made them feel incredibly scared. If Chu Xiao hadn't been there to give them courage, they would never have dared to do such a thing. To put it bluntly, they have been pampered since childhood, and they have never even killed a chicken. It is not an exaggeration to say that their hands are not stained with blood. Xu Xiao touched the tip of her nose. It's getting late, I should go home and go to bed. I have to get up early tomorrow to take my sister out to play. The two women glanced at each other, and they both understood each other's meaning in each other's eyes. So they quickly came up to Xu Xiao and said, "We'll go back with you." The laboratory room was large, but it had an indescribable smell. Xu Xiao said with a difficult expression on his face, "This is not good. You two are single. Going to my house in the middle of the night, what if you are photographed by the paparazzi? If a scandal breaks out, it will be hard for me to do. What if I can't find a wife? Who will be responsible?" Li Qingxue couldn't help rolling her eyes and said angrily, "We girls don't worry, what are you a grown man worried about? Besides, your Chu group is so rich and powerful. There are plenty of girls who want to marry into a wealthy family." Pei Yimo said in a joking tone, "The worst that can happen is that we'll both be responsible. You won't lose out. Just let us live with you. We're really scared." Hearing this, Li Qingxue next to her became a little quiet. She looked at Pei Yimo in shock, secretly wondering if he was hinting at her. Thinking about the future, the two of them and Xu Xiao. Li Qingxue suddenly blushed, shyly looking away to hide her embarrassment. With things having come to this, Xu Yao naturally had no reason to refuse anymore, so he half-dragged them back to the Royal Lake Bay Villa. This villa was his grandfather's private property, and during the New Year and other holidays, the family's relatives would come here to gather and stay, so there were many empty rooms. Apart from 7 or 8 master bedrooms, there were also a dozen or so guest rooms. Xu Xiao arranged for them to stay in the guest room closest to his room, and then went to take a shower. The two nannies who were on night duty at home were stunned. The young master has finally come to his senses. He has actually brought 2 super pretty women back to spend the night. It's just, why are they sleeping in separate rooms? The nannies expressed their incomprehension, but since they were servants, they naturally wouldn't ask about the master's affairs. After taking a shower, Xu Xiao just pushed open the door to his room and saw 2 people sitting on the bed. They were as beautiful as flowers, with graceful figures like buds about to bloom, and were so pretty that they could be eaten. If they weren't Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue, then who were they? What do you mean? I assigned you rooms, didn't I? Xu Xiao asked, scratching his head. Pei Yimo hugged the pillow, wearing a silk pajama, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness, biting her lips and whispering, "Your house is so big, we're scared. Can we sleep with you?" "Huh? What?" Xu Xiao took a few surprised steps back. Li Qingxue quickly said, "Don't get the wrong idea, it's not what you think. We're just really scared. So, can you please sleep on the floor?" "Xu Xiao. I'm sorry, I don't like sleeping on the floor. You guys should just go out." The room was quiet for a few seconds. Pei Yimo suddenly whispered, "Why don't we all sleep on the bed together? This bed is big anyway, it's fine to sleep 10 people. Xu Xiao. Thank the old man for buying himself such a big bed carved with golden phoenixes. What foresight." Chapter 44, Regaining 3/4 of one's vitality. Early the next morning. As it was still dark, Xu Xiao's room was pushed open a crack, and a pair of small, dark eyes peeked through the gap. After making sure that everyone inside was asleep, Chu Lingyin tiptoed into the room and suddenly shouted, "Big brother! You big lazy pig! The sun is already up, and you! Sister-in-law! Sister Momo!" She widened her eyes in surprise, then immediately covered her eyes, turned around and ran away. Xu Xiao! Pei Yimo! Li Qingxue! The air was quiet for a few seconds, and the two women looked at each other, their pretty faces flushed with pink. They quickly got up and left the room like they were running away. Only Xu Xiao was left sitting on the bed, dumbfounded, feeling the residual warmth of last night and sniffing the lingering fragrance left by the two women on the sheets. It had rained heavily and the wind had picked up suddenly last night, so he had slept heavily and hadn't drunk much, so he couldn't test the curtain raiser. Sigh. Xu Xiao rubbed his head, got up with support from his waist, stood in front of the window to stretch his muscles, and said, "System baby, it's a new day, shouldn't we open the Chongwen cheat item pool?" Ding! The primary novel power-up pool has been randomly selected. Congratulations, host, you have won the following 3 options, please choose one. A mysterious fruit. This power-up comes from a mediocre novel adapted from a manga. Once selected, the power-up will materialize, and after taking it, you will have mysterious powers. Remember, anyone who takes this fruit will forever lose the ability to swim in the sea. 2. 3 points. Return to the source of energy. This cheat code comes from a mediocre fantasy novel adapted from a comic book. Once selected, the host will master the secret of this terrifying martial arts technique. Doubling your power. Can be used for offense or defense. Extraordinary power. 3. Spend 1 yuan and get a rebate of 10,000 yuan. This cheat code comes from a mediocre fantasy novel adapted from a comic book. Once selected, every time the host spends money on a woman, the amount will be returned 10,000 times. Note, the refreshing props in the novel will not disappear and can be purchased with points. He looked at the refreshing props on the system panel. Xu Xiao fell silent. Holy shit! Holy shit! What's going on? There's actually such a cheat code? It's unbelievable. The mysterious fruit, if I'm not wrong, should be the devil's fruit in One Piece, but unfortunately there is no specific ability marked, and once taken, you will become a landlubber. It's too restrictive. Xu Xiao had no intention of considering it at all. After all, devil fruits were too dangerous, and you might just turn into an animal. As for the third golden finger, spending 1 yuan and getting 10,000 yuan in rebates? Ha ha! Who do you think you're looking down on? I don't lack money, and I don't want to be a lickspittle who spends money on women for pleasure. So Xu Xiao's gaze fell on the second golden finger, Sanfen Gui Yuan Qi. This martial arts secret technique is the ultimate. It can be called a childhood memory. Back then, if Xiongba could have cultivated it to the supreme realm of the third level, the unification of the three elements, he would not have died so miserably. System, are you sure there is no mistake? How can the pool of beginners' golden finger items actually spawn such a high-level martial art as the three elements reunification? Xu Xiao said excitedly. Ding! Confirmed, this golden finger does come from a popular martial arts novel adapted from a popular comic. Please rest assured and choose. The system's voice flashed. Xu Xiao immediately said without hesitation, yes. It's the 3-point regenerating qi. If there is even a second of hesitation, it's a pity for your childhood. Ding! Congratulations, host, on choosing the 3-point regenerating qi. Please get ready. Get ready? What? Xu Xiao exclaimed, and then he felt tearing pain in every part of his body. His bones, muscles, meridians, and every organ were undergoing incredible changes. However, this pain only lasted for a few minutes before it disappeared. It hurt. But it was all worth it. Xu Yao stood in place, and the true source and profound meaning of the Sanfen Gui Yuan Qi appeared in his mind. He grasped it all in an instant and directly comprehended the third realm, San Yuan Gui. The more deeply he comprehended, the more he discovered the awesomeness of this martial arts secret. In the original novel, this martial arts method can directly kill the fire Qilin. It can be used for both offense and defense, and it can absorb the natural power of the world and use it for oneself, making one's own martial arts power and vitality endless. At the same time, Xu Xiao was also surprised to find that the power in his body had at least doubled, far exceeding the realm of a martial arts grandmaster. It's terrifying. Xu Xiao swallowed. Just then, outside came the voices of Chu Lingyin, Pei Yimo, and Li Qingxue. Big brother, breakfast is ready. Chu Lingyin poked her head out and said with a smile. Xu Xiao, got it. Today's breakfast was exceptionally rich, with all kinds of delicacies and specialty snacks from all over the place filling the table. Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue were quiet while eating, both a little blushing and embarrassed. Chu Lingyin, on the other hand, asked curiously while eating, Sister Momo, Sister Shui, should I start calling you two sister-in-laws from now on? Pei Yimo. Li Qingxue. Xu Xiao, ha. Tongyan Wu Ji. Lingyin, I can't stop you from talking even when I'm eating. Chu Lingyin let out a sound, buried her head in her rice, and quickly finished eating her bowl of food. Then she raised her head and asked again, Big brother, did you sleep together last night? Xu Xiao, yes. But we didn't do anything. Xu Lingyin let out a long, drawn-out "oh" again, jumped off the table, and said with a smile, I'm going to call Grandpa and tell him that you found him 2 granddaughters-in-law. He'll be so happy. Don't. Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue said in unison, their fair cheeks already flushed. Xu Lingyin turned around, her eyes full of curiosity, and said, Then can you tell me why you slept in the same bed as my brother? If a man and a woman sleep in the same bed, aren't they husband and wife? Xu Xiao, Li Qingxue, and Pei Yimo were all speechless. Seeing this scene, the nanny and butler, who were hiding behind the wall, couldn't help but laugh. On the other side, In the middle of the desert. The old man Chu Jianghe also received the call and couldn't help but exclaim, "What? That brat took Li Qingxue and the Pei girl home to sleep together? No way. He really has come to his senses. He has this ability? He wouldn't have used some despicable means." On the other end of the line, the voice of a middle-aged man came, "Master, although the young master is unkempt, his character is absolutely fine. This matter is also true beyond a doubt. They slept in the same room, but I don't know if anything actually happened. After all, they are the young master and young mistress, and I shouldn't pry." The old man, Chu Jianghe, trembled with excitement and laughed, "Okay. I understand. Keep an eye on it. Be sure to protect the safety of my grandson. Also, has Long Outyin made any moves?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and responded, "No movement so far. They should be afraid to do anything to the young master. It's that Yi Fan who's disappeared." Chapter 45, Opening the Door to a New World. The heart of the Taklamakan Desert. The dry breeze lifts up dust, and the scorching sun hangs high in the sky, baking this lifeless desert. "We found it. We found the entrance to the Ghost King's tomb." The old man Chu Jianghe quickly hung up the phone and quickly dashed out of the tent. He came to the edge of a deep pit, knelt down and picked up a handful of sand that had just been excavated. Inside were some broken bricks of an indistinguishable age. There were also some faint patterns on the surface of these broken bricks, but unfortunately they had long been eroded by the passage of time and it was impossible to tell what they meant. The old man Chu Jianghe nodded excitedly and said, not bad, although it's hard to make out. But this is definitely the writing of the Ghost Nation. Everyone get ready, we're going down to the tomb right now." Next to him, a young man wearing a black trench coat and with a pale, somewhat sickly face respectfully said, "Master, let me go down first this time to explore the way. You can just wait for news up here." Another young woman wearing a red gauze dress nodded and said, "Elder Chu is already quite old, and exploring the tomb of the Ghoul King this time will definitely be extremely dangerous." Everyone around them also spoke up, all of them extremely excited. The old man Chu Jianghe hesitated slightly, and after a moment of thought, he nodded and said, "Remember to be careful, and if anything happens, turn back immediately. It is uncertain whether there are spirit fruits in this Ghost King's tomb. But don't be rash. We are spirit catchers. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely bring everyone back safely." After the man in the windbreaker finished speaking, he turned around and went to the tent to pack his things. The others also packed up their things, their faces full of excited smiles. Only the old man Chu Jianghe looked worried, always feeling uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Let's split this into two parts. Zhanghai City, Royal Lake Bay Villa. Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue hurriedly left after breakfast. Xu Xiao, on the other hand, took his luxury car out for a spin, only to find that the happiness points were pitifully low. After an hour of hard work, he had only earned 200 happiness points. That's too little. Looks like I'm losing it, I can't even be bothered with 200 happiness points. Xu Xiao laughed to himself. He pinched his chin and pondered how to get more cool points, save up 100,000 and upgrade the system. Just then. Ding. You are envied by Xiaojia and have gained 0.1 cool points. Ding. You are envied by Nancy and have gained 0.1 cool points. Ding. You are envied by Pudding. Ding. Ding. A series of system prompts exploded in his head. Xu Xiao was stunned. What's going on? I didn't do anything. Why do I suddenly have points? And only 0.1? Although each person's contribution of points is very small, the number is quite considerable. Almost every second, a dozen people contribute points. Half an hour later. Xu Xiao swallowed, and when he opened the system page, he saw that he had gained more than 1,000 more happiness points. This was very strange. What was going on? System, you've made a mistake, I haven't done anything. Where did all these happiness points come from? Xu Xiao asked. Ding. This system cannot make mistakes. The system replied indifferently. Suddenly, Li Qingxue placed a video call. Xu Xiao pressed the answer button out of curiosity, and two beautiful faces soon appeared on the screen, Li Qingxue and Pei Yimo. They both looked a little strange. Pei Yimo's face was flushed with shame, and she said with some concern, Xu Xiao, what should we do? Xu Xiao, with question marks and exclamation marks all over his head, hurriedly asked, what do you mean? What happened? Pei Yimo couldn't think of anything to say. Li Qingxue said, "Haven't you watched the news?" Chu Xiao touched his nose and shook his head. "Sorry, I'm not in the habit of watching the news." "What exactly happened? Just tell me." Pei Yimo said, "You'd better watch the news quickly. We're on the headlines." Chu Xiao froze for a moment, and then finally reacted. No wonder the system suddenly gave him so many cool points. It turned out that he was on the news. He hung up the phone. He picked up the tablet on the sofa. He clicked on Tushio and a very sensational news article came up. Shocking gambling den, the gambling god loses, the eldest son of the Chu group gets both the beauty and the money, and even gets the girl back. Holy shit, that's a great headline. Chu Xiao clicked on the content and found a lot of photos of himself, Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue. There were even photos of him driving them home and winning billions of chips in the casino. The news had only been posted for half an hour, but it already had hundreds of thousands of views, and thousands of people had replied below, all expressing envy and jealousy. Some people were not only born with a silver spoon, but also had such good luck at gambling. That's interesting. Xu Zhao's eyes lit up. He felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. So this is how you can get points of exhilaration. Although the points of exhilaration obtained through the news are very small, the quantity is large, and a large quantity will lead to a qualitative change. If this continues over time, the points of exhilaration obtained will even be greater than those obtained by killing the son of good fortune. A talent, what a talent! I must recruit such a talent under my command. Let him post news about me every day. Then I can earn points just by lying around. Thinking about this, Chu Xiao quickly clicked on the home page of the person who posted the news and sent a private message to the other person. The other person has blocked private messaging. Chu Xiao felt a little speechless and muttered, "Since this person was able to take a picture of me taking Pei Yimo and the others home to sleep, then he must be lurking not far from my house." Upon thinking this, Chu Xiao immediately activated his X-ray vision and searched the area. A few seconds later, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Outside the villa, on a crooked-necked tree, a young girl was crouching in the tree, holding binoculars in her hands, pursing her pink lips, biting a lollipop, and wondering, strange, it was just here a moment ago. How did it suddenly disappear? Her name was Su Xiaowan, 19 years old, and the captain of the paparazzi team. She was using binoculars to look for Chu Xiao in the Royal Lake Bay villas. However, she didn't notice that a man had been standing behind her for some time. The man stood behind her, bent over, looked along with her, and said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, "Are you hungry?" Su Xiaowan subconsciously responded, "Of course I'm hungry. I haven't even had breakfast yet, just to capture the exciting moment." She turned her head and saw a handsome face with a faint smile and a touch of melancholy, close enough that she could feel the other person's breath. Ah! Su Xiaowan was startled, her heels wobbling as she fell towards the tree. "Be careful." Xu Xiao reached out to grab her, but fell with her. Chapter 46, Establishing a Self-Media Platform, the Lori Team. Under the shade of the tree, Xu Xiao embraced Su Xiaowan and landed gently, tenderly asking, "Are you okay?" His voice was full of magnetism, as if it could resonate in people's hearts, with a touch of magic. Su Xiaowan opened her rosy pink mouth, her eyes as bright as stars staring at the sight of Chu Xiao's face. For a moment, she was a little lost, but she quickly reacted, and like a kitten, she broke free from Chu Xiao's embrace. "You? How did you get behind me? You could scare someone to death like that." She said this while taking a few wary steps back. Xu Yao ran his fingers along his nose. "If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who released the news this morning, right?" Su Xiaowan's eyes flashed with panic, but she didn't show it on her face. She pretended not to understand and said, "What are you talking about? What news?" Xu Xiao felt amused in his heart. This little girl looks quirky and quite cute. And the rating given by the system is not low either. At the age of 19, her appearance has reached 89 points, but unfortunately her figure is only 78 points. She is too short and her breasts are too flat. If she grows a few more years, she might be able to break through 90 points. But for now, she is undoubtedly a standard little lowly beauty. "You were crouching in the tree the whole time, peering into my house with binoculars, and you still claim you're not a paparazzi?" Su Xiaowan asked with a laugh. "What paparazzi? I don't know what you're talking about." Su Xiaowan took a few steps back, then turned her head and ran away as fast as she could. Don't look at her height of only 1.5 meters, she's actually not fast when running. A few minutes later, she was crouching in a corner, panting heavily. Xu Xiao, on the other hand, was very considerate and handed her a bottle of WAHA-AD calcium milk, asking, "Thirsty?" Looking at the WAHA-AD calcium milk that was held out in front of her, Su Xiaowan felt discriminated against and puffed up her cheeks, shouting, "I'm not a child, why are you giving me AD calcium milk?" Xu Xiao immediately replaced it with a bottle of Red Bull, saying, "Why don't you drink this? It will give you strength, and I'll walk with you for a few more laps. If that doesn't work, there's a kiosk up ahead, I'll go buy you a bottle of pulsating." Su Xiaowan's mouth twitched, but in the end she chose the WAHA-AD calcium milk, stuck in the straw and took a big sip, saying, "You want me to delete the news, fine. But you have to pay. At least give me 1,000, that's the rule for our paparazzi." 1,000? Who are you looking down on? Xu Yao couldn't help but laugh. "I'll give you 100,000. Really? Su Xiaowan was stunned, but quickly recovered. The man in front of her was the heir to the Chu Group, the super tycoon who had won 4.8 billion at the Vienna casino last night. $100,000 really didn't seem like much to him. "Great. Deal. I'll delete the news right now." As she spoke, she rummaged in her bag and pulled out her laptop, opening her headline account and preparing to delete the news she had uploaded that morning. When she saw it, she was shocked. In just half an hour, the number of views had reached millions, and the number was still rising exponentially. Su Xiaowan's heart was bleeding, feeling that her offer was really too low. She should have asked for 1 million directly. But it was too late to say anything now. She had already agreed to it. One cannot be without integrity. At this time, Xu Xiao hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't make myself clear just now. I'm not paying you to delete the news. I want to hire you as my personal paparazzi. You get a commission. If you do a good job, I'll give you a bonus every month." After he finished speaking, Su Xiaowan opened her mouth wide and tilted her head, saying, "What do you mean?" Xu Xiao laughed and said, "Of course it's what it sounds like. From now on, I'll be your boss, and I'll give you a base salary of 100,000 yuan every month. If you do a good job, you'll soon be able to achieve financial freedom." Su Xiaowan looked full of disbelief and said, "Are you serious? You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Xu Xiao said, "Please open your Alipay payment code." After 10 seconds, 1.2 million yuan had been deposited into her account. Looking at her balance, which had gone from 85,000 to 1,200,000, Su Xiaowan opened her mouth wide, her eyes rolled back in her head, and she fell backwards. After a while, she woke up from her faint. Then she looked at her Alipay balance again, and then fainted again. She probably fainted a few times. Su Xiaowan finally accepted the reality that she had become a rich woman. She jumped up excitedly, embraced Xu Xiao's thighs, and kept rubbing her face against them. "Boss! Boss! I love you so much. From now on, I will be your full-time doggy. Please ravish me to your heart's content. Master! Ahem! Here's your base salary for this year, do a good job." Xu Xiao coughed dryly, wondering why the girl still seemed a little hyper. The two returned to the villa. Looking at the luxurious decorations, the exquisite and expensive furniture, and the antique porcelain displayed on wooden shelves, Su Xiaowan was deeply impressed. She swallowed and said, "Boss, you're paying me so much, what exactly do you want me to do?" Xu Xiao's mouth curled up and he said, "Let's come up with a theme, called The Daily Life of Chu Shenhao." Su Xiaowan blinked, tilted her head, frowned, pursed her lips, stamped her foot and said, "You want to do a self-media account, right?" "Self-media account?" Xu Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement and he said, "Yes. Why limit yourself to news? Self-media accounts are fine too. What about TikTok, Chopsticks, Watermelon, and Station B? Anything goes. As long as there's exposure, it's fine." Su Xiaowan hurriedly said, "Boss, I'm afraid I can't handle this alone." Xu Xiao asked, "Tell me more." Su Xiaowan explained, "I can help you take photos and post news, but if we want to operate a self-media account, we will need a filming team. What makeup artists, photographers, and lighting technicians?" Xu Xiao asked, "I'll leave this to you. How much do you need? Just ask me for reimbursement. We're not afraid of spending money, I just want exposure, a lot of exposure of my luxurious life. I only have one goal, and that is to make everyone envy and be jealous of me." "Can you do it?" Su Xiaowan's mouth twitched, and then he saluted and said, "I guarantee there will be no problem. This is what I'm best at." I also have a few good girlfriends who can shoot, do makeup, and set lighting. Go, get them all here, 100,000 yuan each month. About half an hour later, 3 little girls dressed in very kawaii outfits stood in front of the villa door and rang the doorbell. The gears of fate began to turn from now on. The first ever pretentious criminals in history. They were about to go viral through various self-media platforms and become the talk of the town. Even foreigners abroad would be jealous and go numb with envy. Boss, I'm MOMO. Boss, I'm DD. Boss, I'm Bong Bong. Salute the boss. Hooray! Including Su Xiaowan, a total of 4 little Lolas with squeaky voices stood at attention and saluted. Xu Zhao's feet were sweating with embarrassment. He wondered what was going on and if he had dug himself a hole. Could they really be relied on? On average, they were less than 150 centimeters tall. Could they complete the filming task? Could they carry the camera? Xu Xiao coughed. Okay, let's shoot the first video first, and use sports cars as the theme. Chapter 47, You're good, Xu Xiao. You've got some Lolas stashed away. To be honest, Xu Xiao really doesn't know how Su Xiaowan, Bouncing, Diddy, and Momo, these 4 Lolas, got together. Xu Xiao feels like a father when he stands with them. However, when he saw Bouncing carrying the professional camera with ease, Xu Xiao was still quite surprised. This little girl may not be tall, but she has amazing strength. The most important thing is that they are good at flattering people, and their voices make people's souls soar. How about this, all 4 of you come and play my maids? I'll ask Grandpa if there is a professional photographer team. Since we're going to shoot, let's shoot it in the highest quality. In the end, Xu Xiao still couldn't bear to let these little Lolas do the hard labor. As he said this, he called Grandpa Chu Jianghe. The phone rang a few times but no one answered. Strange. What is the old man doing? Why didn't he even answer the phone? Xu Yao opened the address book again and found the housekeeper Debo's phone number and called, but still no one answered. Just then, the doorbell rang. Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue, dressed in full gear, stood outside the door, sunglasses on their faces and hats on their heads, as if they were afraid of being recognized. Why did you come? Xu Yao walked to the door, touched his nose and asked with a smile. Pei Yimo said angrily, You can still smile? We're all on the front page of the news. Hurry up and think of something. With this kind of scandal, how are we going to get married in the future? Li Qingxue sighed, I've already arranged a press conference at 2 p.m. The 3 of us will come out together and clarify this matter. Hearing them say this, Xu Yao hurriedly said, Clarify what? Isn't this great? Li Qingxue. Pei Yimo. The 2 women didn't know what to feel. They were so miserable. The social media storm was so intense that Li Qingxue and Pei Yimo had received countless phone calls from their families this morning, all of them full of scolding. As a result, Li Qingxue had even been removed from her position and sent home to reflect on her actions. For rich girls like them, chastity was of the utmost importance. They could not get married and definitely could not do anything out of the ordinary. Even though Li Qingxue is Chu Zhao's fiancé in name, she cannot stay overnight at the other person's home without returning. What should we do now? Li Qingxue asked a little angrily. Xu Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said innocently, Get this straight. It wasn't me who wanted you to sleep at my house last night. You insisted on sleeping at my house. And you insisted on sleeping in the same bed with me. I'm the victim here. But did I say anything? Why are you panicking? Li Qingxue and Pei Yimo were suddenly speechless, so angry that their silver teeth were about to bite through. You're a real piece of work, Xu Xiao, taking advantage of the situation and acting like a goody-goody. Shameless. They had just finished disposing of Yifan's body and were extremely scared, so they would never have thought that a paparazzo would take photos and upload them online. Now there was nothing they could do. In fact, Li Qingxue knew very well that even if they held a press conference to clarify the situation, it would only be like throwing silver dollars to attract crows, and people would still think what they wanted to think. It would be useless. Xu Xiao shrugged and said, Why don't I have a good idea? What idea? The 2 women spoke at the same time. Xu Xiao grinned and said, How about I support you in the future? Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue froze for a few seconds, their cheeks suddenly flushing. They thought of certain images that belonged only to the 3 of them, and they hurriedly said in unison, No. No way. Xu Yao scratched his head, You're thinking too much. What I mean is, you can work for me. I'll pay you a salary. Hearing this, the two beauties suddenly felt a little lost in their hearts. Just then, four little Lolas dressed in maid outfits leaned against the door, poking their heads out, and then they all rushed up and bowed 90 degrees, whispering, "Welcome, young mistresses, home." "Who are you guys?" Pei Yimo asked curiously. Li Qingxue, on the other hand, stared at Chu Xiao with a strange look, as if to say, "Good for you, Chu Xiao, you've even started playing with Lolas. Wasn't it enough that Pei Yimo and I served you last night? And today you've got 4 Lolas to throw a party with? You're something, Chu Yao. You've really gone to town. I was wrong about you." Li Qingshue's eyes flashed with endless disappointment, and she remembered last night, when she felt a sharp pain in her chest as if her heart was about to break. Seeing her strange expression, Su Xiaowan hurriedly explained, "We're the young master's personal paparazzi, responsible for recording the extravagant life of the young master and publishing it on major self-media websites. The news this morning was posted by me." Li Qingxue exclaimed in shock, "What? You were the paparazzi who took photos of us last night? You posted that news? Delete it immediately." "Chu Xiao, what do you mean? Deliberately making this kind of news, do you want to bring us down?" Chu Xiao covered his face and had to explain that this morning he had invited Su Xiaowan to be his personal paparazzi. If she didn't explain, it was fine, but once she did, Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue were even more confused. Chu Xiao laughed and said, "Yimo, Qingxue, for the next period of time, I may have to ask you to be my leading ladies." Pei Yimo was full of confusion. "What do you mean?" Li Qingxue next to him had bright eyes and clapped her hands, saying, "I see. You've already thought of a solution. Just let the news out that we're actually filming a short drama. In this way, the rumors will be disproved. The innocent are innocent." "Chu Xiao, I can't believe you're actually quite clever." "Chu Xiao, what kind of rumors are you talking about, and what do you mean by the innocent are innocent? Weren't you happy last night?" Li Qingxue said, "Good. Let's start filming now. We'll try to release the short video within 3 days. I'll also announce on my Weibo this afternoon that I've set up a self-media studio." Pei Yimo seemed to understand, but she had spent years in the lab, either playing games online or gambling in casinos, and was not familiar with the recent trend of short video self-media. Chu Xiao scratched his head. 3 days is a bit difficult. We still need a professional photography team. And a screenwriter or something." Li Qingxue immediately said, "Leave this to me. Within an hour, I will arrange the staff for you. If you have any special requirements, just let me know." She is a strong woman, decisive and clear-thinking. Chu Xiao said with a serious expression, "I only have one small request. The short video we make must make people envy, hate, and be jealous of me. It doesn't matter how much it costs, I'll pay." Li Qingxue. Chapter 48, Difficult Decision About Emotions. Refresh the cheat codes. An hour later, a professional photography team arrived, including several screenwriters, makeup artists, and photographers, numbering in the dozens. All kinds of professional equipment were readily available. They were the top domestic photography team. Not to mention filming a small self-media video, they could also film a movie. As long as you have enough money, they can produce any kind of blockbuster. As for money, Chu Xiao doesn't lack money the least. With a wave of his hand, he gets started. After a busy day, 10 short videos were shot. Li Qingxue and Pei Yimo looked at the newly edited video and fell silent, then looked at Chu Xiao and said, "Are you sure? Do you want to upload this? How about, let's shoot something else?" Chu Xiao quickly said, No. This is it. I want this kind of brainless showboating. I want everyone to envy and be jealous of my life." Li Qingxue, "But, aren't you worried about the negative impact on yourself?" Xu Yao's mouth twisted. He's not afraid of anything, he's just asking for it. Subsequently, these 10 short videos were posted on major self-media platforms, including TikTok, Xigua, Kwai. After finishing everything, a group of people gathered for dinner, and Xu paid for all the expenses. It got dark. The crowd dispersed, going back to their respective homes, and agreed to continue filming tomorrow. Back home, Xu Xiao laid down on the bed. Feeling bored, he clicked on his own WeMedia account and discovered that the number of views was pitifully low. Without hesitation, he topped up his account to boost traffic. He spent several million yuan. Finally, the system's voice sounded. Under the influence of money, the platform began to open up a super traffic pool for Chu Xiao's WeMedia Media account. Soon, the number of views broke through the millions and tens of millions. Ding! You are the envy of ####. Your happiness points have increased by 0.01. Ding! You are the envy of ####. Your cool points value is increased by 0.01. Ding! In less than half an hour, he had earned a total of 2,000 cool points. Xu Xiao's mouth curled up, and he couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Yes. This is it. Ha ha ha. I'm a real genius. This is the best strategy for increasing cool points. What goddesses, what sons of good fortune, what a load of crap. Looking at the constantly rising cool points value in the system background, it was about to break through 80,000. It's only been a day. He's already earned nearly 10,000 points, most of which came from Su Xiaowan's news. As for the revenue from short videos, it's only just begun. He's so close to saving 100,000 points to upgrade the system. His heart is racing. His hands are shaking. Xu Xiao found that he couldn't sleep. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Just then, there was a ding from WeChat on his phone. He opened it. It was a WeChat message from Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue asked, "Have you gone to sleep?" Xu Xiao picked his nose and replied, "Not yet." Li Qingxue, "I haven't either." Xu Xiao, "You're not thinking of me, are you?" Li Qingxue was silent for several minutes, and then suddenly asked, "Do you think we should dissolve our engagement?" Xu Xiao looked at the message and also fell silent for a moment, so he replied, "Do you want to dissolve it?" Li Qingxue, "I'm asking you." Xu Xiao was at a loss for words, and just as he was about to reply, WeChat buzzed again. It was a message from Pei Yimo, "Are you asleep?" The same opening line. Xu Xiao's mouth curled up, and he replied, "It's a long night, I have no heart to sleep, I thought I was the only one who couldn't sleep." "So it turns out that you can't sleep either, Miss Mo?" "Ah." Pei Yimo hugged the phone and couldn't help bursting into tears and laughing, "You're so smooth." Xu Xiao continued to reply, "So why can't you sleep?" Pei Yimo replied, "I was thinking about the three of us. I don't know if you've noticed, but in fact, Shuer really likes you too." Xu Xiao, "So?" Pei Yimo was silent for a few seconds, typing with tears in her eyes, "You two already had a marriage agreement, and you're about the same age." Xu Yao sighed, not knowing how to reply. To be honest, both women are very good, and both have had wonderful things happen to them with him. It is hard to choose who to choose and who to abandon. It was during this chat that Li Qingxue suddenly replied with a message, "I understand, I respect your choice. Tomorrow I will explain to my family, and our Li family will dissolve the engagement with your Chu family. I hope you will treat Yimo well. Don't let her be unhappy. Otherwise, I will never let you go." Looking at this long message, Xu Xiao was suddenly unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "These two women are really interesting, worthy of being best friends." At this time, Pei Yimo sent another message, "I can't participate in the shoot tomorrow. Good night." Then, Li Qingxue also sent a message saying, "Tomorrow, you and Momo will shoot the short video, I won't participate." Xu Xiao. Shit, if you're not coming, what am I supposed to do? Do you have to be so generous? You're really the best friends ever. After a moment's thought, Xu Xiao simply gave up and dragged Pei Yimo and Li Qingxue into a chat group. The three of them fell silent. Xu Xiao typed first, "You're not coming to make a video, what am I supposed to do?" As soon as these words were sent, Li Qingxue and Pei Yimo instantly understood each other's meaning, and they fell silent again. They repeatedly typed and deleted, but they just wouldn't send it. In the end, they both sent a message, "Tomorrow. See you there." Xu Yao's mouth curled up a little, and she threw her phone aside. "You little, I can't handle you anymore." She glanced at the time. It was already 0:01. "System, please open the props pool for today's happy text." Xu Xiao rubbed his hands together and clicked on the system page. Ding! In the random draw for the beginner's happy writing prop pool. Congratulations, the host has won the following 3 options, please choose one. Unlimited anti-pads. This cheat code comes from an ancient beginner's happy writing book. Once selected, the prop will materialize, and the host will have all kinds of fancy, various sizes of used and unused anti-pads. 2. A magical green hat. This cheat code comes from a mediocre novel about cuckolding. Once chosen, the item will materialize. Anyone who wears this hat will have the charm of the cuckold king, and no matter how much his woman loves him, she will eventually cheat on him. The magical stinky poop. This cheat code comes from a mediocre novel about sand sculptures and insects. Once selected, the item will materialize. If you eat this poop, you will have temporary strength 100,000 times that of normal people. Lasts 5 minutes. Note, cheat codes in novels that refresh every day will not disappear and can be purchased with points. Looking at the cheat codes that the system refreshes. Shu Shao. Ding. Which one would the host like to choose? Shu Shao, are you sure this is the cheats for cheery literature? Cheery literature? I can put up with the sanitary napkins. The cuckold is understandable. What the hell is this stinky magical poop? System, are you messing with me? Ding. This system cannot be wrong. There are no useless golden fingers in the world, only hosts who don't know how to use them. The host has 30 seconds to make a choice. Otherwise, it will be considered a waiver. Countdown 30.29.28.27. Shu Shao, I choose number 3. Wait, don't give me number 3, just give me number 2. Wait a minute. Number 3. That's it. I'm sure of it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have chosen the stinky miracle poop. It has been saved to the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Chapter 49 System Upgrade. Intermediate prize pool open. Early the next morning. No. Shu Shao opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of red bloodshot. He had dreamed that he was in a life or death crisis and had no choice but to eat the stinky magical poop. It was terrifying. 100,000 times power. System, check the cool point value balance. Shu Shao said, coming back to his senses. Ding. Host, your current cool point balance is 86,182.13. Ha! Holy shit. It's gone up so much in one night. Shu Shao is beside himself with excitement. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door. 4 young girls dressed in Lolita outfits are shouting outside, "Boss, we're going to start broadcasting you live. Are you ready?" Shu Shao's mouth curls up and he says, "Hold on a second, let me get dressed." Come in. Soon, Su Shaoan carried the breakfast, bouncing along with the live streaming equipment, DD held the fill light panel, and MOMO carried the tea. To broadcast Chu Shenhao's day. Starting from waking up. Soon, under the heavy traffic of money, more than 100,000 viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. Viewers. This is crazy, doing this kind of live broadcast in the morning, and having a maid serve you personally, is this letting people live? Who is this guy? I've never seen a live broadcast like this before. You don't even know him? This is the top second-generation rich kid in Shanghai City. He won 5 billion yuan at the casino the night before. The barrage of comments flew thick and fast. Some people were envious, some people were mocking, and some people said that this kid was putting on an act, that a real local tyrant would never act like that. Meanwhile, the system background was also ringing non-stop. In the first 10 minutes of the broadcast, he had already made several hundred points of cool points, which was much faster than driving around and bombing the streets. In the morning, the live broadcast finally ended. Shu Shao gave each of Su Xiaowan's sisters 1 million, which made them happy and they fell to the ground in worship. In the afternoon, the film crew came again. Li Qingshui and Pei Yimo dressed up and continued filming short videos. It was a busy day. It ended in a hurry. In the evening, Shu Shao sat on the bed and opened his system panel. Host, Shu Shao. Level, Martial Arts Grandmaster. Golden fingers, X-ray vision, gambling skills, driving skills, natural strength, absorption, Tai Chi Xingyi Bagua Palm, 3-point return of vitality, stinky magical poop. Fun point value balance, 110,783.82. Looking at the fun point value, which had already exceeded 100,000 points. Shu Shao shouted in relief, and then without hesitation, he shouted, "System. My treasure. Start the upgrade." Ding. Does the host wish to start the first system upgrade? Note, each system upgrade will cause irreversible changes to this world, and these changes will have a significant impact on the world. Does the host confirm the upgrade? And, afterwards, the system will not be held responsible. Confirm the upgrade. No matter what this world becomes, I accept it. Xu Xiao rubbed his palms together, without the slightest concern in his heart. He even felt a sense of superiority, as if the fate of the world was in his hands. No matter what, the system upgrade was imperative. Ding! Consumed 100,000 cool point value. System upgrade in progress. System upgrade successful. One chance to select from the prize pool for the intermediate golden finger item. Host, would you like to select now? The system's voice carried a hint of humanity. Xu Xiao swallowed, looked around, opened the window and looked outside, puzzled. So the upgrade was successful? Didn't you say it would cause irreversible changes to the world? How come I feel like nothing has changed? Ding! The host will find out about the changes the system upgrade has brought to the world. May I ask if you would like to open the cheats inventory? The system asked again. Xu Xiao pinched his nostrils and said, wait a minute, I'm going to take a shower and burn some incense. A few minutes later. The shower and incense burning were over. Xu Xiao took a deep breath and said, please enable the intermediate cheats item pool. Ding! In the random draw of the intermediate cheats item pool. Congratulations, host, you have won the following 3 options, please choose one. Mysterious little green bottle. This cheat code comes from a super popular fantasy novel about immortals. Once selected, this item will materialize and possess mysterious life force, which can catalyze all woody plants to grow rapidly. Green netherite. This cheat code comes from an urban fantasy novel. Once selected, the host will have the ability to understand yin and yang and see the truth. Supreme Thunder Spiritual Root. This golden finger comes from a refreshing novel about cultivating immortals. Once chosen, the host will have the Supreme Thunder Spiritual Root and the posture of supreme cultivation. Note, the extracted refreshing props will not disappear and can be purchased with refreshing points. The sound of the system flashed. Xu Xiao. What's the matter? Is the intermediate refreshing prop pool already this terrifying? If it's upgraded to advanced or even higher, would be invincible in the heavens? Xu Xiao pinched his chin as his gaze kept scanning over the 3 options, which really made him unsure of how to choose. These 3 options, no matter which one, are all very tempting. Not to mention the 2 cheats, the mysterious little green bottle and the green celestial eye, and even the Supreme Thunder Spirit Root is no small matter. The cultivation of the Spirit Root is so amazing. Ding! Which cheat code would the host like to choose? The system asked. Xu Xiao, I don't know how to choose. I like all 3. What should I do? Ding! The system recommends that you choose the Supreme Thunder Spiritual Root first. Xu Xiao asked, why? Ding! The Supreme Thunder Spiritual Root is very rare. Once chosen, it will transform the host's body, giving you the ability to cultivate immortality. It can greatly improve the host's physical fitness. The system's voice flashed. Xu Xiao nodded and asked again, what is the price of these 3 golden fingers if purchased separately? Ding! Mysterious little green bottle price, 100,000 cool points. Green netherite price, 30,000 cool points. Supreme Thunder Spirit Root price, 10,000 cool points. The system honestly gave the price. Xu Xiao immediately flipped the table and cursed, damn it. After all this time, you let me choose the cheapest one. System, you're practically not a human being. Ding! This system will only recommend the most suitable prop cheat. Given the current situation of the host, the Supreme Thunder Spirit Root is most suitable. Author, this book is called Infinite Cool Writing, so naturally it can't just be about the urban Longwan cool, there are also all kinds of cool from the heavens and the universe. Let's start with cultivating immortality, step by step, leaving the earth, the 3 realms, the heavens. I know that many people don't like to read about cultivating immortality. But, why not give it a try? Chapter 50, Backyard Hut, Bronze Ancient Coffin, Golden Tortoise, Mystery. Ding! Does the host choose the Supreme Thunder Spirit Root? The system voice flashed. Xu Xiao immediately blurted out, no, I want the mysterious little green bottle, I want the mysterious little green bottle no matter what you say. That's it. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained the mysterious little green bottle, would you like to extract it now? A system voice flashed. Xu Xiao said, extract immediately. The voice fell. A green light appeared out of nowhere, and within this green light was a small palm-sized green bottle. You could faintly see liquid flowing inside, like nectar. The bottle was simple and ancient, looking like it was carved from jade, yet it had the translucence of some gems, quite extraordinary. In fact, it felt a lot like a beer bottle. Is this the immortal treasure worth 100,000 points of value? It really is extraordinary. Chu Xiao held the small green bottle, which was warm and textured in his hands, and felt ice cold as if it had been chilled. However, there wasn't much liquid inside, only 7 or 8 drops. Let's try the effect first. Chu Xiao jumped over the window and looked around the courtyard. The old man had planted many trees and plants, and they were all precious varieties. This made Chu Xiao a bit difficult. I don't know which one to use for the experiment. Yes. I remember that the old man seems to have collected a very strange piece of deadwood, which he treasures like crazy. This green bottle has the effect of bringing plants back to life. If I can make that piece of deadwood sprout, he will be so excited when he comes back. As Chu Xiao spoke, he returned to the room. The villa was very large, and the place where the old man, Xu Jianghe, lived was a separate house in the backyard, which contained the treasures he had collected over half his life. He walked through the villa and arrived in the backyard. He found a key. He opened the door. The earthy smell that hit him instantly made Chu Xiao frown. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the earthy smell was mixed with a hint of bloody stench. It stank, and it also smelled like something had gone moldy. It's been a long time since the old man opened the door to let in some fresh air. It stinks. Chu Xiao frowned and muttered to himself. Turn on the light. The dim yellow light illuminated the seemingly unremarkable room. The ground was covered in dust, and it was obvious that no one had cleaned it in a long time. In this room, all kinds of oddly shaped things were piled up, and some were even sealed with talismans, which made people feel creepy. In fact, Chu Xiao has only been in this room a few times, and the last time he was in here was when he was 18 years old. When he entered the room at that time, he was scolded by his grandfather, and he was so angry that he never came back. What the hell is the old man doing? What kind of stuff is in the collection? Chu Xiao was quite speechless. His gaze fell inadvertently on a stone. The stone had a dark red surface. Not only were there runes pasted on it, it was even bound with a few chains. Some particularly strange symbols were drawn on it, which looked very much like some kind of incantation. And that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing. Chu Xiao looked into the stone through his CNC eye, and inside there was a golden tortoise, and on the golden tortoise's body was a thin, long golden snake. The golden snake seemed to be able to see Chu Xiao, raising its head and constantly baring its teeth at him. What was going on? Had I just imagined it? Chu Xiao swallowed, thinking that he must have made a mistake, and quickly rubbed his eyes before looking again inside the stone. The stone was about 1 meter long and half a meter high, and it was hollow with some transparent liquid inside. And in the liquid, the golden tortoise was swimming, and it also looked up at Chu Yao. A man, a tortoise, and a snake. They were looking at each other. Holy shit! Chu Xiao was so scared that he took a step back, stumbled, and crashed into a coffin. The coffin was standing upright against the wall, made entirely of bronze, with a layer of mottled patina covering its surface. It was also bound with chains, and covered with talismans to suppress evil spirits. A coffin. An ancient bronze coffin. Judging from its age, I'm afraid it can be traced back to the Qin and Han dynasties. With the aid of X-ray vision, I can see that inside this bronze coffin there is actually a lifelike woman. Her skin is white as snow, her lips are red as blood, she wears a golden crown and a red robe, her fingernails are an inch long and sharp, and her hair is surprisingly dark red, which is extremely strange. This, a zombie? Or a dummy? Chu Xiao swallowed and took a few more steps back. He fixed his gaze on the woman in the bronze coffin, unsure of what she really was. If it was a corpse, why was it so lifelike? But if it wasn't a corpse, why would the old man place such a dummy in an ancient coffin? Just then. Clang! 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 It sounded like chains dragging and smashing on the ground. The sound came from underground. Chu Xiao could already feel his calves shaking, and his brain CPU was fried. He wanted to call his grandfather right now to ask for clarification. What the hell is going on with all the stuff in this room? He looked down. Upon seeing it, he was dumbfounded. It turned out that there was a large basement underneath this room, and it was also full of all kinds of strange-shaped things, mostly rocks, coffins, and even some living creatures. To be precise, the living creatures were sealed inside the stones. This is not scientific. The stones are sealed, so how can there be living things inside? No, I even have a system, so what does it matter if it's scientific or not? Xu Xiao muttered to himself, and when he looked again at the golden tortoise in the stone beside him, he noticed that its eyes were extremely intelligent, as if they were full of vitality. What on earth are these things? Why did the old man collect such things? How many things was he hiding from me? Grandpa, are you really the same grandpa I know? Questions flashed through Chu Xiao's mind. He couldn't understand it. His perception of the world was instantly shattered. But he wasn't panicking. After all, he was also someone with a system. The only thing that made Chu Xiao feel puzzled was who his grandfather really was and what his purpose was in collecting all these things. Why had Grandpa never mentioned it to him? What had happened to the world? System. System. Could it be that this change happened because you upgraded? Xu Xiao asked anxiously. After thinking about it, he felt that this was a very likely possibility. Could it be that system upgrades cause irreversible changes to the world? Ding. This system does not have permission to answer this question. The system responded coldly. Xu Xiao frowned, gathering his courage, and walked deeper into the room, his gaze skimming over each object. The more he looked, the more amazed he became. Everything in this room was beyond the normal realm. It was beyond the scope of what science could explain. Just then, a loud, shrill sound came from the ancient bronze coffin. Xu Xiao looked hard, and saw that the female corpse in red had opened its eyes and was staring at him, its sharp fingernails scratching the inside of the bronze coffin. The shrill sound was the sound of fingernails scratching the coffin. Chapter 51 Merging the Supreme Thunder Spirit Root. Verdant Divine Wood. Horrible creature. Zombie. Xu Xiao felt his heart and liver tremble. This scene really made him unable to understand. Inside the ancient bronze coffin, the female corpse. It turned out to be alive, scratching at the coffin wall with its sharp fingernails, as if it could break free at any time. And the talismans affixed to the ancient bronze coffin also faintly radiated with light. Upon closer inspection, the talismans were also very ancient, full of traces of the passage of time. No one knew who had drawn them or how many years they had existed. It was obvious. All of this had long since exceeded the bounds of reason. If Chu Xiao had not been bound by the system, his psychological endurance would have been far beyond that of an ordinary person, and he would have already been scared shitless at this moment. Clang! 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 The sound of chains clashing came from underground, accompanied by a terrifying, indistinct howl. Xu Yao calmed his nerves and looked again at the bottom of his feet. He saw that there was actually another sealed room at the bottom of the basement. The door to the room was sealed with various talismans, and the sound of clashing and howling came from that secret room. The space in the secret room was hazy, and there was a layer of black mist blocking the view, making it impossible to see inside. What is going on? Even my X-ray vision cannot see through that room. Old man. How much are you hiding from me? Xu Xiao looked around and quickly found the entrance to the basement, but unfortunately there was a mechanism on the entrance that required a special key to open. Never mind. Never mind all that. Xu Xiao forced himself to calm down and found the dead wood that the old man treasured. The dead wood looked like the root of a giant tree, with a section of it smashed off by something and the whole thing turned jade-like. It wasn't really wood, it should be called a fossil. Billions of years ago, when a tree was buried by a catastrophe, its original wood structure would change after countless years of change and baptism, and it would be eroded by various mineral elements in the soil, thus turning into a fossil that is similar to jade but not jade, and similar to stone but not stone. This kind of wood is also commonly known as jade-like wood, which is very valuable, and has very high archaeological and ornamental value. It is very rare. However, even jade-like wood is not considered rare by the old man. It is worth tens of millions at most. This piece of jade-like wood in front of him is so precious to the old man Chu Jianghe that it must be special. I'm afraid it's not just any ordinary treasure. Let's try to see if it can come back to life first, and then ask the old man what kind of wood it is. Xu Xiao took out the mysterious little green bottle from his bosom, tilted the bottle, and poured out 2 drops of crystal liquid from it. Visible to the naked eye, a ripple of green spread out, and the fragrance filled the air. The crystal clear mysterious liquid was instantly absorbed. But after waiting for a few minutes, the dead wood still didn't move at all, and there was no sign of it being reborn. System. Are you sure? Didn't you say that the liquid in this mysterious little green bottle can bring any plant back to life? Why is there no sign of it? Does it mean that if it becomes a fossil, it doesn't belong to the plant category anymore? Xu Xiao asked. Ding. Please wait patiently. The system responded indifferently. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a crack suddenly appeared in the thick, long since petrified bark on the surface of the dead wood. A thin shoot, the size of a mung bean sprout, emerged from the crack. It was crystal clear and was emitting a faint light, which was quite miraculous. It really was springtime in the dead of winter. Xu Xiao was overjoyed and felt incredibly magical. He had no idea how old the deadwood in front of him was, but the whole thing had long since turned jade-like and could be said to have lost all vitality. It was truly incredible. However, the sprout only grew a few centimeters before it stopped growing. Is it because there isn't enough energy? Unable to resist his curiosity, Xu Xiao added another drop. As soon as the bright green liquid dripped onto the sprout, it was instantly absorbed. The sprout grew another 2 centimeters, and 2 milky white leaves sprouted out. On those leaves were veins that looked like lightning. What was even more miraculous was that when those 2 leaves sprouted out, the entire room instantly fell silent, as if something had suppressed the sound. Even the female vampire inside the ancient bronze coffin became quiet, standing inside in a daze, a few flashes of fear in her eyes. Could it be that this withered tree is some kind of spiritual plant that can suppress evil spirits? Xu Xiao pinched his chin and muttered to himself. According to the system's description, the liquid in the small green bottle is very precious, and just 1 drop can bring a plant back to life and cause it to grow rapidly. But this is the 3rd drop, and the withered tree has only produced 2 leaves. He thought for a moment. Xu Xiao put away the small green bottle, which still had 3 drops left in it. System. How many points of pleasure do I have now? He asked. Ding. Host current balance of points of pleasure, 18,290.12. Xu Xiao narrowed his eyes. Buy me the Supreme Thunder Spirit Root. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have consumed 10,000 points of pleasure. Obtaining the Supreme Thunder Spirit Root requires the host to be prepared, as the transformation of the flesh will bring unprecedented pain. As the voice fell, a piercing pain exploded from Xu Xiao's dantian, as if something was about to rip open, or as if something had taken root in his stomach. Immediately afterwards, pain spread through all the meridians in his body. To use an analogy, it was as if a soft steel wire had been inserted into your blood vessels, stirring randomly within them and spreading throughout the body. It was an unprecedented pain. Xu Xiao couldn't help but let out a scream, and subconsciously flailed his whole body. This pain almost made him lose his mind. It lasted for a few minutes. Xu Xiao finally couldn't stand the pain anymore, and fell to the ground, unconscious. The young shoots on the withered tree swayed, slowly lengthening, and lightning-like arcs of light flashed, faintly illuminating Xu Xiao's body. In an instant, a large amount of lightning arcs burst out of the young shoots and all disappeared into Xu Xiao's body. If Xu Xiao woke up at this moment, he would definitely be able to see a light mass similar to a tree in his dantian, which was merging into his Supreme Thunder Spirit Root. The entire house fell silent. For a long time. A sigh full of the feeling of years echoed in the room. And the one who made the sound was none other than the emerald green sprout. Its branches and leaves shook, and thunder roared, but soon it was silent again. Inside the bronze ancient coffin, the female vampire gulped and said in shock, "It's the breath of the sacred tree." And deep in the secret room in the basement, a withered, skeletal humanoid creature, his joints bound by crimson chains, his entire body soaked in a pool of blood, his 2 hollow eye sockets glowing with scarlet. Aura. I can feel the aura. The age of the end of Dharma is over, ha ha ha. P.S. Today is our book's debut. We beg you, dear readers, to send a free one. Let's generate power with love. Generating power with love is a free gift that doesn't cost any money, and it can boost the popularity of the book. As long as there are 100 readers generating power, the author will immediately add more chapters for you to read. In addition, if you think our book is not bad, I hope you can use your little hands of wealth to give our book a 5-star rating. He he he. Family members rise up. Chapter 52 Innate Spirit. Golden Tortoise escapes. That night. It was an uneasy night. Some people saw a shooting star streak across the sky, shining brightly and emitting a prismatic light. Someone's 10-year-old cow suddenly started speaking. The animals in the zoo grew 2 or 3 times their normal size overnight, broke free from their cages, and charged into the city streets. Someone's ancestral grave suddenly exploded for no reason, emitting wisps of black smoke, and a black figure climbed out of it and disappeared into the black night. A night fisherman saw the lake water glowing, as if a snake-like creature was swimming. He cast his line, but was dragged into the water along with his rod. There were also places where lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if something in the sky was howling. Strange things broke out overnight, mostly concentrated in the mountains, rivers, and lakes that were rarely visited by people. Ordinary people didn't know what was going on. But for those who were struggling to pursue the Tao, they were extremely excited. In a dilapidated Taoist temple, an old Taoist with a gray beard suddenly opened his eyes and rushed outside. He looked up at the stars and exclaimed, "The Big Dipper is connected in a chain, the purple forbidden city is extremely powerful, the wolf is devouring the moon, and the evil star is moving chaotically. How is this possible? So many strange phenomena. This is unique in all of history. Wait. Is this auras? I can actually feel auras. How is this possible? The aura has been depleted for thousands of years, and we cultivators can only glimpse the door to immortality by relying on ancient pills. Now the aura is reviving. This is an unprecedented change in the world, and it is uncertain whether it is good or bad, a blessing or a curse." The old Taoist priest looked up at the sky and shed tears, but he quickly calmed down. He came to the front of the mountain gate and looked at the dilapidated Taoist temple that had been passed down for thousands of years. In the end, he chose a place with the most concentrated aura, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Visibly, the spiritual energy of the world surged into his body. His skin suddenly glowed with radiance, his white hair turned black, and his figure became fuller. A few minutes ago, he was an old man in his 80s or 90s, but in an instant, he looked like he was in his 60s or 70s. And he wasn't the only one. All over the world, strange phenomena were occurring. Some families that had not emerged for a long time broke open their mountain gates, some seekers of the Tao laughed arrogantly, some terrifying creatures were resurging, and some precious treasures appeared in the world. Some even found that their hens had laid strange eggs covered in flame patterns. Even the hens became strange, with feathers growing from their combs, like phoenixes, and flying away. That night, some people slept soundly, while others embarked on another unpredictable path. The next day, early in the morning, Xu Xiao opened his eyes dazedly. The pain in his body had disappeared, and what followed was a very strange feeling. He felt that he had sharp hearing and eyesight, and could even clearly hear the sound of falling leaves outside the window, as well as the sound of his own heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. With each beat of his heart, layers of electric arcs flashed in his flesh. The changes brought about by the fusion of the Supreme Thunder Spirit with his body were enormous. This was more intuitive than the previous few changes, and it was even more difficult for Xu Xiao to calm down. It's gotten bigger again. Xu Xiao got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and suddenly noticed that the bud on the dead wood had grown bigger. Yesterday it was only a few centimeters high, but now it had grown to about 10 centimeters. Although there were still only 2 leaves, it was incredibly miraculous. It seems that the energy from those few drops of green liquid yesterday has not been completely absorbed, but this tree is really strange, and I don't know what kind it is. Hey! Where's the golden tortoise? Xu Xiao exclaimed in alarm. He suddenly noticed that the large stone by the door had cracked open, the talisman on it had disappeared, and even the golden tortoise and golden snake inside had disappeared. Gone. Damn it! Could it be that he broke it with a kick yesterday? Xu Xiao suddenly became afraid. He hadn't figured out what the golden tortoise and golden snake were, but they were definitely extraordinary things that could survive inside a sealed stone. If the old master found out, he would have to peel his skin off. Xu Xiao carefully looked around the room and found that the other creatures sealed inside the stones had not escaped, and they were still sealed inside the stones, looking lifelike. These stones were large or small, and inside them were red carp, yellow loaches, white toads, and even a golden rooster. There was one stone that was most amazing. It was the height of a person, and inside it was a monkey baby that emitted colorful light. The monkey baby was lifelike, wrapped in a faint film of light, and quite cute. Gee! I don't know where the old man got these stones from. If he knew that there were living things inside the stones, he would be shocked too. Xu Xiao muttered to himself, turned around and walked out of the house, locking it with a key. After he left, the mysterious creatures sealed inside the stones, pretending to be asleep, opened their eyes and whispered to each other. You see? That kid even got the divine tree to bestow the source of immortality on him, and those few drops of immortal milk. We're so jealous. Quack, quack, quack. The old turtle is so lucky, it even had its talisman destroyed by lightning. I wonder how far it escaped. Cluck cluck cluck. This kid is no ordinary person, perhaps he can be our master. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Are you crazy? We are innate spirits, how can we easily recognize someone as our master? Do you think this is the ancient times? Old monkey, what do you think? Should we work together to break the seal? Break the seal? Have you all forgotten that if it weren't for the spirit catcher lineage sealing the source of our true power, we would have probably died of our power running dry long ago? Besides, we already made a vow with that old guy a long time ago to suppress the evil spirits here for him, and he provides us with true spirit. If we just leave, the evil spirits under here will escape. Chaos will reign. Who can bear the consequences of this? But if the old turtle has gone, are we to continue to live in hiding? The sacred tree has recovered, and so has the aura. The world is about to change. Maybe it will return to the prosperity of ancient times. We'll see. I think this kid is extraordinary and has the potential to become our master. Quack quack quack. The spirit master? Him? His grandfather tested him back then and he's not the right seed for the spirit catcher lineage. That was then, but now? Who knows? Old monkey, what do you mean? You guys have too weak spiritual senses. Naturally, you can't sense the innate thunder spirit root in the kid's body. The thunder spirit root is the strongest root in the lineage of spirit catchers, it's the most masculine, the most yang, and the purest. What? Innate thunder spirit root? How is that possible? We witnessed the birth of this boy with our own eyes. If we hadn't exorcised the evil spirits for him, he would have died in infancy. How could there be an innate thunder spirit root? Strange. But I clearly didn't sense it wrong. Last night, the aura of the innate thunder spirit root really surged within him. Otherwise, why do you think the divine tree would bestow the immortal source? Chapter 53 The Death of the Old Man? Taklamakan Desert. Black clouds are surging, and the wind is whipping up the sand and gravel to form a storm. If you look closely, there are even ghosts and demons in this world, snarling and clawing, and a thick aura of resentment and evil rising up to the sky, lingering for a long time. Deep in the tomb of the Ghost King. Corpses were everywhere. Everyone who had followed them into the tomb earlier had fallen to the ground, except for the woman in the red dress, the man in the black trench coat, and the old man Chu Jianghe, all of whom had stopped breathing. Master! You can rest in peace. The sickly man in the black trench coat moved quickly and, without warning, thrust a sharp, dark red dagger into the old man Chu Jianghe's body. The blade pierced through, and blood dripped. His disciples had fallen one after the other, and the old master Chu Jianghe was seriously injured. He was mentally exhausted and had no heart to defend himself, so the man in the black trench coat was able to succeed with one strike. This was like the straw that broke the camel's back. This caused the old master Chu Jianghe to feel as if his heart had died. Hanging on to his last breath, his weathered eyes were full of disbelief. Why do this? Naming fellow disciples and betraying the master and ancestors, is it all for the so-called immortal technique? The man in the black trench coat was named Chu Chen. He was a child that the old master Chu Jianghe had picked up 30 years ago and had been secretly training, seeing him as the heir to the lineage of spirit catcher masters. Chu Chen's face was gloomy and had a sickly look to it. He took a few steps back, then suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed, tears in his eyes, saying, "Master, this is not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so selfish. You clearly had the secret of immortality, but you were never willing to teach it to me. You kept the most important method of the spirit catcher lineage a secret. Since you refused to teach, I had no choice but to take it for myself. That's not the secret to immortality. Ahem, that's evil magic. Ahem, ahem." The old master Chu Jianghe shouted loudly, blood spurting down his throat, his eyes full of unwillingness. He laughed sadly, looking so desolate. Eventually, he couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed to the ground, the light in his eyes gradually fading. He just kept murmuring, "Don't open the seal. Don't open the seal. Disciple, there is no elixir of life in this world." Silly boy. Chu Chen said with a hideous smile, "You still want to deceive me when death is at hand? If the secret art of immortality wasn't real all these years, why did you collect those spiritual objects? Fortunately, your grandson is a useless person who can't cultivate, otherwise, how would you be willing to let me be the successor of the spirit catcher lineage? I will personally explore whether the secret art of immortality is real or not. As for the lineage of spirit catchers, I will continue to carry it forward as well." It will be a fitting tribute to your teachings over the years. As he said this, he crouched down and felt around the corpse of the old man Chu Jianghe, and soon found a key that was covered in rust. Next to him, the woman in the red dress coldly said, "Since you have the key, what are you going to do next?" Shu Chen laughed loudly. "The path to immortality is right in front of you. It's ridiculous that the lineage of spirit catchers possesses such secret arts of immortality, but they regard it as evil magic. Let's go. Follow me to meet that ancestor." The woman in the red dress's mouth slightly curled up, a smile that was not a smile. "Shu Chen, you really are ruthless. In order to obtain the secret arts of immortality, you even went so far as to slaughter your fellow disciples and personally kill the master who raised you from childhood. I'm really curious, what else is there that you won't do?" Shu Chen was silent, a hint of remorse in his eyes, but this remorse was quickly cast aside. He gave a faint self-deprecating smile, turned around, and left the tomb of the Gigu king. The woman in the red dress gave a deep look at Chu Jianghe, who was already lifeless, and then quickly left as well. The entire Gigu king's tomb was deathly silent. Two separate stories. Zhanghai City, Yuhu Bay Villa District. Xu Xiao just stepped out of the backyard when he was surprised to find Xu Lingyin, the girl, riding on the back of a big golden tortoise and holding a golden strange snake in her hand, having a great time. A golden tortoise and a golden snake. Isn't that the strange creature I saw on the rock last night? Brother, look. I've caught two treasures. Xu Lingyin giggled, her small lotus-like hands waving. The strange golden snake didn't attack her, but instead coiled around her arm, shining like a bracelet made of pure gold. Xu Xiao said nervously, "Holy shit. Sis, you can't play with this. Let go of it." Xu Lingyin pouted, and very lovingly tucked the little golden snake in her bosom, saying, "No. I found them. They're my pets. I've decided, I want to keep them." "Keep them? You can't just keep these things. They could kill someone." Xu Xiaowan was extremely ashamed, and thought to himself, if this snake is poisonous and bites Xu Lingyin, we won't know what serum to use if we go to the hospital, and when the old man comes back, he'll hang me up and beat me. "Listen to your brother, let go quickly, this thing is a snake. If it's poisonous," Xu Lingyin said with a smile, "I'm not going to let go, this snake is very obedient. It can understand human speech, if you don't believe me, I'll let it perform a show for you." Xu Xiao deliberately put on a stern face, "I'll count to 3, if you don't let go, I'll call Dad and have him come get you." Upon hearing this, Xu Lingyin lowered her head in disappointment, and tears immediately welled up in her big, dark eyes. She cried loudly, and the tears shot out. Xu Xiao, on the other hand, quickly stepped forward, pulled the gold that was wrapped around her hand and threw it aside, carefully inspecting it. "You haven't been bitten by the snake, have you?" Xu Lingyin wiped away her tears and cried, "Big brother, you're so bad. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I can't even keep a pet. And you want to send me to live with my stepmother. You're so bad. I'm going to tell Grandpa." Xu Xiao was at her wit's end and could only explain, "You're a girl, how can you keep a snake? This afternoon, I'll take you to the bird and flower market. Let's pick a dog or a cat to keep." No, I want to keep this big golden tortoise and little golden snake." Xu Lingyin cried while shaking her head like a rattle, just short of throwing a tantrum. Xu Xiao was speechless. He had said countless kind words, but unfortunately Xu Lingyin was just not budging. There was nothing he could do. Xu Xiao's gaze fell on the golden snake and tortoise again. They were covered in golden light, shining even brighter than gold, and were quite extraordinary. What exactly were these two things? Were they dangerous? Xu Xiao pinched his chin, not sure for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the strange things he had seen in the backyard house last night. He felt that he should first call the old man and ask him for clarification. Chapter 54 Today's prize pool has been reset, and the broadcast room has been blocked. Beep beep beep. The number you have dialed is not in service. Strange, where did the old man go on vacation? Xu Xiao shook his head. Turning his head, he saw Xu Lingyin and the golden snake playing happily together, and it looked like there was no danger. The old golden tortoise was lying on the ground basking in the sun, its head raised high, its eyes half closed. The golden sunlight shining on its shell actually created a faint halo, giving it a peaceful appearance. Suddenly, Xu Xiao rubbed his eyes and noticed that there were faintly flowing words on the back of the old golden tortoise, which looked very similar to some kind of tadpole script or oracle bone script. Very strange. But then, with another blink of the eye, the text symbols on the back of the old golden tortoise disappeared. What the hell is this golden tortoise? Xu Xiao scratched his head. Normally, the system would give an annotation, but this time it didn't. Right. Where's today's free lottery? System, come on, I'm ready. Xu Xiao found a secluded place and rubbed his hands together. Ding. In the random draw from the pool of primary cool writing props. Congratulations, host, on winning the following 3 options. Please choose one. An underground fortress. This cheat code comes from an average quality doomsday novel. Once chosen, the underground fortress will materialize, and the host can choose where to place it at will. This is an apocalyptic fortress that can accommodate 10,000 people. It is equipped with certain defensive facilities, as well as a clean water recycling system and nuclear fusion energy. 2. TS virus source. This cheat code comes from an ordinary zombie revenge novel. Once selected, the item will materialize. The TS virus source can infect all living things and turn them into zombies that only know how to kill. It has a certain degree of variability and is unknown. 3. Sacrifice and resurrection technique. This cheat code comes from an ordinary fairy tale novel. Once selected, the host will learn the sacrifice and resurrection technique, which can resurrect the target through sacrifice. Note, this technique violates the harmony of heaven and earth, and those who use it will surely be punished by heaven. Note, the refreshing props that refresh every day will not disappear, and they can be purchased with refresh points. The sound of the system flashed. Looking at the 3 golden fingers in front of him, Xu Xiao fell silent and couldn't help but ask, damn it. Is this really something that can be swiped out of the low-level prize pool? System. What's wrong with you today? Why aren't you refreshing my aunt's napkins for me anymore? Ding. Please make a choice within 30 seconds. The system responded coldly. Xu Xiao immediately said, need I ask? It must be the sacrifice and resurrection technique. This secret technique is simply invincible. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the sacrifice and resurrection technique. Please prepare for transmission. The system's voice flashed. No way, again? Xu Xiao was a little afraid, because last night he fainted in pain after purchasing the Supreme Thunder Spirit Root. In an instant, complex and profound knowledge and secrets flooded into his mind, including the method of sacrifice and various resurrection taboos, such as astronomy and geography. Although this secret technique is against the heavens. However, it is also very difficult to succeed in its implementation. It requires a combination of the right time and place, and a blood relative to make the sacrifice. In other words, only a blood relative can resurrect the deceased. It's equivalent to 1 life for 1 life. Xu Xiao was speechless. Damn, I chose loneliness. This thing, 1 life for 1 life, is useless. Do I have to use my life to save my family? That's not reliable either. As for an underground fortress and the TS virus, these 2 cheats are completely out of Xu Xiao's consideration. He is not yet insane enough to use the TS virus to destroy the world, let alone a safe underground fortress. As for the system's prize pool refresh, Xu Xiao is already used to it. After all, even things like poop and tampons can be refreshed, so what can't be refreshed? Young master, are you going to broadcast today? Su Xiaowan, dressed in a maid's uniform, shouted from a distance, followed by 3 other little maids, all dressed very cute. Xu Xiao pinched his chin and looked at the old tortoise, who was lying next to him basking in the sun. The corner of his mouth rose as he said, the broadcast definitely cannot stop. Today's topic is called the local tyrant's magical pet. Soon, the broadcast began. As a large number of viewers flooded in, the cool points value began to soar again, earning more than 10 points per minute. Ding, ding, ding. The system's prompt tone kept beeping, but Xu Xiao turned it off and concentrated on acting cool. With the cameos of the Golden Tortoise and Golden Snake, the popularity of the live broadcast room continued to grow. Someone posted a comment. Look, the old Golden Tortoise seems to be absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The rich and powerful are indeed the rich and powerful, even their pets are so extraordinary. I admire them. I admire them. Local tyrants, do you need any accessories? I want to be your dog. The chat was full of comments. Just then, the screen in the broadcast room suddenly went black. It said the host had violated the rules. What's going on? Did we violate the rules? Xu Xiao asked, tilting his head. He remembered that he hadn't said anything at all, just being pretentious as usual. Su Xiaowan was also puzzled. She frowned and said, "Boss, please wait a moment, I'll go ask customer service." After waiting for a few minutes, the official customer service of the live streaming platform finally responded. The main reason for the alleged violation of the live streaming platform was the golden tortoise and golden snake, which had violated the rules. The platform had just issued new rules prohibiting pets from appearing on camera. Our live streaming room will not be able to resume normal live streaming until 7 days later. What should we do, boss? Su Xiaowan said. Chu Xiao, what kind of rule is this? Was there one before? Su Xiaowan shook his head and said, I'm not sure exactly, but the platform says we can't broadcast live. Should we just wait 7 days and then broadcast again? Chu Xiao was so angry. Not being able to broadcast live for even 1 day was like killing him. 7 days without broadcasting live would be suffocating. Isn't this delaying my ability to make a profit? How dare you? Ah! Suddenly, Bong Bang exclaimed, hugging her phone and looking surprised. Su Xiaowan turned her head and asked, What's wrong? Bong Bang swallowed, nervously saying, I know why the platform doesn't let pets enter the country anymore. Look at our dog group. The dog group is a group they joined before, and it's almost full of amateur doggers, secretly filming celebrities and making short videos and news clips. When they saw this, the other little Lolas all took out their phones to check it out. The more they looked, the more shocked they became, and disbelief was written all over their faces. Chu Xiao curiously touched his nose and asked, What's your group number? I'll add it and have a look too. Su Xiaowan said, Apply for, I'm the administrator. That was really smooth. Chu Xiao picked up his phone and opened the QQ software, which he had not used for many years, and searched for group chats. He quickly found this dog group. After some operation, he joined the group chat. The content inside and the records of the group members' discussions made Chu Xiao gasp in shock. Holy shit! Could it be that the system is referring to these when it says that it will cause irreversible changes to the world? Chapter 55 Mutation, Earthquake. Inside the group chat. All kinds of videos, all kinds of photos. Tigers 7 to 8 meters long were running rampant on the streets, biting humans indiscriminately, and even the armed forces and tanks were mobilized. The ginseng wine that had been sealed in a glass jar for decades had turned the ginseng inside into a rosy-cheeked baby. Someone had grown 2 horns on their head. There was also a hand that was emitting flames all over its body and was as tall as a person. And in one of the videos, someone even filmed a dragon swimming on the surface of the river in Jianhai City. After watching all the videos in the group chat, Chu Xiao fell into a deep silence. He knew that all of this must be true and had happened last night and this morning. During this period, wasn't it because he upgraded the system? He thought of the golden tortoise and snake at home, the creatures in the stones in the backyard, and the female corpse in the sealed bronze ancient coffin. Chu Xiao subconsciously swallowed. So that's it. So what the system meant by irreversible changes to the world is this. My goodness, these are so realistic. Su Xiaowan and the other Lolas were all extremely shocked. Their first reaction was that these videos and photos must be fake, artificially fabricated, or synthesized by AI. With today's advanced technology, isn't it easy to fake a few videos and photos? However, after repeatedly verifying with those in the group, they were slightly shaken. Someone in the group said, What the hell is AI? These are all real. The country is busy right now. All the major platforms and news are blocking the news. It's so strict. If it weren't for the small group of people in our group, all of them are Iron Men. I wouldn't dare post it. Maybe I'll be invited to tea by a special agency. Seeing this message, Su Xiaowan instantly understood. She turned her head and looked at Chu Xiao, and said in a trembling voice, Boss. Our live broadcast room won't be closed down for this reason, will it? Chu Xiao was speechless. He didn't know what to say. He had planned for everything, but he never expected that a simple system upgrade would have such a huge impact on the world. Just then, a person in the group named Fat Taoist said, The world has changed. Last night I studied the stars at night and calculated a hexagram. Guess what it says? Su Xiaowan quickly typed, Tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Fat Daoi quickly replied, The oracle says that the heavens and the earth are in chaos, yin and yang are indistinguishable, and chaos is emerging. In a nutshell, the world is coming to an end. The world is entering a new era of the unknown. It is uncertain whether mankind will be the protagonist in the future. Brothers and sisters, eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves. Don't take things to heart. I have already quit my job. I want to enjoy the last of my life. As soon as these words were spoken, the group exploded, and the people who had been diving suddenly reappeared. At Fat Daoi, don't scare people. What do you mean the world is ending? Don't joke like that. I just got married, and your sister-in-law just got pregnant. At Fat Daoi, this is bullshit about the world ending. I survived 2012, and I don't believe I'm that unlucky that I'll miss the last wave. Alas, that's all I have to say. If you want to survive, try practicing. I got a call from the martial arts school this morning. They said the aura has returned, and they want me to go back to the mountain and meditate in seclusion. I won't be online for a while. My phone is going to be confiscated. Oh no, I just did another fortune telling. There's going to be an earthquake in Jianhai City. Run. At Fat Taoist, what meditation? Be clear. Hey. At Fat Taoist, what earthquake? The group members hurriedly asked, but the person named Fat Daoi never replied again. A few minutes later, flocks of birds flew through the sky like dark clouds, and countless mice emerged from the sewers and scurried about on the streets. All kinds of small animals behaved abnormally. Then, the earthquake suddenly broke out. Buildings collapsed one after the other. The Royal Lake Bay villas, of course, were safe and sound. The villas here are very expensive and are all made of reinforced concrete, so they are very sturdy. The sudden earthquake caught everyone off guard. And this kind of thing didn't just happen in Jianhai City. Disasters, floods, fires, earthquakes, snowstorms, hail, mudslides, and landslides have broken out more or less all over the world. The climate has also become strange. Boss, can I take some time off? I want to go home and take a look. Su Xiaowan's pretty face turned pale with fear. The other three little girls were also scared, as this was their first experience of an earthquake. Xu Xiao suddenly said, "Okay. You're all off work. Be careful on the way home. Call me immediately if there's any problem." Very soon, the entire villa, all the housekeepers and nannies, took leave. In the face of disaster, no one had the heart to work, and they all wanted to go home to see if their loved ones were safe. The huge villa was left with only two people, Xu Xiao and Xu Lingyin. Xu Lingyin said with a smile, "Big brother, it was so much fun just now, swinging back and forth, it was really interesting." Xu Xiao quickly covered her mouth and said, "Don't talk nonsense." It was not known if it was a coincidence, but just after Xu Lingyin finished speaking, there was indeed another small aftershock. The earth shook, and the sky was shimmering with a rosy light. That was the light emitted from the collision between the underground energy explosion and the atmosphere. The whole world became extremely strange. It was like the end of the world. Looking at the mess in the house, all kinds of decorations and furniture were scattered on the floor, and bottles and jars were broken all over the place. Damn it! Xu Yao suddenly remembered something, cursed under his breath, and quickly ran towards the backyard while hugging Xu Lingyin. With his speed, it only took half a minute to reach the backyard hut. He saw that the entire hut was quiet and scary. Xu Yao swallowed, his Xian'ai ability activated, and his vision passed through the doorman to the bronze ancient coffin leaning against the wall. He saw that the lid of the bronze ancient coffin had split open at an unknown time, and a pale claw had poked out, with sharp nails that were incredibly sharp. Damn! Xu Xiao exclaimed, subconsciously wanting to escape with his sister, but then thought, if he fled, once this female corpse was born, the consequences would be unimaginable. With his current strength, could he defeat this female corpse? It was uncertain. Just as Xu Xiao hesitated slightly, he saw that the withered tree in the center of the hut and the jade-white tender bud actually flashed with a circle of purple lightning arcs, and an amazing flash of lightning exploded on the ancient bronze coffin. The female vampire inside let out a miserable scream and never moved again. Seeing this scene, Xu Yao was stunned, and muttered to himself, "What the hell is that sapling? It's so powerful that even the female vampire is afraid and doesn't dare to move an inch." Chapter 56 Memories. The past. The mother in my memories. It's strange to say, but despite having experienced several earthquakes, the hut in the backyard seemed to be isolated. All the objects inside remained exactly as they were, except for a small crack in the ancient bronze coffin. Everything was fine. Especially that piece of magical wood. It was able to burst out lightning and thunder, causing the terrifying female zombie in the ancient bronze coffin to be silent and afraid, and not dare to move in the slightest. It hunkered down in the coffin obediently. Hiss. Where did the old man find this piece of wood? It is simply a divine wood that wards off evil and misfortune. It is so miraculous, I'm afraid it is not an ancient divine wood from a mythical story. Chu Xiao was shocked. Then, he opened the family chat group and at Chu Nantian, Dad. Do you know where my grandfather has been recently? I can't get through to him. By the way, there was an earthquake in Jianhai City. How are you in Kyoto? Is everything okay there? After waiting for a few minutes, Chu Nantian sent a message. I don't know, your grandfather told me he went on a trip. An earthquake? Is Lingyin okay? Don't go anywhere. Stay at home. I'm sending a private jet to pick you up. Chu Xiao immediately replied, no need, we're doing fine in Jianhai City. Please don't send anyone to pick us up. Just kidding, he's free and easy in Jianhai City, doing whatever he wants. If he goes to Kyoto, he'll be scolded all day long, not to mention the fact that he has a very difficult stepmother and a half-brother. It would be so awkward to get along with them. Besides, Zhu Lingyin doesn't want to go to Kyoto either. She hates that stepmother and even more so that half-brother. After waiting for a few more minutes, Chu Nantian, the family patriarch, replied with authority, I'm not negotiating with you. If you don't listen, I'll freeze your bank card immediately. Seeing this message, Chu Xiao couldn't help laughing and crying. 3 years ago, it was because his father controlled his financial lifeline and kept threatening to freeze his bank card that he ran away from home under the pretext of opposing an arranged marriage. 3 years ago, he didn't give in and chose to run away from home. Now, 3 years later, he is even less likely to bow down. Although he knows that his father sent a plane to pick him up in Chu Lingyin for their own good, he doesn't need it at all. Chu Xiao replied, Dad, you forgot? You froze my bank card a long time ago. The card I'm using now was given to me by my grandfather. Besides, I don't lack money. A few billion is still enough to spend. Seeing this message, Chu Nantian, who was far away in Kyoto, froze for a moment. He pushed his glasses and quickly typed a reply, send your sister here and go wherever you want. If you're capable, don't ever come home. This sentence can be considered extremely heavy. Chu Xiao had to weigh up the situation. In fact, when he was young, he had a very good relationship with his father, Chu Nantian. They were very close, but as he grew older, he became more and more rebellious. Chu Nantian was also busy with his career, and the father and son often argued. Over time, they grew apart. This distance was not a bad relationship. Rather, it is similar to a state of mutual anger. After 3 years away from home, neither side has made a single phone call. Although they occasionally type and chat in the family group, that is about it. Usually, after a few words, it will be as quiet as today. Next to them, Chu Lingyin, holding her own little pink phone, looks up with a smile and asks, Big brother, what are you chatting about with Dad? She is 8 years old and should be able to read and write. But this girl is a born foodie and loves to play. Whenever it comes to studying, she makes a racket and can't settle down. As a result, she only knows a few dozen words. Chu Xiao pinches her chubby little face and says, Dad has to take you to Kyoto. I have no choice, I already promised him. Chu Lingyin's expression instantly froze, changing from happy to sad in less than a second, with tears glistening in her big, dark eyes. Big brother. Let's run away. I don't want to go to my stepmother's side. Why? Is your stepmother mistreating you? Well, she forces me to study every day, and if I don't study well, she won't give me snacks. Oh. In that case, she's just being good for you. I don't want to go. I want to stay with you, big brother. The little girl was making a fuss. Chu Xiao, on the other hand, used his mobile phone to record a video and sent it to the family chat group. He waited for a few minutes. No one responded. There were only 5 people in the group, Grandpa Chu Jianghe, Dad Chu Nantian, Chu Xiao, and Chu Lingyin, and the other person was his long-dead mother Jiang Yuyin. As for the stepmother he had never met, she wasn't in the group. Perhaps this was the right thing that Dad Chu Nantian did. Given Chu Xiao's personality, if that stepmother really joined the group chat, he would have no hesitation in quitting. Thinking about this, Chu Xiao, with a strange sense of divination, clicked to open his mother's WeChat. The last photo in her moments section was taken 8 years ago in the hospital maternity ward. His mother, Jiang Yuan, was standing by the bed with a big belly, holding a bunch of flowers in her hands, while Chu Xiao was happily embracing her and giving the photographer a thumbs up. The smiles on the faces of the mother and son were incredibly sweet and happy. I vaguely remember that the day his mother, Jiang Yuan, went into the delivery room, she smiled and said to Chu Xiao, "Son, how about I give you a little sister?" She did it. She really gave Chu Xiao a younger sister, but she herself remained forever in that delivery room. After that, my mother became a word without warmth. At that time, Chu Xiao's world came crashing down. My mother's sudden death caused Chu Xiao, who was in his adolescence, to change drastically. He became withdrawn, stubborn, and liked to be alone. He rarely smiled, and his academic performance plummeted. From that time on, his father, Chu Nantian, also began to concentrate on his career and work hard every day to numb himself in this way. The father-son relationship gradually faded. After so long, Chu Xiao no longer remembers many things, and he doesn't want to remember, let alone reminisce. In fact, in Chu Xiao's heart, the word home has long since become very unfamiliar. If his grandfather were still alive, he really couldn't imagine what Chu Xiao would have become over the years. Alas! Chu Yao couldn't help but shed tears as he browsed his mother Jiang Yuan's moments. Her moments were full of photos and videos of the happy moments the family had together. In Chu Yao's memory, his mother was someone who loved to record life, and she was also a full-time mother. Every day, she was busy cooking delicious food for her son, taking him on all kinds of trips, and attending all kinds of concerts. In short, she was always having fun. Chu Yao's childhood was incredibly happy and full of joy. In contrast, Chu Lingyin, this girl, has never known what her mother is like since birth, and has never felt any maternal love. But, as the saying goes, if you've never had it, you naturally won't know the pain of losing it. Chu Xiao suddenly came back to his senses, laughed at himself, and muttered, "Alas! I really should go to Kyoto. It's been a long time since I last visited my mother. I don't know if Dad has gone to the grave." Chapter 57, Everyone is doing well. The mysterious old man. "Brother, why are you crying?" Chu Lingyin took out a small handkerchief from his pocket, stood on tiptoe to wipe the tears from Chu Yao's face, and patted his head while consoling him. "You're the eldest brother." "I'm not even crying." "What are you crying about?" "It's just a trip to Kyoto." Chu Yao wiped away his tears and forced a smile. "It's fine." Chu Lingyin suddenly pointed at the tortoise and the snake, and asked with a smile, "Big brother, can we take them with us to Kyoto? They will definitely starve to death if we are not at home." Starve to death? Chu Xiao didn't even know what these two things were. But one thing is certain, they definitely won't starve to death. How could creatures that can survive in rocks possibly starve to death? As for taking them to Kyoto, don't even think about it. Not to mention what's going on in Kyoto right now. What if that stepmother hates animals? What if these two little animals scare that half-brother of hers? We're not taking the blame for this. After thinking about it, Chu Yao decided to let the two strange creatures fend for themselves, so he said, "No, leave them at home. There's a lake nearby. They won't starve to death." Chu Lingyin let out a pout of disappointment. Just then, the phone rang. When she picked it up, she saw it was Pei Yimo calling. After connecting the call, Chu Xiao asked anxiously, "There was an earthquake just now, are you okay?" "I was about to call you." Pei Yimo on the other end of the line felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this, and he also asked with great concern, "How about you? Are you okay?" Chu Xiao laughed and said, "I'm fine." Pei Yimo nodded and suddenly said, "Chu Xiao, let me tell you, don't go out and about recently. I've heard that last night, incredible things happened all over the world. You should know about it, right?" "Yes, I heard about it." Chu Xiao was a little speechless. He thought to himself, of course he knew about it, because he was the one who did it all. Catastrophes, animal mutations, and supernatural events all over the world were 100% the result of him upgrading the system. Pei Yimo was silent for a few seconds and said, "Recently, I may not be able to go to your side to shoot short videos. There have been some special circumstances in my laboratory. I plan to stay here to conduct research." "Chu Yao, I kind of miss you." "Chu Yao, I miss you too. By the way, is your laboratory safe? I heard that last night, many animals suddenly mutated. It's very dangerous." Pei Yimo replied with a smile, "Don't worry. I'm safe here. I'll be the first to come to you when I get the results of my research. I'll let you in on a secret. I discovered a shocking secret in the blood of these mutant animals. But I'm not sure yet if it's really as I suspect. Maybe I can research a genetic agent that will make humans mutate too. Just like in the movies. Hearing this, Xu Xiao froze for a moment. Pei Yimo is a genius with a high level of expertise in biology and chemistry. And her family is well off, with all kinds of experimental equipment. Maybe she really can come up with some newfangled contraption. But once the genetic medicine is developed, what will the future of mankind look like? After thinking about it, Xu Xiao decided to give her a stern warning. He said seriously, "Mo, no matter what you come up with, don't tell anyone, except for me. Not even family members. Although things like genetic medicine sound like fantasy, if you really do manage to develop it, the consequences of this matter are beyond anyone's prediction. I don't want you to be in danger. Understand?" Pei Yimo felt warm in her heart and nodded, saying, "Yes, don't worry. I'm not stupid. I haven't told anyone else about this except you. However, my family is already researching those mutant creatures. Not just our family. Pharmaceutical groups around the world, as well as those foreign biologists, are definitely researching the cause of animal mutation. Sooner or later, someone else will discover this too. Whoever figures it out first and gets a grasp on it will have the key to opening Pandora's box. Xu Xiao, in any case, you must ensure your own safety. Understand?" Pei Yimo, I know. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. In the laboratory, Pei Yimo puts down her phone and continues with her research. She uses an expensive 10000X electron microscope to observe a drop of mutant mouse blood and then makes various notes. Biological research is a very tedious process that requires recording a lot of things, but she enjoys it. With the support of her large family, Pei Yimo can easily obtain mutant blood. Even mutant beasts can be captured and kept in cages for her research. This kind of experiment fascinated her, and she was deeply involved. And what kind of changes her decision today will have on the future world is unknown. On the other side, Xu Xiao had just put his phone back in his pocket. Li Qingxue also called, saying that she didn't have time to help shoot the short video, and that her family had asked her to leave Jianghai City for a while, without explaining what she was going to do. The call ended. Xu Xiao let out a sigh of relief, and was about to go back and pack his clothes when suddenly, he saw someone standing outside the door. It was an old man with a tall and thin figure, wearing coarse linen clothes. His goatee was white and hung down to his chest. His body was stooped, and he was holding a broken bowl in his hand, looking like a beggar. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that he was carrying something on his back. Xu Xiao was slightly surprised, turned around, went to the kitchen, grabbed some food, and handed it over, smiling and saying, "Old man, here's some food for you." The tall, thin old man took the food with a smile, gobbled it up, patted his belly after he finished eating, grinned from ear to ear, and said, "Hey, young man, you're a really good person. Do you have any more food at home?" Xu Xiao didn't waste any words, and directly opened the door to usher the old man into the house, saying, "You can eat as much as you want." The old man stared at the golden tortoise and golden snake basking in the sun in the courtyard with a smile, and exclaimed in amazement, "I never thought that there were really such creatures in the world. It seems that old Chu didn't lie to me." Xu Xiao hurriedly asked, "Creatures? What are those?" "Old Chu? You don't mean my grandfather?" The old man nodded with a smile while his fingers formed a set of magical gestures. His two cloudy eyes kept rolling around, and he exclaimed in wonder, "Strange. Strange. What great luck you have. I can't even calculate your fate. It really is strange. Wait a minute. Who exactly are you? Are you really Chu Jianghe's grandson?" Xu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, I am Xu Xiao. Do you know me?" The old man frowned, circled Xu Xiao 3 times, and after a moment of careful inspection, he exclaimed in surprise, "This is impossible. The day you were born was the day I tested your talent. You clearly had no spiritual root. How is it that suddenly you have the aura of a spiritual root? Quickly, let me take a good look." Without waiting for Chu Xiao's consent, the old man started feeling him up, his dirty palms groping all over Chu Xiao's body, feeling his head, shoulders, stomach, and finally his thighs. "Holy cow, what are you doing? If you keep this up, I'll hit you. Don't touch me there. Fuck you." Xu Xiao subconsciously raised his hand and punched the old man in the stomach. The old man's eyes flashed with a disdainful smile, and he thought to himself, "You little brat still dares to fight me. I am a peak foundation cultivator. Even if your grandfather comes, he may not be my opponent." Bang! With one punch, the old man felt as if he had been hit by a train, and his body could not stop flying backwards, crashing heavily against the wall. Chapter 58 Grandfather's Best Friend, Suke. The terrifying power exploded in an instant. This was still the result of Chu Xiao not using his full strength. If it was a full-strength blow, the old man in front of him would probably die. Cough cough. The old man coughed twice and rolled off the wall. His old eyes were full of surprise as he stared at Chu Xiao. He couldn't figure out why Chu Xiao, who was once determined to be an ordinary person, now had such terrifying power, and also had an extremely rare innate thunder spirit root within his body. A spiritual root is the origin of a cultivator and a natural talent. Since ancient times, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to grow a spiritual root after birth. It may have happened in the ancient times when the world was full of spiritual energy, but it can never happen now when spiritual energy has just recovered. "Old man, are you okay?" Shu Yao said apologetically. After all, the old man in front of him was suspected to be his grandfather's close friend, and he was probably closely related to the Chu family. And prompted by the system, Chu Xiao knew very well that this old man was a cultivator. The old man did not answer, but sat cross-legged on the ground, adjusting his spiritual energy and breathing to calm himself. After a few minutes, he laughed. "Good, good, good. You are truly awe-inspiring. Even your grandfather, in the afterlife, should be satisfied with you." Upon hearing this, Shu Xiao's face changed drastically, and he said in a stern voice, "What did you say?" The old man sighed and shook his head, saying, "Everyone has their own destiny. Your grandfather is already dead. I came all this way to fulfill a promise with your grandfather." Chu Xiao heard this and an unknown flame suddenly sprang up in his heart. He instantly flashed in front of the old man, grabbed him by the collar, and angrily said, "How do you know my grandfather is dead? My grandfather was fine just the other day." The old man's deep eyes stared at Chu Xiao and said, "What's your hurry, you little brat? Can you let an old man finish his sentence? You really are just like your grandfather. So annoying." Chu Xiao calmed down a little. He turned his head and looked over to Chu Lingyin, who was not far away, and saw that the girl was having a great time playing with the golden tortoise and the golden snake. 40 years ago, your grandfather Chu Jianghe and I met in the ancient secret realm of Mount Kunlun. We hit it off immediately, drinking and laughing together, and regarded each other as bosom friends. We became sworn brothers. Later, I did a divination for him, and the sign said that last night he would die at the hands of his beloved disciple, whom he had trained for many years. At the time, your grandfather didn't believe it. He thought fortune-telling was unreliable and just some kind of heresy. He told me that a person's fate is in their own hands. But I told him that a person's fate is predetermined by heaven. Since you don't believe it, let's make a bet. If I lose, I'll call him Grandpa 3 times. If he loses, he has to call me Grandpa 3 times. In the blink of an eye, 40 years have passed. Last night, I did another fortune-telling for your grandfather, and the sign showed that he is already dead." The old man said, while taking a swig of wine from his bosom, his weathered eyes full of memories and sighs, as if everything had returned to that night. That night the starry sky was full of stars. Beside the campfire, a young Taoist priest and a young spirit catcher laughed and talked, looking forward to the future, chatting about each other's secrets, discussing Taoism together, and telling each other about their beliefs, trying to convince each other. The young Taoist priest had never married, and he had long since calculated that he had no family to rely on, and if he did, he would definitely harm others. The young spirit catcher, on the other hand, had inherited the family's will to explore famous mountains and rivers, searching for the last remaining spirits in the world, and using them to suppress a living creature. The old Taoist priest had led a life of poverty and destitution, but he was also carefree and at ease. Spirit catchers are busy, start a family, establish a career, and achieve dominance in a region. So, is all of this just your fortune-telling? You didn't see my grandfather die with your own eyes? Chu Xiao lowered his voice and let go of the strange old man in front of him. The old man laughed. "So, you don't believe in fate either?" Chu Xiao was silent for a moment. "Fate is determined by the heavens, but man can conquer nature. I don't believe that my grandfather would just die like that. Unless I see it with my own eyes." Obviously, this answer did not come as a surprise to the old man. He nodded with a smile and said, "Well said, well said. You are exactly like your grandfather said you would be. But you are different from your grandfather. You are more ruthless than your grandfather. You, my boy, can accomplish great things. If your grandfather had a character like yours, he would not have died like this. Xu Xiao did not say anything else. He sat on the sofa. Alone, he stared blankly at the floor. How is it possible that the old man is dead? How is this possible? He was a normal old man, so how did he suddenly become a ghost catcher and get killed by his own apprentice? Thinking about it, his grandfather did seem very mysterious and often went out. Especially when you consider all the things that happened in the backyard house. Xu Xiao knew that the old man in front of him could not be a liar, but the other person said that his grandfather was dead, which Xu Xiao could not accept. However, Xu Xiao's heart was not very alarmed. He had already prepared for the worst. Even if his grandfather really was dead, so what? The worst that could happen was to sacrifice and resurrect him. The thought of sacrificing and resurrecting someone made Xu Yao a bit difficult. Although this secret technique was profound and mysterious, it could be described as a technique that defied the heavens. However, the conditions for implementation were also very harsh. The sacrifice must be carried out with the blood relative of the person who died, and the person performing the technique would also suffer a certain backlash, and might even be punished by the heavens. The heavenly punishment is nothing to fear. After all, we are also people with systems. No matter how awesome you are, God, if you push us too far, we will not be trifled with. The only thing is the blood relatives. The Chu family has been declining for generations, and there are not many relatives left nowadays. Even if there are, Xu Xiao would not sacrifice the lives of his family members. This is a difficult situation. In particular, the first condition for performing a sacrifice to revive the dead is to find the corpse, and the corpse should be best within 3 days. Once 3 days have passed, or if the corpse is incomplete, then it is difficult to fully perform this secret technique. Bringing the dead back to life is much more difficult than immortality. Xu Xiao was deep in thought. The ragged old man, on the other hand, picked up all kinds of food and stuffed himself, munching away while saying, "Become my disciple and I will teach you the way of cultivation. In less than 3 years, you will be able to avenge your grandfather." Xu Xiao gave him a look. Name, Suke Ragged Taoist. Age, 68. Background, a wandering cultivator unknown. Cultivation level, peak of foundation building. Good at wooing girls, begging, fishing, setting up traps, fortune-telling, physiognomy, setting up formations, refining pills, making talismans, 7-star swordplay, acupressure to seal the soul, puppet techniques, refining corpses. Chapter 59, Becoming a Disciple, The Wonders of the Spirit of Heaven and Earth. This old Taoist does have some skills and knows quite a bit. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to become his disciple. After a short pause, Xu Xiao said, "If you want me to become your disciple, that's fine, but you must first agree to one condition." Upon hearing this, the old Taoist Suke narrowed his eyes and grinned. "Huh, don't tell me yet. Let me do a divination to see if I can figure out your condition." As he finished speaking, he casually pulled out a black turtle shell and began to play with it in his hands. He narrowed his eyes, tilted his ears, and just slightly shook it, and 3 coins fell out. Then, 3 more fell out. A total of 6. Strange. Strange. There are things in this world that even I cannot figure out. You really make me more and more curious. Master Suquet let out a few sighs and shook the black turtle shell again. Clatter, clatter, 6 more coins fell out, showing different sides of the hexagram. Master Suquet looked closely, let out a series of exclamations, and quickly looked up at Xu Xiao, the grandson of his close friend, in front of him. He had previously calculated a hexagram for Xu Xiao's heart's desire, but it had no result. On a whim, he cast another divination for Chu Jianghe, and this one left him dumbfounded. The divination actually showed that Chu Jianghe's fate had changed, that he had died but was now alive? A person is already dead, so how can they come back to life? Could it be that the divination is wrong? No way. Master Suke was quite proud of his divination skills, and after thinking about it, there was only one possibility, the variable in front of him. The so-called variable is a variable, not in divination, not in the will of heaven. Xu Xiao is the variable. Master Suke has been walking the rivers and lakes for decades, meeting countless people and calculating countless lives. Although he has also met some people with strange lives, he has never encountered a situation like this where he cannot calculate. Thinking of all kinds of things. Master Suke tentatively asked, "Your condition? It's not related to your grandfather, is it?" Xu Xiao nodded with a smile. "Isn't it obvious?" Suke Dao was a little dumbfounded, and after a moment of pondering, he asked again, you want to save your grandfather? Xu Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then nodded, that's right. Su Keidao pinched his beard and looked up and down at Xu Xiao again, and then he got up a new fortune. This time, he was calculating his own fortune, but he was surprised to find that his fortune had also changed, and it had become so complicated that even he himself could no longer understand it. Strange. This person is a variable, but he can change the fortunes of the people around him. Meanwhile, Xu Xiao's mind kept ringing with the system's prompt tone. Ding. You were shocked by Su Ke and gained 300 cool points. Ding. You were shocked by Su Ke and gained. Ding. In just a few minutes, the old man has been shocked several times, providing more than 1,000 points of cool points. It can be described as a big fat fish. It seems that the higher the strength, the more emotional points are converted into cool points. Xu Xiao secretly noted this and said, don't guess anymore. My conditions are very simple. As long as you can take me to find my grandfather's body, I will agree to take you as my master. Upon hearing this, Su Ke hesitated. He was torn between whether or not to accept Chu Yao as his disciple. He liked Chu Yao's character and his talent for the Thunder Spirit route. Moreover, Chu Yao was the grandson of his best friend. He knew the whole story. However, once he accepted Chu Yao as his disciple, his own fate would also change. The consequences are huge. Even the old Taoist Su Ke had to weigh the matter up. In the end, he gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and said with a resolute heart, fine. I'll agree to it. But you must promise me one condition. Xu Yao laughed and said, you can name it, senior. The old Taoist Su Ke nodded and said, from now on, you must be a good person, not get involved with women, concentrate on your training, and don't. He was halfway through his sentence when Xu Yao interrupted, forget it. I don't want to be your disciple. Are you kidding me? If I tell him not to get involved with women, it would be a waste of resources. I promise, the system won't agree. You're still young and don't understand the consequences. Women will only become obstacles on your path to cultivation. You have the innate Thunder Spirit root, which is an excellent seed for cultivation. How can you abandon the Tao for a mere woman? Listen to your master's words, sever your emotional ties, and focus on nothing but your cultivation. From now on, concentrate on your cultivation. With your talent, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Master Su Ke lectured him sternly. Xu Xiao looked at him speechlessly, thinking to himself, you're a good old man, a master at picking up girls yourself, and you're actually telling your disciple to sever his emotional ties? What nonsense! Seeing Xu Xiao's unmoving expression, Su Keidao knew that he would never be able to make Xu Xiao sever his romantic ties. He could only say, with a sigh, well, since you don't want to sever your romantic ties, I won't persuade you anymore. Just be careful. The red dust of the world is heavy on you. In the future, you will definitely suffer at the hands of women. You will be burdened by women. Xu Xiao laughed and said, then I don't need you to worry about it. Su Ke sighed again, and his gaze fell on the golden tortoise and golden snake not far away. He said, do you know what the golden tortoise and golden snake are? Xu Xiao shook his head and said, please, master, enlighten me. What is the origin of this thing? What is so special about it? Old Taoist Su Ke pinched his beard and said slowly, this is the form that the essence of heaven and earth takes, and it is also the spiritual object that your grandfather, the spirit catcher, has pursued for generations. They are immortal, born of the creation of heaven and earth. They come in all shapes and sizes, mostly animal-like. Ordinary people cannot see them or seek them out. If you can refine them, you can increase your lifespan, extend your years, and easily improve your luck. Of course, it would be a pity to refine such heavenly and earthly spirits. The best result is to make them recognize their masters. Once the spirit recognizes its master, it can greatly enhance the luck of the entire family. When the luck of a lineage reaches a certain level, future generations can become kings and prime ministers and achieve hegemony in a region. The lineage of spirit catchers is truly amazing, he said, his eyes filled with emotion. Xu Xiao pinched his chin and said, is that all there is to it? Su Ke laughed heartily and said, you kid, you really don't know the power of luck. When a person's luck is high, there will be no obstacles to anything they do. Whether it's longevity, career, or love, everything will go smoothly. Living a long life is no problem. As long as you don't do anything that will harm your karma. For cultivators like us, this object is very useful. Alchemy, refining equipment, and even crossing calamities can all go smoothly. However, the essence of the world is particularly rare, and the number of cultivators who know about it is pitifully small. If I hadn't met your grandfather Chu Jianghe, I wouldn't have known the power of this essence either. Chapter 60, I Can't Believe It. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 10,000 points for becoming Su Kei's disciple. The system's voice flashed through his mind. Chu Xiao froze for a moment. What's going on? Can you gain extra cool points by becoming a disciple? And so many too. This is more than killing a child of destiny or seducing a goddess-level girl can give. Could it be due to a system upgrade? Or is there some hidden secret about this Su Kei? In terms of cultivation, this Su Kei is just a peak-level cultivator, not a powerful expert. If he insisted on fighting, he probably couldn't even take a full punch. So, how is the value of the cool points calculated? Chu Xiao felt a little confused, and suddenly he realized something. Yes. When the system was first bound, the system had said, cool point values can be obtained by acting cool and slapping people in the face, or by collecting treasures, beating and killing enemies, and capturing the hearts of beautiful women. Since even becoming a disciple can earn so many points, if I take all the treasures the old man has hidden away, such as the innate spirit essences sealed in the stones, and the beautiful female zombie, won't that earn me a huge amount of points? Su Kei spoke of those innate spirit essences in such a mystical way, they must be incredibly valuable. Upon thinking about this, Chu Xiao couldn't help but get excited and asked anxiously, Master, do you know how to make the spirit of heaven and earth recognize me as its master? Su Kei shook his head with a smile. He also knew very little about the spirit of heaven and earth, and most of what he knew he had learned from Chu Xiao's grandfather. As for the method of recognition, it was a secret technique that the lineage of spirit catchers did not publicize. Perhaps in ancient times, when there was still an abundance of spiritual energy and cultivators were prevalent, this method of recognizing the master was not a secret. However, in these times, cultivation methods have gone through several discontinuities. Not to mention the secret method of having the master of heaven and earth recognize the master, even the most common cultivation techniques have basically been lost for a long time. It seems that if you want to know the secret method of recognizing the master of the world's spiritual essence, you still have to ask the old man yourself. As he talked in depth with Su Kei, Chu Xiao also learned a lot about cultivation. He discovered that the world was full of wonders, that there were indeed cultivators in ancient times, and that even the legends of immortals were true. Chu Xiao had some enlightenment. It seems that he upgraded the system himself, so the world's aura has recovered. And with the recovery of the aura, those animals and plants have undergone incredible changes. This change can be understood as regression to the ancestral state. It can also be understood as evolution. The two of them talked about many things. Chu Xiao asked the doubts in his heart, and Su Kei Laodao told him everything he knew. Don't look at him as just a casual cultivator, but his knowledge is quite profound. As they chatted, they got on to the subject of divination. Su Kei immediately started divining, and just by slightly shaking the black turtle shell, he was able to tell the old man Chu Jianghe's burial place, the Taklamakan Desert. Well, Master, is there no more specific location? Do you know how big the Taklamakan Desert is? How am I supposed to find my grandfather's corpse? Chu Xiao asked, unable to contain his laughter and tears. Su Kei Laodao smiled and shook his head, saying, Disciple, don't worry. Compared to finding your grandfather's corpse, there is something more important that we need to do. Chu Xiao subconsciously asked, what is it? Su Kei Laodao raised his hand and performed another divination, his brows suddenly knitted together. He said with a sigh, Strange. Strange. Your grandfather's rebellious disciple's fate has also changed. Originally, he should have returned today. In the past, Master Su Kei predicted that Chu Jianghe would die at the hands of his own disciple, so Chu Jianghe made a bet with him and the two made an agreement. If Chu Jianghe really died at the hands of his own disciple 30 years later, then Master Su Kei would take over for Chu Jianghe and suppress the evil spirits in this place for him, in case Chu Chen opened the seal and released the forbidden creature. What? You're saying that the person who killed my grandfather was Chu Chen? Chu Xiao lowered his voice, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes, along with confusion and disbelief. Of course he knew Chu Chen, not only that, but he was also very familiar with him. The two could be said to have grown up together as childhood friends, and their relationship was extremely good. In terms of generation, Chu Chen was Chu Jianghe's nominal adopted son, and Chu Xiao should call him uncle. However, the two were not that far apart in age, so Chu Xiao had always called Chu Chen brother. As far as I can remember, Chu Chen was a very nice person, gentle and sensible, very humble. When we were young, he took good care of me, and never fought with me over anything delicious or fun. If I was bullied, Chu Chen would stand up for me without hesitation, and once even sent someone to the hospital. Although the two of us grew up, we never lost touch. We would call each other every New Year's Eve to check on each other's situation, and our relationship was very close. Xu Xiao would never have guessed that the person who killed his grandfather was actually Chu Chen. This is impossible. How could it be him? Master, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Xu Xiao clenched his fists. Su Ke sighed, shook his head, and said, Your grandfather thought the same thing. That's why he died. When looking at someone, you mustn't just look at the surface. Some people are born with a rebellious streak. That boy Chu Chen, I could tell from the first moment I saw him that he was insincere and a rebellious brat. Whether it's true or not, in less than 3 days, he will definitely come here and try to open the seal. At that time, you can ask him yourself. Hearing this, Xu Xiao fell silent. Deep down, he didn't want Chu Chen to be the one who killed his grandfather. Okay. I understand. 2 hours later, a helicopter passed overhead and landed steadily on the large lawn in the villa courtyard. 3 heavily armed bodyguards leaped from the cabin. Just a little recognition. The bodyguard in charge of the group quickly walked up to Chu Xiao and said in a deep voice, Young master, we are here to take you to Kyoto. Please come with us. We will ensure your safety on the way. Chu Xiao shook his head and said, I'm not leaving. The bodyguard frowned and said, If you don't go, it will be difficult to explain to the boss. You'd better not make things difficult for us. Chu Xiao smiled weakly and said, Don't worry, he won't make things difficult for you. Just take Ringtone with you. I still have some things to take care of. After I'm done, I'll naturally go to Kyoto to see him. Having said this, Chu Xiao's face had already turned cold. He would not go to Kyoto until he had found out what happened to his grandfather. If the person who killed his grandfather was really Chu Chen, then, this person, he would definitely have to kill him with his own hands.